Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Many times, misunderstandings are formed by prejudice at the beginning. If the misunderstanding is allowed to deepen, it may cause irreversible consequences in the future. This is my most heartfelt reminder to you, a person who has lived for hundreds of years. Dumbledore's eyes were distant, as if recalling something. On Peter's side, he hurried back to the common room. After answering the concerns of the students for Adele, he went directly to the washing room and took out the time turner while no one was around. The time for owls to deliver gifts is concentrated at 7 in the morning, and it is now 10:30. Hurry up and turn around 5 times at a time. It should be enough time. Peter muttered to himself as he counted the time. Then he directly flipped the hourglass of the time converter 5 times. With the time going backwards, Peter was back 5 hours ago in a blink of an eye. He waved his wand, and the time appeared in the air at 6:30. There's enough time. This time I want to see who wants to kill me so much. Peter sneered, then went into stealth and walked out of the washroom. It was 6:30 in the morning of the holiday, and even the most diligent student hadn't woken up yet, so Peter went straight to the empty common room and sat on the sofa beside the Christmas tree, quietly waiting for the owl's arrival. It was around 7 o'clock, and with a fluttering sound, the owls came one after another with gifts. These wise owls put the gifts neatly under the Christmas tree and flew away. Peter's eyes kept staring at these owls and the gifts they brought, trying to find the owl who brought the unsigned gift. Finally, at 7:30, a long-arriving gray owl caught Peter's attention because it was carrying a deadly unsigned package under its feet. Watching it threw the package into the pile of gifts and was about to fly away, Peter shot the owl down with a spell. Peter lifted the invisibility, picked up the owl, put it on the table, and met the owl's big eyes. The owl made an uneasy cooing sound, obviously not expecting a little wizard to shoot at it. Peter looked at the owl, and then his body twisted for a while and instantly turned into a snow-white owl, appearing in place. The gray owl's big eyes showed an incredible look, and it looked very smart. "Where did you bring this package?" Peter asked the gray owl. But to outsiders it was just a cooing sound. Thanks to the Boggart gene he fused, the magical creatures he has transformed can have some abilities, let alone all words. "Are you a wizard or an owl?" The gray owl asked in surprise. "I'm a wizard, and I want to ask you, where did your package come from? Do you remember who sent it to you?" Peter asked again. "The first time I've seen a wizard who can turn into an owl." "My name is Tinkerbell, and I'm an owl from Hogwarts," said the gray owl. "This morning, while I was sleeping, a wizard came to the owl shack, gave me this gift for Peter York, and gave me some nuts." "It's you right. I can feel you're the owner of the gift." "You mean it was someone from the school who gave the gift? Did you see who that was?" Peter asked quickly. "I don't know his name either, but I saw what he looked like then," said the gray owl named Tinkerbell, shaking his head. "He wears a strange hood, and the smell on his body is very stinky, which smoked us all." "Wake up. Hijab, it smells bad, Quirrell," Peter said through gritted teeth, apparently trying to kill him. Since the last time in the office, because of the 3-headed dog problem, there has been unpleasantness between the two. Especially after Peter told the truth about Quirrell, the two fell into a strange atmosphere. Although Quirrell said with a smile on his face afterwards, let Peter continue to ask him about magic as a reward for Peter's keeping secrets. But apparently both of them knew that the rapport they had had was gone forever. Later, every time Peter went to ask Quirrell for advice, he was always vigilant and prepared for Quirrell's sudden attack. Even if it is the knowledge that he asks, Peter just records it in the notebook and does not dare to try it easily. He is worried that Quirrell will be mixed with some dangerous things. If he is not careful, he will kill himself. This kind of days lasted until Christmas, and I thought Quirrell was dead, but I didn't expect to give him a trick here. Peter turned back into a human immediately, then released the gray owl's restraint, took out a bag of nuts and handed it to it. "This is your answer, a reward. Go back." Tinkerbell happily rubbed his head against Peter's hand, then grabbed the bag of nuts and flew away. Now that he knew that it was Quirrell who did it, Peter was not someone who was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. He immediately got up, walked to the door of the lounge, but stopped again. He hesitated in his eyes and looked at the deadly package in the pile of gifts. Then he sighed, turned, and walked out of the lounge. Since I received the time converter, whether it is a professor or a related book, it has been a very serious warning that users should not violate the laws of time. What has happened in these memories cannot be changed. People who have tried to change have never ended well without exception. These naked cases made Peter dare not try to change the existing future easily. He is afraid that if he is not careful, he will be trapped in the time loop forever, until he collapses and goes crazy. Or the traces of existence will be erased by time, and Peter York has never appeared. Walking out of the cellar dormitory, Peter walked along the moving stairs to the gate of Gryffindor, looked at the portrait of the lady at the entrance in front of him, and said, "6 nonsense. 99. He's going to ask the Weasley twins for help this time, and repay Professor Quirrell's generous clause." The fat lady in the portrait was woken up, and said a little unhappily, "It's another energetic student who hasn't come back all night, and I have to sleep in beauty sleep. Next time I'll go tell Professor McGonagall and let him come and take a good look. Discipline you." "Ma'am, I'm here to find brothers George and Fred. Please open the door," Peter said politely. "Hey, you're not a Gryffindor student. How do you know the Gryffindor's secret language?" The fat lady rubbed her eyes, only to realize that the robes on Peter's body were not Gryffindor decorations. "Ma'am, I'm Peter York, a Slytherin student, and a good friend of George Fred, who told me," Peter said, throwing the blame on the twins. "Next time, I must tell the two of them well. Even a best friend can't tell such an important secret order," the fat lady said with a dissatisfied expression. "She is the portrait of Gryffindor's gatekeeper, who is responsible for guarding Gryffindor students. If everyone knew the secret order, what would they do with her? Yes, you must talk to them well. It's better not to let them in when they are traveling at night, no matter what they say. Give them a little pain, so that they will never dare to swim at night." Peter smiled, said urgingly, "Your suggestion is good. I'll give it a try next time," said the fat lady with an expression on her face, then looked at Peter with a smile, and said, "I heard your name when I attended the portraits banquet last night." "Oh, what a handsome guy. Come on in. It's the first time I've seen a Slytherin student come to Gryffindor." "Thank you, ma'am," Peter thanked politely, before entering the passage behind the portrait. Peter's expression was serious at this time, and his aura burst out, which made the students in the academy feel the strength of this academy chief once again. Slytherin students are very obedient. When they heard Peter's order, they all nodded immediately to show that they listened to him. "Anthony Clyde, you will be in charge of the back later. I will be in the front. Pay attention to be vigilant at all times." Peter turned to look at his promoted deputy chief and arranged for him. "Chief, leave it to me to take charge of the front. After all, the front is most likely to hit the troll," Anthony Clyde said actively. "No, Anthony, you should have confidence in my strength. It's just a troll," Peter refused, with a smile. At the same time, this scene of Slytherin was also seen by other colleges and professors, and they immediately focused their surprised eyes on Peter. They were very curious. How could a Slytherin student, who usually looks like a tug-of-war, listen to what a third grader said today? Snape heard Peter's arrangement, and there was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Dumbledore looked at Peter, who was surrounded by Slytherin, with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was thinking. "Oh, Merlin's beard, it seems that Peter has become the head of their college. That's really good. Congratulations, Severus, your college has a talented student." Professor Flitwick looked at Peter's movements in surprise, and then cheered said, "Since he took Peter to participate in the International Wizarding Duel competition and won the championship, his relationship with Peter has gotten better and better. Among all the professors in the school, he is the one who admires Peter the most." According to the complaints of Ravenclaw students, Professor Flitwick regards Peter as a disciple, completely forgetting that he still has a group of Ravenclaw eagles waiting to be fed. "Severus, hasn't the chief system of your college been abolished?" Professor McGonagall asked in surprise. "The Snake House, which likes to huddle in a group and huddle in the cellar, has never been known to outsiders, so Professor McGonagall, as the vice principal, only roughly knew that Slytherin had such a system, but she thought it had been abolished. But she did not expect that it still exists today. Implemented, and made Peter the chief. It surprised her. Professor McGonagall looked at the students of Slytherin Academy and stood there obediently waiting for instructions. He couldn't help frowning, and turned to Dumbledore to persuade him. Dumbledore, this system should have been abolished long ago, using brutal force to select the chief. I think it will have a bad effect on these kids. Minerva, this is not something I can decide. I have no right to do so. Dumbledore said, looking in Slytherin's direction. You're the principal. Why don't you have this ability? Professor McGonagall was puzzled. Because this is a 1,000-year-old tradition of Slytherin. No one will agree to abolish this system. Not even the headmaster. This is the collective will of all Slytherin members. Snape replied indifferently. There's nothing wrong with sticking to tradition, but it's the 20th century now, Severus. Children should go to school without worries, not stand on the dual ring, brute force to choose who is the strongest, and let the others people obey. This is very unwise. Professor McGonagall argues. Obviously, we don't have the same wise point of view. Snape said coldly, giving Professor McGonagall no face at all. Okay, you two. Let's not discuss this kind of thing first. Our priority now is to find the troll running in quickly. Dumbledore interrupted quickly. Then he looked at Snape and said, It seems, Peter York, now that you have been able to deal with the affairs of Slytherin Academy, you can rest assured, Severus, and follow us to deal with the problem. Then a group of professors followed Dumbledore to the basement classroom. Only Snape found that Professor Quirrell, who was lying unconscious on the ground, was gone, and his expression tightened, and he got into a small door behind him. At this time, Harry Potter and Ronald, who were eager to inform Hermione, also saw Slytherin's movement. Senior Ronald, isn't Peter York in the 3rd grade? Why are the senior students listening to him, even that Malfoy? And what is the chief? Harry Potter squeezed out desperately, asked curiously. I'm not very clear. I only know that within Slytherin, it's not like our college, where prefects are responsible for managing students. Instead, they choose their own chiefs to manage the college. Ronald explained, but in his eyes with an envious look, depending on the situation, Peter is the chief of Slytherin. 0. Ask for flowers. This is so cool. That nasty Malfoy be obedient. If only I could be the chief. Ronald said in anticipation. Don't think about it, unless you transfer to Slytherin College. Harry Potter said with a blank look at him. Besides, even if you enter Slytherin, you can't become the chief. Harry, you really hit people. Ronald said resentfully. Stop talking about that. We've got to tell Hermione there's a troll and you're making her cry at noon. Harry complained, looking a little anxious. Lavender said of Hermione crying in the toilet all afternoon, the dinner party. She didn't come over when she was there. She didn't know anything about the troll. It would be bad if she bumped into it. 99. The two finally broke through the crowded door and hurried to the girls' toilet. Peter noticed the movements of the two of Potter, but he didn't pay attention to it. He saw that the other colleges in the auditorium were almost finished, and turned to the Slytherin students and shouted, 7th grade students go first. Pay attention to that good wand. Fire a spell at the first sight of danger. The 6th graders are in the rear. Avoid the danger behind. Students in other grades follow their grade leaders and follow in the middle in grade order. 35. After speaking, Peter went directly to the 7th grade students and led them out of the auditorium. The next graders followed Peter's instructions and followed closely. Different from the nervous expressions of the other students, Peter, who was walking in the front, looked relaxed and calm. He remembered that in the original plot, the troll appeared near the girls' toilet where Hermione was, so the probability of Slytherin encountering it was very small, so she was not very worried. But this attitude made Slytherin students admire Peter even more, thinking that the chief can still have such a mentality under such circumstances. He is indeed the youngest college chief in history. Leading the students, Peter used his wand to probe ahead every time he came to a corner, and then kept going. As he got closer to the cellar, when Peter thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, his sensitive nose was the first to catch a foul smell. "Don't move. There is a situation." Peter held his footsteps and hurriedly signaled to the back. After a while, heavy footsteps came from the corner, accompanied by a thick stench. The students covered their noses and reacted, their faces full of horror. The 7th grade students and Peter stood at the front, and their faces were a little flustered. They had never encountered such a thing before, and they were at a loss. The 7th grade students are ready to fight. The 6th grade students protect the other students from retreating. "Don't panic," Peter commanded directly and quickly. The troll is very sensitive to smells, especially the smell of people, so he quickly came out of the corner and stared greedily at the little snacks in front of him. Looking at the giant monster more than 5 meters high in front of him, and the giant stick in his hand, everyone could not help but back away in horror. Peter also took a few steps back while covering his nose, and then quickly cast a bubble spell on himself before he was relieved. 3. Break to pieces. A 7th grade student couldn't help but take the lead in firing a spell at the troll. However, the giant monster's magic resistance is strong. The smashing spell that could easily smash a 2 or 3 meter thick wooden stake just exploded a small hole in the giant boy, and some green blood flowed out. "Ow!" The troll screamed, then his eyes were bloodshot. He held up the giant stick in rage and rushed towards Peter and the others. "Break apart. Break to pieces. Remove your weapons." The 7th grade students panicked and cast every spell they could think of on the troll. The senior students have learned a lot of magic spells, and the magic power is also abundant. The magic released at will, blasting the trolls and the surrounding area with a rumble, accompanied by the screams of the trolls. When this round of attacks stopped, the skin of the troll was ripped open and blood was dripping, but it was obvious that the monster's magic resistance caused it to only suffer from skin trauma. The giant monster fell into a state of rage at this time, with bloodshot eyes, madly waving a giant stick and rushing towards the crowd. This time Peter didn't watch. He stood directly in front of the terrified students, waved his wand fiercely at the troll, an invisible wall of air, and slammed the rushing troll directly back. Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts should have taught you that trolls are very resistant to magic, and ordinary magic spell attacks cannot seriously injure trolls. Peter turned his head and said to the 7th grade students, "So the best thing to do is to disarm it first and then hit it with a sharp or blunt weapon like this. Accept your weapon." Peter's spell hit the troll's wrist precisely, and the giant stick fell instantly. Then he floated the stick with a floating spell. The troll's magic resistance is very strong, but its small head, especially the position of the back of the head, is its weak point. "As long as you hit the back of his head hard, it is possible to stun it," said floating the wooden stick from the midair smashed into the giant's head. The troll suffered a blow and became swaying, as if it was about to fall at any moment, but in the end it survived, covering its head with its big hands and looking vigilantly at the giant stick in midair. Peter was not disappointed when he saw this. With a wave of his wand, the giant stick turned into a sharp giant sword, and then fell quickly from midair, piercing through the giant monster's body with a scream of trolls. Nailed it to the ground. The troll twitched a few times, then died completely. Like I said, this kind of animal with strong magic resistance, it is best not to attack it directly with a magic spell, but a simple floating spell. You can stun it, or even use a simple transformation spell. You can kill trolls as easily as I do. Peter taught directly on the spot, explaining to the students who looked at him in amazement and admiration. Clap, clap. A burst of applause came, and I saw Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick walking in the distance, and the two applauded Peter with admiration. "I don't think there is a professor who can explain it better than you," Dumbledore said with a smile. He looked at the monster on the ground, then looked at Peter and said, "Maybe you can become a very good one in the future." "Teacher. Good job, Peter." Professor Flitwick gave Peter a thumbs up. It took just a few simple spells to kill the troll. Very neat and effective, and a huge improvement. Of course, the students of Slytherin did a good job tonight. When faced with danger, they were able to respond calmly and orderly. especially the students in the 6th and 7th grades. Being able to protect the lower grades behind you is very important. Admirable courage. Dumbledore looked at the Slytherin students softly. For this, you will be rewarded with 50 points. Reward you for being brave enough to face danger in order to protect your classmates. When the Slytherin students heard this, the original fear dissipated, and they happily accepted the 50-point reward 0. Professor, why are you here? Where is McGonagall teaching them? And isn't this troll in the basement? How could it be on Slytherin's road? Peter asked a series of questions. 3 trolls appeared tonight. One was caught by us in the basement, and the other appeared in the girls' toilet just now and was knocked unconscious by Harry Potter and his buddies, using a levitating spell. Knock out the troll. All that's left is the troll you killed. Professor Flitwick explained. Good guy, 3 came at once. Peter was speechless for a moment. The appearance of his own butterfly actually made the troll incident more difficult. It was really hard for Professor Quirrell to gather 3 trolls. Then Peter returned to the dormitory safely with the Slytherin students. The students who survived the disaster began to bring snacks from their dormitories and gathered in the common room to celebrate together. Especially Peter, as the leader of this time and the hero who finally eliminated the troll, was sought after by everyone. Malfoy also deliberately wanted to add the title of Troll Killer to him, but Peter firmly refused. He has enough nicknames, let alone such a strange title. The next day, word spread in the school that the Harry Potter trio had defeated the troll, which was popular among 3.2 to Gryffindor. Not to be outdone, Slytherin kept promoting the news that Peter York had killed the troll. Gryffindor said that Peter York was arrogant and killed trolls. Slytherin said that the 3 Harry Potters were lucky and defeated trolls, and they were nothing. All of a sudden, the 2 academies fought each other again, and the rhetoric on both sides continued. Let Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who eat melons, watch with relish. After the troll incident, time passed again. Except for the Gryffindor Salvation Trio, limping Snape suspected of being bitten by a 3-headed dog. Peter relies on the time converter and is busy studying almost every day. Apart from Professor Quirrell, occasionally asking Peter if he had any information on the 3-headed dog from Hagrid, when he went to ask him, everything seemed flat. On this day, Peter was reading in the library as usual. He found Hagrid, with a furtive expression on his face, standing by the bookshelf, rummaging through books. It's just that he obviously didn't realize that his huge body of about 3 meters was very conspicuous in the library. Hagrid, what are you looking for? Need my help. Peter's voice came from behind Hagrid. Oh, Merlin's beard. Hagrid was taken aback, and the book in his hand was almost unsteady, and when he saw it was Peter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and complained, Peter, you popped up like this all of a sudden. Come on, very scary. Hagrid, I see you've been staring here for a long time. Are you looking for a book? I've read most of the books here. If you want to find it, I can help. Peter said enthusiastically. Oh, no need, Peter. I'm just looking for a book to entertain. Hagrid's guilty eyes flicked to and fro. Pleasure? I've known you for 2 years, but I never knew you still loved to read. Peter looked at him suspiciously, then glanced at the bookshelf behind him, Handbook of Fire Dragon Breeding, How to Hatch Dragon Eggs. Hagrid, are you here? Read the dragon book? Yes, I want to read some fire dragon books recently. Peter, aren't you busy? You can go and do your 02 thing, leave me alone. Hagrid said hesitantly, looking left at him. Peter rolled his eyes and stared at Hagrid suspiciously. Hagrid, you've been babbling about wanting to raise a fire dragon in the last semester. You probably got one from somewhere and hid it in your wooden house? How is that possible, Peter? You think too much. Hagrid's eyes were even more erratic. He dared not look at Peter, and argued with his neck stuck. Fire dragons are very rare. How could I possibly have them? Really? I heard that your 3-headed dog in the Forbidden Forest is now in the right corridor of the 3rd floor where Professor Dumbledore has forbidden students. You always like these ferocious things. 35, Peter said in disbelief. 3-headed dog? Mau Mau, how did you know that I kept Mau Mau in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid asked in surprise. The last time I was a visitor to the Centaurs, Bane told me that. He said you always like to put some dangerous animals in the Forbidden Forest and let them be disturbed. Peter looked at Hagrid playfully. It's a centaur. I really envy you being invited by them. I once wanted to visit their tribe, but they refused. Hagrid looked at Peter enviously and said, if you can keep those dangerous things in the Forbidden Forest, I think centaurs will welcome you. Peter said speechlessly, and then asked with a serious face, I heard that the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest has returned to the Forbidden Forest. There are more of them. Could it be that you secretly raised them again? You must know that they like to eat people. Last time, they finally eliminated them. Now it's back. It's not me. Hagrid shook his head hurriedly, with a flustered expression on his face. I haven't dealt with the eight-eyed spider since the death of Aravak. They should have been some people who escaped by chance, and now they are back again. Reproduction has resumed. You must know that the eight-eyed giant spider can lay hundreds of eggs at a time, and its reproductive ability is very strong. 99. Why are you so smug? They almost ate you and the centaurs. Peter looked at Hagrid with a weird look on his face. After all, they are the descendants of Alphakia. Although they are not good, they can survive, and I am happy for them. Hagrid said with a naive smile. Then you don't have to be happy. The centaurs are ready to kill the eight-eyed spider again, and this time they are going to clean them up. And I also lent them Phoenix Field to help. So they are dead. Peter gloated. Said. Hagrid was dumbfounded, suddenly full of sadness, and wailed directly in the library, I'm sorry for Alavak. I failed to protect his children and grandchildren. Peter and Hagrid were directly kicked out by the furious Mrs. Pings. Peter looked at Hagrid, who was full of sadness, and said impatiently, Okay, Hagrid, if these eight-eyed spiders are not cleaned up, not only will they not be removed, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest will suffer, and even the safety of the students in the castle will be threatened. If something happens one day, I'm afraid you will be locked in Azkaban. When he heard Azkaban, Hagrid shuddered with fright, but was no longer sad. Let's be honest, Hagrid, have you raised a dragon? Peter stared straight at Hagrid. You can't hide it from me. No, I didn't raise dragons. Hagrid shook his head, then looked around, and when he found no one, he whispered to Peter, I told you don't tell anyone else. I won yesterday. A dragon egg. Dragon egg. Peter said in surprise. He didn't expect Professor Quirrell to move so fast, so he should have learned from Hagrid how to deal with the three-headed dog. Peter almost forgot what he had promised to help Professor Quirrell find a way to deal with the three-headed dog. Now that Professor Quirrell has got the news, he will quickly report the news to Professor Quirrell today, which is the return of the original fiery fire spell. As for the news being out of date, it's none of his business. Who made Professor Quirrell start faster than him? It's a dragon egg from a Norwegian ridgeback. It's very dynamic. I believe it will be able to hatch. I've decided to name him Norbert. Hagrid's eyes showed a proud and impatient look. Hagrid, I remember that the Ministry of Magic has issued a ban on keeping fire dragons. If you are caught, you will be in Azkaban. Peter looked at him seriously. But Norbert hasn't hatched yet. He's just an unborn baby. I can't leave him alone. Hagrid shook his head firmly, then looked at Peter with those huge eyes pleadingly. Only the two of us know about this. You must not tell anyone else, right? Peter shook his head helplessly. This guy was only a few grades lower than Voldemort, and he was already in his 50s, but he obviously inherited the blood of a giant, which made him still think like a child. Hagrid, I'll keep it a secret for you, but are you sure what you're doing won't be discovered? Peter looked at Hagrid, shook his head, and said, I've been in a correspondence with Charlie recently, and he's training dragons in Romania now. Master, he told me that fire dragons grow very fast, and in just a month or two, they can become as big as your wooden house, and you can't hide it. Or, do you want to put it in the Forbidden Forest? I'm afraid the centaurs will be the first to quit, and they will complain to Dumbledore. Then your dragons won't be able to hide. Charlie? I thought he was going to be a Quidditch player, but I didn't expect him to be a dragon trainer. I'm so envious. I used to want to be a dragon trainer too. Just guard the Forbidden Forest and get rid of Don't Leave. Hagrid obviously only heard this sentence. Peter looked at him and shook his head, reminding him only because he was friends with Hagrid. If you don't listen, then leave it to the Salvation Trio. He still has to deal with Professor Quirrell, and I don't know if it's too late to tell Quirrell the secret of the three-headed dog. When Peter hesitantly came to the door of the office, when he heard the sound of "come in" from the door, his expression changed instantly, and he hurried in with a cautious look. "Professor, I already know the weakness of the three-headed dog," Peter said in a complacent and excited voice. "I went to Hagrid's place specially today, and finally heard from his mouth that the three-headed dog likes to listen to lullaby. As long as you play it lullaby, you can fall asleep immediately." Professor Quirrell did not speak, but sat gracefully in the armchair, fingers crossed against his chin, and looked at Peter meaningfully. Peter was a little uncomfortable by the look in his eyes. Although he knew that his legitimacy was useless to him, he still felt like he had been seen through, and he couldn't help asking hesitantly, "Professor, did I say something wrong?" 99. "No, what you said is very accurate. I just learned the secret of the three-headed dog from Hagrid yesterday. It's no different from what you said." Professor Quirrell put his hands together and said lightly, You already know? Then I'm busy, and I can't help you at all." Peter showed a surprised expression, and then said disappointedly, "No, on the contrary, you've done me a big favor by convincing me that what I've heard is true, and that's enough." Professor Quirrell stood up, walked off his desk, and came behind Peter, put a hand on his shoulder. Peter's body suddenly tense, and the snakewood wand in his sleeve can't wait to pop out suddenly. "Relax, Peter, it's just the two of us here, you don't have to be so nervous." Quirrell's voice was gentle, like a kind teacher, and he tapped him on the shoulder. "You must be wrong, Lord Voldemort," Peter said to himself. "Peter, I said you're a very smart Slytherin, shrewd, time-sensitive, curious, and disdainful of established rules," Quirrell said softly, his hand on Peter's shoulder suddenly sinking, and it was placed next to Peter's ear. "And of course the absolute self. Everyone else is just something you can use, including me." Peter just felt a snake hissing around his neck, as if it would suddenly bite his neck at any moment. Peter got up instinctively, turned to face Quirrell, then looked at him with puzzled eyes and said, "Professor, I don't understand what you mean. I never thought of using you." Quirrell wasn't angry at Peter's sudden movement. He just stood there with a smile on his face, but his whole body exuded a strong aura, and he said slowly, "I understand your mind. After all, a nameless Professor Quirrell, how can you make you a shrewd little snake? Sincere willingly surrender." "I think you should have known the secret of the three-headed dog long ago, Peter." Professor Quirrell opened his mouth and pressed all of Peter. "You thought you could stop Legionnaire, and you could hide it from me. But you don't know. In front of an experienced person, even if you don't need to read minds, your thoughts are still invisible." Peter was not frightened by his aura. He could feel the bravado on the surface of Quirrell. This body had been tattered by Voldemort, and the strong rotten smell could no longer be covered by the smell of garlic. Not to mention this Voldemort at the time was just a shadow, unable to play anything. So Peter's expression restrained. He let go of his aura, confronted Quirrell, looked at him indifferently, and said, "Professor Quirrell, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. I've never surrendered to anyone, and I don't plan to do so in the future." "Who surrenders? We have always been just a transaction. You teach me magic, I will inquire about you, that's all. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you now?" Quirrell's expression changed, and he looked at Peter with murderous intent. "This is Hogwarts, and we're upstairs at Dumbledore. What do you think, Professor?" Peter's attitude was casual, not at all afraid, and looked at Quirrell like a play and said, "You still smell the garlic on your body. Let's focus on it. The rotten smell can't be covered. Don't be exposed when it's discovered." "What do you know?" Quirrell asked Peter's face fiercely. "I don't know anything, Professor Quirrell. I'm just reminding you to cover up the rotten smell. I don't know what kind of black magic you're in. Your injury is so serious that I'm afraid St. Mungo's hospital can't save it, so I came to Hogwarts. You want to steal the Philosopher's Stone to continue your life, right?" Peter said with a smile, an expression that had already seen through him. Quirrell's expression softened, and with a suspicious look, he stared at Peter for more than a minute, and then he looked as if you had guessed it, and explained, "I once went to the Albanian forest to explore, and was attacked by a dark wizard. His black magic is very strange. It directly devours my vitality and makes my body gradually rot, so I can only find a way to get the magic stone and regain my vitality. You will help me, Peter? I still have a lot of unknown and powerful magical knowledge. As long as you help me get the Philosopher's Stone, I can pass it on to you. Professor Quirrell returned to a gentle expression, with said in a seductive tone. The dark wizard you're talking about is you, Lord Voldemort. Peter muttered silently. If I really help you, I will be unlucky. I'm sorry, Professor Quirrell, although I'm very interested in your magic, but I don't want to go up against Dumbledore. You should also know that his strength is not something that a little third grader like me can handle. Not to mention, that Philosopher's Stone belongs to Nick LeMay, a powerful wizard who has lived for more than 600 years. I don't want to die. Peter shook his head firmly, rejecting Quirrell's deal. Then how can I believe that you won't go to the principal's office and report me after leaving the house? Peter. Professor Quirrell smirked, looking at him grimly. Perhaps an oblivion spell can solve it. Problem, what do you think? I advise you not to do this. Professor Quirrell, Peter took out his wand and said defensively, your current body should not be able to exert much strength. It wasn't luck that I caught 2 dark wizards in my first grade. 39. Professor Quirrell's face darkened, then a smile appeared on his face, and he sat back down again, as if, well, nothing had happened. Looking at Peter in a gentle tone, he said, Cunning boy, in the next time, you can come and ask me questions as usual, as a reward for keeping me secret. How? Deal. Happy cooperation. Professor Quirrell, Peter said with a smile. The two seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, and the tense atmosphere in the office dissipated instantly, and they began to discuss issues with each other in a friendly manner. As Christmas is approaching, the professors in the school have begun to add some courses, so that these students who like to run around all day forget their knowledge completely after the holidays. The students groaned, but Peter was still very leisurely. Peter is used to it now that every day is a 29-hour day. His schedule was organized, and he took the time to study and live, and Peter calculated that if he continued, he would be a year older than the twins. Peter has become more interested in ancient runes since he accidentally used ancient runes to transform the wishing spell. In particular, the elemental magic on the Book of Merlin is almost all evolved from runes. So if Peter wants to go further on the path of the element magician, he needs to work on the rune. In this regard, the best question to ask is the rune professor Bithshada Babrin, who is bent on guiding Peter to the direction of ancient magical literature. After Peter knocked on the door of Professor Babrin's office, the young professor greeted him warmly. This is a rare visitor, Peter. I rarely see you now except in class, so come in first. Professor Babrin asked him to sit down with a smile. Professor, you also know that I have chosen 12 courses, and the time is very tight, so I don't have much time to disturb you outside of class. Peter explained embarrassingly. Professor Babrin didn't bother too much about this matter, but pointed to his chest with interest and said, It seems that you are very good at using the time converter. I have seen many courses taking 12 courses. Of students, for a long time, they could not use the planned time. The more they study, the more tired they become, and eventually they have no choice but to give up some courses. 5. Teacher 113, do you know the time changer? Peter said in surprise. After all, this is something from the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. There are only a dozen of them in the world. Of course, I also took 12 courses with the same confidence as you back then, and I have a deep memory of this thing. Professor Babrin said with a sigh. Professor, how old are you this year? I heard other people say that when Professor Snape was still studying here, you were already an ancient rune professor here. Peter looked at the man who looked only in his 30s. Professor Babrin couldn't help asking curiously. You don't know the age of a woman. Can't you just ask it casually? Professor Babrin rolled his eyes at him, and then said with a sigh, I came to teach at Hogwarts when the last headmaster was still in office. I forgot how many years. Peter whispered secretly, This is still a grandma-level character, but how did he keep his appearance so young? Professor, did you drink the potion of youth or something? You look too young now. Peter looked at Professor Babrin in surprise. AC/DC, if there is such a potion, won't the witches in the magical world go crazy? Professor Babrin looked at Peter speechlessly and then explained to him proudly, I am because the ancients are flowing in my body. The blood of the elf, so the lifespan is longer than that of ordinary wizards. 99. Ancient elves? Is there really such a species? I thought it was just a made-up species in Muggle mythology. Peter was really surprised. Isn't there a legend of Merlin in Muggle stories? Is he also fake? And Nick LeMay, and now the Muggle world still has their cemetery. Professor Babrin asked rhetorically. Then why haven't we seen them now? Is it because of extinction? Peter asked curiously. No, they just hid their place of residence. Thousands of years ago, they collectively moved to a mysterious island, and then they were isolated from the world and no longer appeared in the outside world. Professor Babrin explained. Professor Babylon looked at Heihu outside the window and described slowly, it is said that the island is surrounded by swamps, woods and mist, and can only be reached successfully by boats made by elves. There is a mysterious paradise of bliss. Many wizards once followed the traces of the ancient elves, trying to find the island, but they found nothing. And my ancestor, in a huge tsunami, was lucky enough to come to the legendary island, and fell in love with the elf there, and then we have the Babylon family. Could that island be the legendary Avalon? Peter exclaimed. Avalon? You're talking about what Muggles call Elf Island. I've also heard Muggles describe this island. Although it's a bit exaggerated and mythical, it's really very interesting to outsiders. Mysterious. Professor Babrin affirmed Peter's guess. Professor, since your Babrin family is descended from the ancient elves, there should be a way to go to Avalon. Have you ever been there? Are there really fairies there and the banshees in the lake? 39 Peter was aroused by curiosity now and couldn't help asking. It's a pity that after our Babylon family came out from there, we lost our way back. The island was hidden by the magic of the elves. Without the consent of the elves, there is no way to find it. 35 Professor Babylon once said sadly. As for the banshee in the lake you are talking about, it's probably what Muggles call Vila. If you want to see Vila, you can go to Bulgaria to see them. They are close relatives of the ancient elves, and their appearance is very charming, but it is sought after by many wizards. Professor Babrin looked at Peter with a teasing expression. You are so handsome. You must be the first choice for Vilas. I'm still young. I don't understand this. Hee. Peter was a little embarrassed by the teasing and quickly changed the subject. It is said that Merlin was brought back to Avalon by Vivian, the banshee in the lake. Professor, you said yes, not real. We are not sure whether the legend is true. When I was young, I was full of confidence and wanted to seek the legendary Avalon, but only found some words. Babrin the professor shook his head, looking a little embarrassed. It is said that Merlin once made a magic item before going to Avalon to live in seclusion. It can guide people who are destined to go to Avalon, but in the vast world, where can you find such a thing that has disappeared for thousands of years, let alone whether it is really, say it twice. Magic item? Peter looked a little weird when he heard it. Could it be the Book of Merlin in his hand? Okay, let's stop talking about these things. Professor Babrin finished the topic, looked at Peter with a smile, and said, Are you here to find me today? Are you suddenly interested in rune? Professor, I'd like to ask you about the ancient runes, some of which I don't really understand. Peter used his wand to draw a set of golden runes in midair, explained, This is the wishing spell that Professor Quirrell taught me, and then I accidentally added an ancient rune to it and improved the spell, but I don't know the principle very well. Peter picked out the rune. This is Iwaz. I know it symbolizes you and has powerful protective properties, but I don't understand why adding it to this wishing spell can change it the magic input method of this spell. You are using the magic power input method of the wishing spell to supply magic power from the body and absorb magic power from the outside world? You are referring to ancient element magic, right? It's a genius idea. Professor Babrin is indeed a professor specializing in ancient rune. She saw the principle of magic spells at a glance. She looked at Peter in surprise. How can such a tasteless magic be transformed into this? You are in magic spells. You are also talented. Then she repainted the ancient rune with her wand and explained, You're not wrong about it, but Iwaz is not only a guardian, but also the world tree in Norse mythology. The 9 worlds that connect human beings and elves have the meaning of communication and connection. Adding to the Rune of the Wishing spell means that it can draw magic from the outside world when casting this spell, thereby enhancing the magical power. In the legend of Rune, it is the rune that god King Odin realized when he was extremely weak at the cost of sacrificing one of his eyes and hanging himself upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights in order to gain supreme wisdom. Every word in the rune has magic power, and alchemists engrave these runes on alchemy tools to ensure the long-term maintenance of magic. And the modern runes we usually use are almost all from Wen. The Rune of Grace is extended, so there are many experts in magic literature who study every rune with painstaking efforts in order to be able to decipher the secrets and explore the ultimate of magic. Professor Babrin constantly explained the knowledge of possessed literature to Peter, and Peter was also thirsty for knowledge. Notebooks and pens flew out of the school bag, constantly recording the knowledge taught by the professor. It wasn't until late at night that Peter walked out of the office with a contented face. He studied ancient runes mainly to improve his elemental magic level. The most basic element of elemental magic is the 4 elements of earth, feng shui, and fire, which are also the representatives of the 4 Hogwarts colleges. Elemental magic is different from using a magic wand to cast spells directly. It requires the wizard to use the magic power to form a magic circle in the body through meditation. After it is formed, you can directly cast spells without a magic wand or spell. The principle is very similar to the way that alchemists engrave magical runes on props, so that alchemy props can permanently maintain magical properties. Elemental wizards engrave runes with magic in their bodies, so that they can display the magic of runes. The power of elemental magic is great, but it is not universal, especially for those who are not very talented. It is very likely that they can only condense 1 or 2 foundations like a floating spell or a flame spell in their body for a lifetime. Spell. But with modern magic, a wizard who has studied in magic school for 7 years can cast most of the basic spells. There is no need to condense magic runes one by one like elemental magic. It is no wonder that elemental magic will be eliminated. This kind of elemental magic that only relies on qualifications is unfair to most wizards. Especially in the Middle Ages, the craziest age of witch hunts. Simple and easy-to-learn modern magic and wands are naturally the best means of protection. This elemental magic isn't fair to others, but it's perfect for Peter. So far, in 1 year, he has successfully condensed 3 spells in his body, namely the summoning spell, the disarming spell, and the flying spell taught by the Book of Merlin. At the beginning of the school year, he used the flying spell to easily defeat the previous chief. In the future, he will be able to use these 3 spells without chanting a spell or a magic wand, and he will be able to easily cast magic without worrying about being disarmed by the magic wand. After all, modern magic, even the so-called greatest Dumbledore, is like a toothless tiger when its wand is disarmed. Christmas came, and this time Peter didn't go back, but it wasn't that he didn't want to go home. It's just that Wales, the housekeeper, is going to France to reunite with her daughter and son-in-law's family, and Aunt Christine, now talking about a boyfriend, is like glue. So he didn't go back and disturb their 2-person world. Peter, who applied to stay in school for the first time, rarely slept late in the morning and didn't get up slowly until 10 o'clock. After leaving the dormitory, they came to the common room. There were only a few senior students staying in the school. They all smiled and greeted Peter when they saw him. "Good morning, Chief. You should go and see where the presents under the Christmas tree are piled up. They are all yours." Adele Rowling, a 7th grade girl, said with a smile. "Really, that means my popularity is not bad," Peter said with a smile. He was not too surprised by this result. In the 1st and 2nd grades, he received a lot of Christmas gifts. "That's weird." 0. Ask for flowers. "Sister Rowling, you will graduate in less than half a year. What are you going to do?" Peter asked curiously. This Adele Rowling is a half-blood. Her mother is a wizard. Her father is a muggle, and she lives in muggle society, so she is not as prejudiced against muggles as many Slytherin students. So it's easy to talk to Peter. I've already received an internship offer from St. Mungo's. I'm going there for an internship after graduation, and my mother is also working at St. Mungo's Hospital, so I'm ready to be a therapist. Adele Rowling said happily. Congratulations, senior. This is a good position. Doesn't the Muggle world call doctors an angel in white? You will also be an angel in the magic world in the future. Peter smiled and congratulated. Thank you, Peter. What do you want to do in the future? You are so good. Will you work at the Ministry of Magic in the future? Adele Rowling asked. I'm only in 3rd grade now, and I'm still early, Peter said, shaking his head, and good grades don't mean going to the Ministry of Magic. Maybe I'll travel around the world, and then go back to Hogwarts if I'm tired. Professor Zedong is also good. Yeah, it's still too early. I'm very envious just listening to your future plans. If I can save enough money, I can go abroad and have a good time. Adele Rowling said, full of longing. Then you're going to be disappointed. I heard that the therapists in St. Mungo's are very busy and can hardly find time to rest. Peter said with a schadenfreude smile. Peter, you be *********D. Christmas is a good holiday, but you have ruined your mood. Adele threw a soft cushion over in a rage. Peter took the cushion, put it on the sofa, walked under the Christmas tree, and said happily, It's the annual Christmas gift opening session again. Let me see what's good. Senior Sister Rowling, come and help me too. I can't unpack so many gifts by myself. You guy, you're really enviable. With such a face, let alone a girl, even a man can't stand it. Adele complained and walked over. Looking at the mountain-like gifts, I couldn't help but sigh. The gap between people is so big. I have only received a dozen gifts in total, and you may have hundreds here. It seems that most people in the school are giving them away. You got a present. Down. No, some of them were sent by my fans. You see, these are gifts from France. Peter shook his head and explained. He's not that popular at Hogwarts, Gryffindor alone. Except for the Weasleys and a few who play better, no one else will give him gifts. You still have fans? I didn't know you were still a star. Adele was surprised. It's the fans I got when I went to the International Wizarding Dueling Tournament during my first-year vacation, explains Peter. Adele was stunned for a moment, then looked at the gift with interest and said, Then let me see these fans of yours. What gift did they send you? 35. After Peter agreed, Adele Rowling first curiously opened the gifts from French fans. This is a gift from a Beauxbatons graduate named Linda Duran. Let me see. Oh, Merlin's beard, 130. This is so cool. Peter, so I like this one. Adele exclaimed as if she was blinded, took out a few photos from the gift box, and shook it in front of him with a smirk. I saw a blonde in the photo, wearing only a bikini, scratching her head in the photo and blowing kisses to Peter. Peter's face flushed instantly. He was so embarrassed at this moment. He grabbed the photo from Adele's hand, shoved it back into the box, and then explained weakly, She met on the beach during the duel competition. Always liked to tease people. You know the French are always a little unrestrained. Really? Adele's voice stretched out, expressing disbelief. Okay, let's unpack the gifts quickly. If we don't finish unpacking, we won't be able to eat lunch. Peter urged quickly and quickly changed the subject. Well, let's continue to look at the gifts from your fans. Adele became interested after the gift incident just now and picked up another gift from France. This one was sent by a lady named Roland. Let me see. Before he could finish speaking, Peter grabbed the gift and shoved another gift into her hand, then explained, You better open this one. Peter quickly reduced Roland's gift with magic, and then, with Adele's smirk, pretended not to see the track and put it in his pocket. He just remembered that this Ms. Roland, who is even more bold than the first female fan, might put something even more nosebleed in it. The gifts in the back are quite satisfactory. Except for the occasional chocolates, mixed with fascination agents, most of the people gave them books. Professor Snape also gave you a bottle of Buffy Brain Refresher, which is really rare. Adele said in surprise, then looked at Peter enviously. Only you can make the dean look down on you. Come on, I'm sure it was Professor Snape's gift from his potions cabinet when he saw my gift. Because I gave him a bottle of Phoenix Tears. That's a lifesaver. Peter said dissatisfiedly, in order to get these tears. I almost cried. Field's eyes blind. Field has ignored me recently. Haha, it's really unfortunate that Field has a master like you. Adele laughed and gloated. Hey, this gift is not signed. I don't know who sent it. Adele looked curiously at an old gift box, then unwrapped it and opened it. Don't open it yet. Peter keenly sensed the rich magic fluctuations in the gift box and quickly stopped it. But Adele's actions were one step faster than Peter's words. With the opening of the gift box, a black light rushed directly to Adele, who opened the gift. Immediately followed by a scream, Adele fell heavily to the ground. Her chest seemed to be cut open by countless knives, and the blood flowed nonstop. Several other senior students in the common room screamed in fright, looking at Adele, who fell to the ground covered in blood. Everyone thought she was dead. Peter hurried forward, knelt down and stretched out his hand to check the pulse, and found that the pulse was very weak at this time. He took out his wand and kept reciting rapid healing, but it had almost no effect. Hurry up and tell the dean and the fat Mrs. Fry. Hurry up! Peter yelled at the startled senior. The seniors were woken up by the yelling and hurriedly ran out of the lounge to call for someone. You'll be fine, Adele, hold on. Peter comforted the weakening Adele softly, despite the blood on his body, and then shouted, Field, come out, I need you. In the common room, Field flew out of the flames of the fireplace and then came to Peter's side with a puzzled face. He felt Peter's strong call, so he came directly. Felder, save her with your tears. She was badly injured because she blocked the disaster for me, Peter said eagerly to Phoenix. After listening to Peter's words, Field nodded. Although he always likes to get angry with Peter, he can always stand by Peter's side in such important matters. Field came to Adele's side, blinked at her bleeding wound, and a few tears fell from her eyes and landed on the wound. The tears of the Phoenix are indeed the miraculous medicine that can pull the dying person back from the god of death. I saw Adele's wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was also an evil black air that dissipated from the wound. These black chi were the culprits that prevented the wound from healing just now. Adele's condition gradually improved, and her breathing became gradually stronger. Seeing the situation, Peter's expression finally relaxed. He turned his head and stroked the Phoenix's feathers gently and said gratefully, Thank you, Field. You have helped me a lot. Field chirped happily a few times, meaning you're welcome. Merlin, what's going on? 3 professors, Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall, rushed in at the door of the lounge. Professor McGonagall looked at the blood-stained Peter and Adele lying on the ground in horror and exclaimed. Snape first rushed over and squatted beside Adele, constantly throwing out the magic spell to check, and finally his tense expression quietly loosened. Then he looked at the blood all over Peter's body, took the wand again, and threw a few detection spells. Professor, I have nothing to do with 3.2. I have Adele's blood on my body. Peter quickly explained. Dumbledore also hurried over, looked at Snape, and was relieved when he got a nod. Then he turned his head to look at Peter, and asked with a serious expression, Peter, what the hell happened here? Just now, several 7th graders from Slytherin rushed to the hall in a panic, saying that Adele's life or death is unknown. Can you tell me? Just now, senior sister Adele kindly helped me unpack my Christmas present and then opened an unsigned gift box. Before I could stop it, senior sister Adele was concentrated by a black light in the gift box, and her body seemed to be cut by countless knives. It bleeds like hell. Healing spell doesn't work on it at all. In the end, it was Adele Senpai who used Field's tears. Peter briefly explained the situation. Can you show me that gift box? Dumbledore said solemnly. Please feel free, just be careful, I can still feel the evil aura inside that gift box. Peter pointed to the box on the ground next to him and reminded. Amazing perception. Dumbledore complimented him, then turned to the gift box, hunched over, and looked down at the open box. I saw an emerald necklace inside, which looked very luxurious, but if you look closely, you will find that the gem is full of evil atmosphere, and there is a murmuring, as if tempting and urging those who see it to wear it. Dumbledore tapped on it with the Elder Wand, then got up and said to Snape, "Severus, this is your specialty. Come and see what kind of magic this is." Snape nodded silently, then solemnly used his wand to pick up the necklace. After a careful observation, he turned back and said, "This is a black magic necklace with a curse on it, which will tempt people to wear it. It won't take long for it to die. And the murderer is obviously worried that it is not safe, so he applied a black magic to the necklace and directly attacked the person who opened it, trying to kill him with one blow." A 0-2 Dale Rowling was hit by the spell. Fortunately, Peter's phoenix helped, otherwise it would be bloody in a few minutes. 35. Merlin, who would be so cruel? Use such an evil spell against a child. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in disbelief, his expression full of unease. "I also want to know who wants me to die so much. A mortal curse is not enough, but also a black magic that has no solution." Peter's cold voice sounded, his eyes full of irritability and anger. "Peter, think about it. Have you offended anyone recently?" Snape asked Peter. "Let's take Miss Rowling to the infirmary first. Although she has been rescued by the tears of the Phoenix, she is bleeding so much and her body is very weak. Madame Pomfrey needs to see her." Dumbledore interrupted Snape's words and then looked at the pool of blood on the ground, frowned, and a magical transformation disappeared. "Severus, you put away that dangerous item first. We'll go to the school infirmary now." Dumbledore motioned to Snape, then looked at Peter's bloodstains, and said after cleaning up, "Peter, you go to the infirmary too." Then a group of people rushed to the infirmary in a mighty manner, leaving the students in the common room undecided. "Merlin, what's wrong with Adele? Put it on the bed." Madame Pomfrey exclaimed as she looked at the pale-faced Adele Rowling, who was floated over by Dumbledore and cursed. "Miss Rowling was hit by black magic just now. Peter saved her with the tears of the Phoenix, but would I ask you to help me to see what hidden dangers are there?" Dumbledore explained briefly. When Madame Pomfrey heard this, she immediately picked up her wand with a serious face and used various magics to test it. Then, seeing the people around her, she shouted angrily, "You all get out. Don't get in the way here." 35. The people who were driven out included Peter, Snape, Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall was left behind by Madame Pomfrey to help. Mrs. Pomfrey's temper is really the same as before. She hasn't changed for so many years. Dumbledore, who was kicked out, said with a smile, not angry. At Dumbledore's words, Snape snorted and said nothing. It seems that Madame Pomfrey is the hidden boss of Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore and Snape dare to fight. But Peter didn't think so much at this time. Now that Adele Rowling is not in danger, Peter is now thinking about how to find the murderer. "Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape," Peter asked directly, looking at the two of them, "is there any way you can find out who the murderer is?" "I'm afraid it's very difficult, Peter. The gift is not signed, and the address is not sent. We can't even determine whether the gift is sent from outside or inside the school. The perpetrator has obviously considered it very well." Dumbledore shook his head and sighed. "Is this the end?" Peter asked with a face full of unwillingness. "Is there any magic that can be traced back to the murderer through a gift box like a tracking spell?" "Sorry, boy, as far as I know, there is no such magic, and of course I may be ignorant." Dumbledore still shook his head. "Today is Christmas, and hundreds of owls are bringing gifts from all over, unless you can find out exactly which owl gave you this gift," Snape said with a frown, his eyes a little worried. Looking at Peter. "And even if you find an owl, it's very difficult to find the murderer through it. Because the murderer is likely to send the gift directly through the Ira Owl store or the owl kept in the school. There is no way to track it unless you can make the owl talk." Professor Snape originally wanted to comfort the proud disciple, but after seeing Peter listening to his words, he muttered to himself and became more worried. "Let the owls talk. Let the owls talk." Peter grabbed the sentence and repeated it, and then seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up, and he said to Snape gratefully, "Professor, thank you for your reminder. I have figured out a way. Principal Dumbledore, Professor Snape, please help me watch Sister Rowling here. I'll come when I go." Peter greeted the two of them with confused expressions, and then ran straight to the dormitory. 130. Now that he has an idea, Let him give it a try. After all, children are more flexible than us, so maybe they can find the murderer. Dumbledore stopped Snape and said, "What I'm worried about is that if this guy can really find out the real culprit, I'm afraid he will go straight to the door recklessly and lose his life." Snape looked at Peter's direction worriedly. "Severus, I hope you can share your attitude towards Peter to Harry. Don't be so mean. He's just a kid now. Your attitude will make him misunderstood." Dumbledore looked at Snape's current expression. The voice changed, and Harry Potter was mentioned. If he had half of Peter's talent and hard work, no, not even 1/10. "I wouldn't say anything about him," Snape said with disgust in his eyes. He told his father a look, arrogant, reckless, arrogant, enjoying the fame of the savior, but did not inherit Lily's diligence at all. "Hey, Severus, Harry is just Harry. He's not someone's appendage. You can't put the grudges of the previous generation on Harry. It's very unfair to him," Dumbledore said to Snape seriously, with a hint of pleading on his face. "Besides, he is Lily's child, so even for Lily's sake, he would be a little nicer to him." Many times, misunderstandings are formed by prejudice at the beginning. If the misunderstanding is allowed to deepen, it may cause irreversible consequences in the future. This is my most heartfelt reminder to you, a person who has lived for hundreds of years. Dumbledore's eyes were distant, as if recalling something. On Peter's side, he hurried back to the common room. After answering the concerns of the students for Adele, he went directly to the washing room and took out the time turner while no one was around. The time for owls to deliver gifts is concentrated at 7 in the morning, and it is now 10:30. "Hurry up and turn around 5 times at a time. It should be enough time," Peter muttered to himself as he counted the time. Then he directly flipped the hourglass of the time converter 5 times, with the time going backwards. Peter was back 5 hours ago in a blink of an eye. He waved his wand, and the time appeared in the air at 6:30. "There's enough time. This time I want to see who wants to kill me so much." Peter sneered, then went into stealth and walked out of the washroom. It was 6:30 in the morning of the holiday, and even the most diligent student hadn't woken up yet, so Peter went straight to the empty common room and sat on the sofa beside the Christmas tree, quietly waiting for the owl's arrival. It was around 7 o'clock, and with a fluttering sound, the owls came one after another with gifts. These wise owls put the gifts neatly under the Christmas tree and flew away. Peter's eyes kept staring at these owls and the gifts they brought, trying to find the owl who brought the unsigned gift. Finally, at 7:30, a long-arriving gray owl caught Peter's attention because it was carrying a deadly unsigned package under its feet. Watching it threw the package into the pile of gifts and was about to fly away, Peter shot the owl down with a spell. Peter lifted the invisibility, picked up the owl, put it on the table, and met the owl's big eyes. The owl made an uneasy cooing sound, obviously not expecting a little wizard to shoot at it. Peter looked at the owl, and then his body twisted for a while, and instantly turned into a snow-white owl, appearing in place. The gray owl's big eyes showed an incredible look, and it looked very smart. "Where did you bring this package?" Peter asked the gray owl. But to outsiders it was just a cooing sound. Thanks to the Boggart gene he fused, the magical creatures he has transformed can have some abilities, let alone all words. "Are you a wizard or an owl?" the gray owl asked in surprise. "I'm a wizard, and I want to ask you, where did your package come from? Do you remember who sent it to you?" Peter asked again. "The first time I've seen a wizard who can turn into an owl." "My name is Tinkerbell, and I'm an owl from Hogwarts," said the gray owl. "This morning, while I was sleeping, a wizard came to the owl shack, gave me this gift for Peter York, and gave me some nuts." "It's you right. I can feel you're the owner of the gift." "You mean it was someone from the school who gave the gift? Did you see who that was?" Peter asked quickly. "I don't know his name either, but I saw what he looked like then," said the gray owl named Tinkerbell, shaking his head. "He wears a strange hood, and the smell on his body is very stinky, which smoked us all." "Wake up. Hijab, it smells bad, Quirrell," Peter said through gritted teeth, apparently trying to kill him. Since the last time in the office, because of the 3-headed dog problem, there has been unpleasantness between the two. Especially after Peter told the truth about Quirrell, the two fell into a strange atmosphere. Although Quirrell said with a smile on his face afterwards, let Peter continue to ask him about magic as a reward for Peter's keeping secrets. But apparently both of them knew that the rapport they had had was gone forever. Later, every time Peter went to ask Quirrell for advice, he was always vigilant and prepared for Quirrell's sudden attack. Even if it is the knowledge that he asks, Peter just records it in the notebook and does not dare to try it easily. He is worried that Quirrell will be mixed with some dangerous things. If he is not careful, he will kill himself. This kind of daze lasted until Christmas, and I thought Quirrell was dead, but I didn't expect to give him a trick here. Peter turned back into a human immediately, then released the gray owl's restraint, took out a bag of nuts and handed it to it. This is your answer, a reward. Go back. Tinkerbell happily rubbed his head against Peter's hand, then grabbed the bag of nuts and flew away. Now that he knew that it was Quirrell who did it, Peter was not someone who was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. He immediately got up, walked to the door of the lounge, but stopped again. He hesitated in his eyes and looked at the deadly package in the pile of gifts. Then he sighed, turned and walked out of the lounge. Since I received the time converter, whether it is a professor or a related book, it has been a very serious warning that users should not violate the laws of time. What has happened in these memories cannot be changed. People who have tried to change have never ended well without exception. These naked cases made Peter dare not try to change the existing future easily. He is afraid that if he is not careful, he will be trapped in the time loop forever, until he collapses and goes crazy. Or the traces of existence will be erased by time, and Peter York has never appeared. Walking out of the cellar dormitory, Peter walked along the moving stairs to the gate of Gryffindor, looked at the portrait of the lady at the entrance in front of him, and said, 6 nonsense. 99. He's going to ask the Weasley twins for help this time, and repay Professor Quirrell's generous clause. The fat lady in the portrait was woken up and said a little unhappily, it's another energetic student who hasn't come back all night, and I have to sleep in beauty sleep. Next time I'll go tell Professor McGonagall and let him come and take a good look. Discipline you. Ma'am, I'm here to find brothers George and Fred. Please open the door. Peter said politely. Hey, you're not a Gryffindor student. How do you know the Gryffindor's secret language? The fat lady rubbed her eyes, only to realize that the robes on Peter's body were not Gryffindor decorations. Ma'am, I'm Peter York, a Slytherin student, and a good friend of George Fred, who told me, Peter said, throwing the blame on the twins. Next time, I must tell the two of them well. Even a best friend can't tell such an important secret order. The fat lady said with a dissatisfied expression. She is the portrait of Gryffindor's gatekeeper, who is responsible for guarding Gryffindor students. If everyone knew the secret order, what would they do with her? Yes, you must talk to them well. It's better not to let them in when they are traveling at night, no matter what they say. Give them a little pain, so that they will never dare to swim at night. Peter smiled, said urgingly. Your suggestion is good. I'll give it a try next time, said the fat lady with an expression on her face, then looked at Peter with a smile, and said, I heard your name when I attended the portraits banquet last night. Oh, what a handsome guy. Come on in. It's the first time I've seen a Slytherin student come to Gryffindor. Thank you, ma'am, Peter thanked politely, before entering the passage behind the portrait. Gryffindor College is not as delicate as Slytherin, and it is decorated with gold-red drapery around it, creating a warm atmosphere. But Peter didn't pay much attention to these at this time. He went directly to the dormitory marked with George Fred, entered it with magic, and found the twins in the 4 beds. George, wake up, wake up. Peter pushed George, who was sleeping soundly, and shook him directly. Peter, why are you here? Let me sleep first. Fred and I didn't come back from our last night's swim until 2 in the morning. We were so sleepy. George squinted at Peter with sleepy eyes, and then went straight to sleep again. Where's your Marauders map, George? Lend it to me. I have an emergency. Peter shook George again. Why don't you shake Fred? The sleep-deprived George was going crazy, opened his eyes in a collapse, and then responded, Hey, Peter, how did you get in? And how did you know about us? Got a Marauders map? We never told anyone. There's no time to explain. You give me the Marauder's map first, and I'll use him to find someone. Peter said impatiently. Who are you looking for? The Marauder's map is in the bag under Fred's bed. Take it yourself, George said sleepily. Thanks, George. With George's permission, Peter waved directly. The Marauder's map is coming. 130-inch. With a swipe, a piece of parchment flew out of Fred's bag under the bed and fell into Peter's hand. I swear I have no good intentions, Peter said, pointing his wand directly at the parchment, and then a pattern appeared on the parchment. How did you know the secret language of Marauder's map? George asked in surprise, now sober. You forgot that I'm a Dementor? Peter said casually, looking at the names on the map carefully. Damn it, it looks like I'm going to learn a clemency, or you'll know what color underwear I'm wearing sooner or later. George complained angrily. I'm not interested in the color of your panties, George, Peter said, looking down at Professor Quirrell's trail. Then he saw the names of Quirrell and Tom Riddle on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Found you, dear Professor. 35. Peter sneered at the names on the map. What professor? Who are you looking for, Peter? George Hatcher looked at Peter suspiciously. Go back to sleep. I'll take the Marauder's map with me first, Peter got up and said, then left quickly, leaving behind a confused George. Woke me up and didn't say a word, this damned Peter. How can I sleep? George shouted in a broken-hearted voice. Shut up, George. Several other roommates who were woken up threw their pillows directly. Peter took the map and followed Quirrell's trail. He just wanted revenge in his heart. He gave Quirrell a hard blow when he was at his weakest. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid to rush to find Quirrell for revenge, but it's okay to cause him trouble. When the time was right, he repaid Quirrell's generous gift. Seeing Professor Quirrell wandering around the Forbidden Forest like this, Peter seemed to have a unicorn idea. His body has collapsed to the extreme. If there is no support from the unicorn blood, it is still too to talk about whether he can survive at the end of the term. Since Professor Quirrell wants unicorn blood so much, then he will give him a unicorn as a show of respect. Peter smiled coldly and touched the wand in his hand. Quirrell stood outside the Forbidden Forest, hesitating whether to enter the Forbidden Forest, looking struggling. Idiot, hurry in and look for the unicorn. Your body can't hold it anymore. You must drink the blood of the unicorn to support us to get the magic stone. 35. The back of the head wrapped in the AC/DC, long scarf scolded. Lord, Master, but if you drink unicorn blood, you will be cursed and you will die. Quirrell said in horror, his face full of reluctance. If you don't drink, you will still be dead now. Voldemort's voice sounded gloomy, and then he said, but as long as I am resurrected, your problem will be solved easily for me, and then the time comes. You can follow me and enjoy the moment of glory instead of being looked down upon as you are now. 35. Really? Master, can you really solve my curse? Quirrell asked in disbelief, with a fluke in his heart. Of course, Quirrell. Don't you see that I just flew away from death? Even the death curse can't deal with me. Voldemort said in a confident tone, the great Dark Lord will return, and then really the wizarding world will crawl at my feet. And you, Quirrell, are the hero and will be admired by all. Voldemort's verbal temptation was always so powerful that Quirrell finally believed Voldemort's words and plucked up the courage to enter the Forbidden Forest. At the same time, Peter has also appeared in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As Peter was taken to the Centaur tribe by the Phoenix, the Centaurs greeted him happily. Peter, aren't you supposed to be in the castle now, enjoying a Christmas lunch? How come you are here? The Centaur Bane asked in surprise. Bane, you quickly gather everyone to bring back the unicorns. Some people are hunting unicorns and want to use their blood to survive. Peter said directly without saying hello. What? Someone wants to hunt unicorns. Bane said in surprise and then asked in puzzlement, the blood of unicorns that have been forcibly taken is cursed, and it is more uncomfortable than death. Who would do this? Stupid choice of this method to continue life? It's Professor Quirrell, and there's a mysterious man hiding behind his head. Peter explained with a sneer. That guy was possessed by the Dark Lord, and now his body is so rancid that he can barely cover it up with the smell of garlic. It turned out to be him. No wonder the horoscope Mars has been very bright recently. Bane said suddenly, with an expectant expression. Mars? It looks like you knew he would come back. Peter asked curiously. Mars in the horoscope represents war, turmoil. We centaurs are born with a talent for astrological signs. We can see the future destiny from the astrological signs. We once saw the Dark Lord from the fate of the night when he disappeared. Come back again. Bane said indifferently, and then said with a sigh, I just didn't expect him to come back so soon. It's not even a return. He's not much different from a ghost now. It will take at least a few years to return, Peter said, shaking his head. According to the plotline, Voldemort will be in Harry Potter's 4th grade, which is Peter's 6th grade. Time to officially return. I never knew, Peter, that you still have the gift of prophecy. Bane looked at Peter in surprise, as if he had known him again. No one's going to go around and say they have the gift of prophecy, Peter said with a smile. Then his eyes flashed blue. Let me see what this Professor Quirrell will do in the future. It's amazing. You look like an invisible beast now, and their eyes glow blue when they predict the future. If I hadn't been able to confirm that you're a human, I'd probably think you're an invisible beast in human skin. Bane looking at Peter's state of prediction, he exclaimed in amazement. What did you see? The Dark Lord and his servants, how are they going to persecute the unicorn? Bane couldn't help asking when Peter didn't speak for a long time. I saw this professor picking the unicorn's favorite evening primrose. He is weak now, so he decided to use evening primrose to attract a newly grown unicorn out tonight, Peter said hollowly. With blue light in his eyes, he slowly described in his mouth, and then his expression was very heavy. He killed the unicorn with a death curse, and then drank the blood of the unicorn. Although he suffered from the curse, his strength recovered. For the most part, it has become very dangerous. The blue light in Peter's eyes faded, and he frowned and said to Bane, Quirrell's body can't heal. The unicorn just suppressed his injury. So every month, he drinks the blood of the unicorn. Come live on. If this goes on, at the end of the day, I am afraid there will be 5 or 6 unicorns, and they will die. Peter, we centaurs have been gifted with the gift of reading celestial omens, but we can't interfere in what's going on around us. We're just spectators, so the rest is up to you. Bane told Peter said. What do you mean? You mean to stand by? Peter frowned, looking at Bane incomprehensibly. We centaurs have traveled thousands of miles to live in this forbidden forest thousands of years ago, and we have sworn to our destiny that we are only bystanders and will never interfere in the affairs of the outside world, in exchange for the continuation of the centaur's race. Anne explained with a wry smile. Fate swears. Why did you make such a choice? Don't you know that you are imprisoning yourself? Peter asked in surprise. Wizards never take oaths easily, because oaths have power, like the unbreakable spell and the faithful spell. They are all oath magic, and sometimes they will lose their lives if they are careless. We'll make an oath. We don't know, but we have no choice. Bane said helplessly, and then looked at Peter with a complex face. This world used to be a playground for all magical creatures, but with the rise of mankind, the situation has changed. Upheaval took place, the elves retired. The fairies became subordinates. The house elves were enslaved. And many more magical races simply disappeared. We have no choice but to make an oath to fate and exchange for the chance of continuation of the race as a bystander. Why have I never heard of such a thing? It's amazing! Peter was very surprised by such an ancient mystery, which sounded like the rise of mankind and a bloody history of war. The elves discovered magic, and the goblins studied the mystery of time, but they couldn't resist a spell created by human wizards. Many races that wanted to resist fell under that spell. Bane's eyes twitched with hatred and fear. When the wizards had wiped out all their enemies, they turned around and started killing each other. After thousands of years, the magic of wizards has been updated from generation to generation, but this spell has been passed down very well. It has been positioned as an unforgivable spell by the Ministry of Magic, just because it almost made the wizards almost extinct. You said no, ridiculous. Bane, aren't you talking about the Deathslayer charm? Peter asked in surprise. He didn't expect the spell to have such a history, and is the Deathslayer charm so powerful? Looking at Peter's puzzled expression, Bane sighed. You wizards regard the spell as the unforgivable curse, so naturally it is impossible to tell you the history of the death-killing spell in detail. But for us, the life-threatening spell's fear is passed down from generation to generation. Unlike the complexity of other magics, the release of the life-threatening spell is very simple, and he only needs to recite the spell with a strong killing intent to successfully release it. And there is no magic to block. The middle person will die. Many powerful magical races have fallen under this spell and have not survived. It wasn't until 10 years ago that Harry Potter successfully resisted the spell and bounced it back to the caster. This is the same boy who the reason why it is so famous among magical intelligent creatures. 0. Ask for flowers. After listening to this description, Peter couldn't help but be very curious about that magnificent era. As a human being, Peter certainly wouldn't stand in the centaur's point of view and accuse the human ancestors of the bloody suppression of other races. After all, this is a battle for the survival of the race, and there is no right or wrong. Similarly, he also began to pay attention to the life-suppressing spell. Since this spell can go through thousands of years without disappearing, it shows its importance. Just think about how to eliminate and use the side effects of the life-suppressing spell instead of being controlled by this negative emotion. Of course, his first consideration now is how to deal with Quirrell and protect the unicorn. Especially, Quirrell must not be able to drink the blood of the unicorn successfully. The power of love takes down Quirrell. 0. Since Quirrell gave him a Christmas present and wanted him to die, Peter would have to pay back. Peter turned his head to look at Bane and said, "Since you have vowed not to participate, can you take me to the unicorns? I have already thought of a way to deal with Quirrell, and the unicorns need to cooperate." 35. That's okay. We've always gotten along very well with unicorns, and we don't want them to suffer. Bane nodded. Then Bane and another centaur, Firenze, took Peter to the unicorn tribe. Along the way, Peter looked at Firenze curiously. This centaurus was a different species of centaurs. In the original main story, he rescued Harry Potter, who crashed into Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. Later, he became a professor of divination and was directly killed by a horse. People drove out of the Forbidden Forest. "Peter, why do you look at me like that?" Firenze, a wise centaur who wasn't as violent as other centaurs, asked mildly and curiously. "I'm looking at your future. It's interesting," Peter said with a smile. "My future? Peter, have you seen my future? What is it like?" Firenze asked curiously, very interested in his own destiny. Bane also looked curiously at Peter, then at Firenze, unable to think of any special place for his companion. The future is always illusory, and it's boring to know the result, isn't it? Firenze, Peter said with a smile, and what you centaurs are best at is to detect fate. Haven't you ever tried to calculate your own destiny? The divination of the centaurs is to predict the future fate through astrology or smoke, and it is not so precise. So we have always envied those prophets among your wizards, who are a group of people who are favored by fate and can accurately predict. To a corner of the future. Firenze said enviously. Being able to predict the future is not necessarily a good thing. We have a professor in our school with the blood of a prophet, and her predictions are very accurate, and it will happen. But knowing the outcome can't change the outcome, especially the bad the ending. That would be a very distressing thing. Peter said emotionally. After 130 fused the genes of the invisible beast, his predictive ability was strengthened by the system, and he possessed the ability to predict. But the talent of prophecy is very tasteless, because it will definitely be realized, and knowing in advance will not change anything except increase troubles. On the contrary, it is the ability to predict, which is very useful. It shows what is likely to happen in the future, and it changes with people's decisions. This ability can be effectively used to change the bad ending. At this time, Peter has been opening the prediction, predicting Quirrell's future actions. He has prepared a big gift this time, ready to give it to Professor Quirrell today. Not long after, Peter and the centaurs came to the unicorn settlement. This is a beautiful valley with a clear river flowing in the middle. There are hundreds of unicorns on both sides of the river, resting leisurely. A few little golden unicorns were playing happily. For the arrival of the centaurs and Peter, The unicorn was vigilant at first, and then relaxed for a moment, especially for the centaurs, very enthusiastic. Raphael, this is Peter. He foresaw that there was a very dangerous dark wizard who wanted to harm you. Bane said with a worried expression to Peter, the strongest unicorn. The dark wizard, if you want to use your blood to maintain life, if you don't take precautions, at least 4 or 5 unicorns will suffer. After listening to Bane's words, the Unicorn King's eyes revealed solemnity, then turned to look at Peter and let out a low-pitched cry. Raphael said he would pay attention and would not allow the dark wizard the opportunity to harm his people. Bane translated. Peter didn't speak, but with blue light in his eyes. He stood for a while in a daze, and then he returned to his senses and said with a serious expression, I just saw the future, and the ending still hasn't changed. There is still a unicorn tonight. Died. Hearing this, both the centaurs and the Unicorn King's eyes became heavy. The Unicorn King thought for a while, and then made a cry to Peter with a pleading look in his eyes. Raphael said that he will stay at the entrance of the valley tonight and will not let the unicorns go out, but he hopes you can bring those underage unicorns back to Hogwarts Castle for protection, Bane explained. Forget it, Bane doesn't need your troublesome translation. I'll talk to Raphael directly. Peter was transformed into a white unicorn in the stunned eyes of everyone, very holy. Raphael, I need you to cooperate with me tonight. Peter told the Unicorn King directly about his plan. The Unicorn King looked at Peter's appearance and was very surprised. After listening to his words, he thought for a while and then said, We are willing to cooperate with your plan, but you need to protect our cubs and not let them suffer harm. Don't worry, I have a place to protect them. Peter nodded in agreement, and then changed back to his human form. He took out a money bag, pointed his wand at the mouth of the bag, and said, The box is flying. Seeing a suitcase fly out of a fist-sized purse, Peter opened the suitcase and explained to the people around him, This is a suitcase given by a friend, and it casts a traceless stretch spell in it, and inside it is enough for this valley. Big enough for all unicorns to live. Let's put the little unicorns in first, and let them out after tonight. 39. Looking at the vast space inside through the entrance of the box, the Unicorn King nodded, and then neighed at the surroundings, and then a group of lively golden unicorns were driven over by the adult unicorns, full of curiosity, circling around the box and occasionally looking inside. Peter looked at these golden and gorgeous little guys and inevitably smiled. Then he turned the stairs at the entrance of the box into a slide, and let these naughty little guys slide down the slide. The Unicorn King called out several adult unicorns and let them enter the box together to take care of the little ones. After preparing everything, Peter asked the 2 centaurs to go back first, and then he turned directly into a unicorn, following the Unicorn King, waiting for Quirrell to arrive. On Quirrell's side, he followed Voldemort's request to find evening primroses in the Forbidden Forest. These herbs are very difficult to find except on the night of the full moon. Even under the guidance of Voldemort, I only found a few plants in one afternoon, but this is enough. Although unicorns look gorgeous and holy, and they are not aggressive, they are rare magical creatures that can fight dragons, so they are powerful magical creatures at the XXXX level in the Ministry of Magic's danger level. So Quirrell didn't dare to attack the unicorn settlement directly. He was going to use the evening primrose to attract 1 or 2 greedy unicorns out, and then take the opportunity to use the death curse to kill him, so as not to arouse the vigilance of the unicorn settlement. When night came, Quirrell, who had been watching secretly outside the valley for a while, found that the unicorns in the valley were not alert. Afterwards, he used the magic body charm with satisfaction and quietly approached a unicorn closest to the valley, and then placed the evening primrose on the upper wind vent, and the grass scent drifted towards the unicorn. Sure enough, the unicorn 3.2 woke up after smelling the fragrance, ran out of the valley greedily, came to the evening primrose looking for the fragrance, and ate it happily. When I was about to go back, I smelled the scent of evening primrose again, and I immediately followed the scent happily and walked farther and farther. The invisible Quirrell looked at the unicorn eating the evening primrose below, and showed a successful smile, then took out his wand and gave him a hard look, Avada Sua. After a burst of dazzling green light, the unicorn not far away fell directly to the ground, the silver hair seemed to have dimmed a bit, and it lay quietly on the ground. When Coral saw the unicorn he had killed, he was instantly ecstatic, standing aside as if admiring his masterpiece. Idiot, hurry up and drink fresh blood, and when the blood cools down, it will completely turn into venom. Voldemort roared at the back of his head. Yes, master, I'll do it right away. Coral was so frightened that he hurried to the unicorn and cut the neck with his wand, and instantly silver blood flowed out. Looking at the blood, Coral hesitated for a moment. Unicorns are pure creatures. If they drink blood that is not voluntarily donated by unicorns, they will be cursed from the moment their blood touches their lips. A half-dead life. Suffering all the time. Drink now. You'll die if you don't drink it. Voldemort ordered sharply from the back of his head. Yes, master. Coral shivered with fright, leaning over to suck the unicorn's blood resignedly. It's just that Coral drank his stomach half full, and he didn't notice that his body was recovering. He asked hesitantly, Master, why don't I feel my physical strength recover? Do I have to drink all of it? Voldemort didn't know the situation, but ordered, drink it all. It should work in a while. Coral could only resign his head and drink again, until his stomach was bulging, and Coral said aggrievedly, Master, I can't drink anymore. 55. Strange, it should work. What's going on? Does it need live unicorn blood to work? Voldemort muttered to himself. Master, what happened to my 02? Why is my body decomposed more and more? Coral watched in horror as large corpse spots appeared on his body. Clap, clap. There was applause in the woods, and Peter came out. He looked at Coral with a smile and said, Professor, do you like my present? This is the Christmas present I prepared for you. It took me a long time. Peter York. Coral lay on the ground in pain, seeing Peter appear. His eyes flashed incredulous. Then he asked in a panic, What have you done to me? Why did I become like this? Professor, this is a gift I thoughtfully gave you. Why don't you like it? You look back at that poor unicorn. You've sucked up all the blood. It's so tragic. Peter was full of sympathy. He exclaimed, Otherwise I'll let it revive. With a wave of his wand, he saw the dead unicorn lying on the ground, then stood up. A black flame ignited on his body, and quickly turned into a bony black unicorn. Unlike the pure unicorn, this black unicorn exudes the breath of evil death. Nightmare. How can there be nightmares in the Forbidden Forest? Coral roared in horror, then glared at Peter. You tricked me into drinking the blood of nightmares. Unicorns are the purest and brightest magical creatures, but when extremes meet, sometimes black unicorns are born in unicorns, which are rare for hundreds of years. This kind of creature can no longer be said to be a unicorn, because they do not have a horn, and the attribute is a dark attribute that is diametrically opposite to the light attribute of a unicorn, and is born with a curse and poison. It is called a nightmare. Nightmares are rare for hundreds of years, and they are driven out of the colony by unicorns as soon as they are born, so it is difficult to see them, and it is no wonder that Coral is full of disbelief. Peter, why are you doing this to me? I think I'm good to you, and I will help you with any questions you want to ask. Coral said with a hurt expression on his face. Professor Coral, you've been really kind to me. I'm so touched by the gift sent to me this morning from the Owl Shack, a necklace with deadly powers and a piece of black magic. No, I just prepared a gift for you in return. Not bad, Peter said with a smile, but his eyes were cold. Coral's expression froze. He didn't expect such a secret thing to be known by Peter. Professor, what's the taste of nightmare blood? It took me a long time to think about this. Peter looked at Coral with a smile. Then he ordered the nightmare who was walking on the black flame, Go and kill him. 35. I saw the nightmare whistling, and then charged towards Coral fiercely, but after hitting Coral with an iron armor spell, the nightmare turned into golden dust and dissipated. Coral watched the scene, gritted his teeth and looked at Peter, wishing charm. When did you prolong this charm for so long? Oh, thank you for the wishing spell you taught me. Peter said with a smile, as if he suddenly remembered, with your help, I succeeded in improving from the beginning, but I didn't tell you the truth. You. Coral was stunned, unable to speak. Let me say something to him, Coral. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from the back of Coral's head. Master, you're still weak. Let me do it for you, Quirrell urged in panic. No, I can handle this amount of energy. Give me the control of your body. Voldemort's voice continued behind him. I saw that Quirrell, who had a panic expression on his face, suddenly changed his expression. Although he was still embarrassed, his momentum became stronger, and there was still a hint of elegance. Quirrell looked at Peter and said with an unidentified tone in his eyes, Peter, my student, did you choose to betray so soon? I originally wanted to raise you as my heir, but I'm so disappointed. You finally came out. I thought you were hiding behind you and couldn't come out, Voldemort. Peter looked at him lightly and said, and I'm not lucky enough to be your disciple. It was brought to me this morning. Deadly magic tool, Professor. Did you forget it so quickly? Oh, it looks like you already guessed me. How clever. Quirrell was surprised, with a look of admiration in his eyes. Hearing Peter 130's last sentence, he frowned and explained, You are my most admired student, and I can't bear to let you die so soon. Quirrell, an idiot, took advantage of my sleep and made his own decisions. Then Quirrell wanted to get up, staggered and stood up with all his strength, exhaled, and said in admiration, I didn't expect the improved power of the wishing curse to be so strong. The poison and curse of the nightmares created are no different from real nightmares. And you, Peter York, just by improving the spell, you can get the Merlin First Class Medal. What a magical spell, able to create things out of thin air, completely breaking the shackles of transfiguration. Peter, if you and I cooperate, the entire wizarding world will crawl under our feet in the future, and you, Peter York, will be the heir to my Dark Lord, enjoying everyone's attention. Voldemort said enticingly. Voldemort, your words are indeed very tempting, but I don't think you have any grace. And based on what happened this morning, I don't think there is any trust between us anymore. Peter shook his head with a smile. He refused, and then looked at Quirrell's body like a corpse with interest, and said, You still think about it. How can you not let your current body rot so quickly? After all, there will be no more people like Quirrell lent you their bodies. Voldemort frowned and observed his body. Although the curse and poison in the body have disappeared as the nightmare dissipated, the damage caused has not been reduced by a single point. Not much time left. If there was another body willing to let him possess him, he would have abandoned Quirrell without saying a word, but now there is no one to replace him except Quirrell. He didn't care about Quirrell's life or death, but he needed the Philosopher's Stone to bring him back to life. Peter, if you're willing to help me get the Philosopher's Stone, I'm willing to hand Quirrell to you at your disposal. And I'll teach you all of my black magic. How do you feel about the deal? Voldemort thought about it and asked request. Voldemort, it's impossible for me to offend Dumbledore and Nicknamel for a Philosopher's Stone. I still want to study at Hogwarts, so you'd better avoid Chrysostom. Although Peter was a little moved after hearing this, but he still shook his head firmly. Then you promise not to tell anyone about me, and I will hand over my knowledge of black magic to you. No one understands black magic better than me. Voldemort lowered his requirements, and now he only wants to get the magic stone. I don't believe you, Voldemort. I don't trust you. Although Peter was very excited, to cooperate with this guy was to betray a tiger, and the slightest mistake would capsize in the gutter. Cunning boy, I don't trust you very much, so how about an unbreakable charm? Voldemort suggested, this will not only ensure that I get the Philosopher's Stone, but also that you will learn my black magic. The unbreakable curse requires 3 people to be present. We only have 2 people now. How can the signing be successful? Peter asked. The third-party witnesses only need to be intelligent races, and the centaurs hidden in the woods over there can come out as witnesses. Voldemort was ready, then turned his head and said to the dense forest not far away. Centaurs? Peter looked surprised at the centaurs who came out. It was Firenze who sent him here earlier. This guy hasn't followed Bane back yet? Afterwards, he became more vigilant about Voldemort's strength. Even if this guy suffered such a serious injury, he could sense that he didn't notice something, which should not be underestimated. Firenze had been watching from a distance early in the morning, but now that he was called out, he walked out. He walked quickly behind Peter, looked at Quirrell with a wary expression, then looked at Peter with a complicated expression, and reminded Peter, to work with such a dangerous character, is undoubtedly standing on the tip of a knife and dancing. You but think about it clearly, question mark. Firenze, why didn't you follow Bane back? Didn't you centaurs swear not to get involved in the things around you? If you come here like this, your tribe will tell you. Peter asked in surprise. I was worried about the safety of you and the unicorn, so I watched from a distance, trying to help you at a critical moment, but I didn't expect to be found. Firenze explained, and Bane also guessed what I meant. It didn't stop me from coming back. Okay, now that we're all together, let's sign the contract. Voldemort's impatient voice sounded. His physical injuries have gotten worse. Peter, have you really thought about it? This is trying to get skin from a tiger. Firenze reminded again, frowning, afraid that he would not be able to get out of it. Firenze, don't worry, I never prepare for no chance of winning. Peter said confidently. He didn't plan to kill Quirrell now, otherwise Voldemort would be free from the shackles of Quirrell. What the hell would happen? And he also wants to learn Voldemort's black magic, although Voldemort is very brainless most of the time, but the research on black magic has reached the extreme. Although Peter didn't want to specialize in black magic, at least he had to have an understanding of black magic. After all, when it came to the most powerful magic, black magic was the majority. Seeing Peter's determined expression, Firenze said helplessly, I hope you won't regret it in the future. 0. In the Forbidden Forest, Peter and Quirrell stood on opposite sides, holding each other's right hands, and Firenze stood in the middle, using a wand given by Peter to the hands they were holding. Voldemort, are you willing to teach Peter York the knowledge of the dark arts without any hesitation? Without falsification? Firenze asked Quirrell with a wary look. I do. Quirrell chuckled. Peter York, are you willing to keep a secret for Voldemort while he teaches you dark magic and not reveal it to others? Firenze turned to Peter again, worried in his eyes. I do. 35 Peter readily agreed. Anyway, as long as the ending of Voldemort is guaranteed to develop like the original plotline, he can learn a lot from a master of black magic, and under the protection of the unbreakable curse, he is not afraid of Voldemort's interference. Of course, in this contract, both of them ignored the original Quirrell intentionally or unintentionally, giving the unbreakable curse a chance to operate. Okay, the oath is established. As soon as the words fell, a scar-like mark appeared on both Peter and Quirrell's wrists, which was a sign of an unbreakable spell. If a party violates the oath, it will be attacked by magic. Even Voldemort, who is no longer alive, dare not easily try the consequences of breaching the contract. Watching Firenze hand the wand back to Peter, Quirrell frowned and reminded Peter York a piece of advice: never give wands to races other than wizards, they're not to be trusted. Peter didn't speak, just glanced at Quirrell, and then said gloatingly, Professor, your current body is completely rotten. How do you save your life? I need unicorn blood. Quirrell stared straight at Peter, as if asking for his opinion. Sorry, Professor, I just promised to keep secrets for you, and I'm not responsible for these things. And I have a good relationship with unicorns and won't trade them in exchange. Peter refused directly. Without unicorn blood, this body of mine can't hold up for even a month, and then you won't even be able to learn a single black magic. Quirrell threatened with gritted teeth full of anger. That's your business, Professor. Peter said nonchalantly. Then you can't stop me from hunting unicorns. Quirrell demanded again. Impossible. They are my friends, and I won't allow you to hurt them. Peter shook his head firmly, then with a playful expression, suggested, You may go somewhere else and look for unicorns. Let's see if we can find one. Peter York, you're courting death. I'm Voldemort, the Dark Lord that terrifies all wizards. Who gave you the courage to provoke me again and again? Quirrell burst out with magic pressure, robes fluttering in his hands. S-wand emits greenish claws. Firenze directly picked up the bow and arrow on his back and aimed it at the bursting Quirrell. Peter was not frightened by his aura, looked at Quirrell with a smile and said, Teach your current body. If you force a powerful spell, it will completely collapse. Unless you don't want this body and the magic stone. Good? Otherwise, Professor, can you taste the unicorn that I made with the wishing curse? And it's the blood that the unicorn donated voluntarily and without the curse. As Peter spoke, he cast a wishing spell with his wand, and immediately a white unicorn appeared in front of him and rubbed Peter intimately. How do I know that your unicorn isn't going to be another nightmare in disguise? Quirrell sneered. Then you've wronged me, Professor. I wish you could get better soon and teach me magic, Peter said innocently. Peter let the transformed unicorn lie on the ground, then cut a small opening from the unicorn and used the transformed small bottle to catch the silver blood flowing out. He smiled and handed the vial to Quirrell and said, "This is the blood that the unicorn donated voluntarily. It can quickly heal your body. Of course, it only has an effect before the unicorn dissipates, but I think it has been enough, isn't it? 5. As long as your body can't support it anymore, you can come to me and exchange magical knowledge for this life-saving medicine. Is it worth it? It might be better if you taught me the wishing charm." Quirrell stared greedily at Peter's magic. "If you want to learn, I can give it to you, Professor. After all, this wishing spell was originally taught to me, right?" Peter agreed. "You said you agreed." Quirrell looked at Peter in disbelief. "Of course," Peter said with a smile. "I'll give you how to use this spell now." 35. Speaking of which, Peter taught directly on the spot, explaining the spelling and release techniques clearly, then smiled and looked at Quirrell, urging, "Now you can try it. I swear there is no missing knowledge." Quirrell looked a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect to learn this magical wishing spell so easily. Then he said excitedly, "Wish come true." I saw that the tip of his staff successfully transformed into a unicorn, but before he was happy, the transformed unicorn quickly dissipated in the blink of an eye, within 3 seconds before and after. Quirrell thought he had used it wrong and chanted the spell again, but it was still unsuccessful. He reacted instantly and said angrily to Peter, gritted his teeth coldly, "Why didn't my wishing spell succeed? Did you hide some steps? Say it." 35. "Professor, I swear in the name of Merlin, and I will definitely finish the entire casting process of this spell." 130 Peter swears with a smile and a serious face. "Then why didn't it work?" Quirrell asked angrily. "Right? I almost forgot to say it," Peter said apologetically to Quirrell as if he suddenly remembered. "The improved wishing spell can only be successfully cast by becoming an elemental magician." "Professor, you are not an element magician. Of course you cannot succeed." "Are you an element magician?" Quirrell looked at Peter in shock, then suddenly said, "I said that when you cast the wishing spell, where did you get so much magic power? It turned out to be through magic elements from the outside world." "Who cast this spell?" 99. "Professor, you're amazing. Guessed the principle so easily." Peter praised Quirrell with a thumbs up. "I am more and more impressed with you now, Peter. I didn't expect you to be an elemental magician who has disappeared for a long time." Quirrell said in amazement, with a trace of greed that could not be hidden in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "How did you cultivate your elemental magic?" "I once heard that when you cultivated elemental magic to the highest point, you can live forever." "Professor, such a legend is too exaggerated, AC/DC. Elemental magic and modern magic take 2 different paths. Elemental magic uses magic elements from the outside world to perform magic, while modern magic is to develop magic within the body. There's no difference between the two. Otherwise, modern magic wouldn't replace ancient magic, would it?" Peter shook his head to shatter the rumor. He didn't want Voldemort to target him for elemental magic. Hearing Peter's explanation, Quirrell nodded in a rare way. He had always been very confident in his own strength, and he didn't believe much in rumors about this kind of eliminated ancient magic. He looked at the unicorn transformed by Peter and immediately took the unicorn blood from Peter's hand and drank it directly. He is too weak now and needs to recover his strength urgently. Unicorn blood is really powerful, especially blood donated voluntarily. I saw that Quirrell's skin, which was originally full of corpse spots, quickly became active, and the whole person recovered from the dead state just now to a living person, but it looked like he had suffered a serious illness, and his face was very pale. Feeling the vitality of his body, Quirrell smiled with satisfaction, but then asked with a frown, How long can the magical effect of your wishing spell last? If it can only last for a few hours, then the unicorn blood is still gone. What a job! Do you want me to run to you every few hours to get a new unicorn blood? Peter gently stroked the unicorn he had transformed and confidently said to Quirrell, "Professor, don't worry. As long as my spell is not cancelled by me, it can last for at least 10 days and a half months." 35. During this period of time, I will let this unicorn live with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, and the effect of the unicorn blood on you will naturally not disappear. When the time comes, you can come and find me again in exchange for new unicorns. Corner blood is not enough. As long as you don't cancel the magic? Quirrell looked at Peter suspiciously and sneered. "Humph, you really have a good plan. This is making me drink poison to quench my thirst. Take my life into your hands. How is this possible? Professor, you are doubting my good intentions." Peter said with a sad expression, "With your current strength, Professor, it is difficult to obtain real unicorn blood. It's better that I conjured it. Unicorn, although the maintenance effect is shorter, it is equally effective." 99. "Well, I believe your nonsense." Quirrell sneered, but insisted, "You must provide me with a fresh supply of unicorn blood every fortnight. That way I'll have the energy for you." FAQ. Peter readily agreed, but he didn't think that would get Voldemort under control. If it is urgent, Voldemort can abandon the body of Quirrell at any time, and I don't know what accidents will happen then. Seeing Peter agree, Quirrell showed a satisfied look, but then stared at Firenze with deadly eyes. "This beast has heard all the secrets. I think it's better to kill it." "Professor, you don't have to worry about him speaking out. The centaurs have sworn an oath to be a bystander, and he won't talk too much." Peter stopped in front of Quirrell and said, "Really?" Quirrell was full of doubts, then saw Peter's firm eyes, then took a few steps back and reminded, "Then you'd better make sure he won't say it, or wait for the day I come back completely. Ban the centaurs in the forest don't need to exist anymore." Hearing this, Firenze clenched the bow and arrow in his hand, and his hoofs moved around restlessly. "I promise he won't talk nonsense." Peter promised. Quirrell looked at the unicorn that maintained its magical effect. His eyes moved slightly, and then he fled into the Forbidden Forest like a puff of smoke, and a cold voice said, "I hope you won't play tricks, my dear student, or you'll know the consequences of angering the Dark Lord." "Peter, there was a good chance to kill him in one fell swoop just now. Why did you let him go? You even saved his life with unicorn blood." Firenze asked with a frown, full of puzzlement. "Because in this case, only Quirrell will die, but Voldemort will have nothing. He is like a ghost now. If there is no restraint of Quirrell's body, he can float around, and then it is likely to cause a series of unreasonable events." Predicted consequences. Peter said with a heavy expression, not at all as relaxed as when he faced Quirrell just now. In fact, if it wasn't for today's Christmas gift incident, Peter didn't want to tear his face with Voldemort so quickly. He always wanted to maintain the original plot development, and then carefully move the fate line in it to let things move towards his own control. Direction of development. Although there have been some twists and turns now, the plot line has not changed, and it is still developing in a direction that is powerful to itself. Mars is still bright tonight, and the fate of the unicorns has not changed. I think he still hasn't given up the idea of hunting unicorns. Firenze looked up at the sky and said worriedly, "Of course, he's the Dark Lord. Even if he's weak now, how could he be so submissive to me?" Peter said with a sneer, anticipating it, "But as long as he doesn't catch the unicorn, then he'll be fine. Be obedient, come and ask me for unicorn blood and maintain his ruined body until you get the Philosopher's Stone. How can we guarantee that he won't succeed in catching the unicorn? We have no way of knowing what he's thinking." Firenze asked in confusion. "It's my precognition, of course," Peter said confidently with his blue eyes wide open. "Let me see when he'll attack the unicorn again." It's the next full moon. Time. He's planning to attract unicorns with evening primroses. As long as you take precautions on that day, you can make Quirrell come home empty-handed again. Then he will have to come to me and ask for unicorn blood. Peter turned off prediction and said confidently, "Your ability is really enviable. The unknown future cannot be hidden in front of you." Forenza looked into Peter's eyes in amazement. It's not without its shortcomings. If someone prepares in advance and keeps changing plans, I can't accurately guess which one is the real future, and I will even ignore the real future. Otherwise, how did the invisibility cloak made of invisible animal hair come from? Peter didn't have the ability to predict. I think I can control everything. 9. This is also very powerful. What are you going to do next full moon? Forenza asked curiously. No need for us to do anything, then Harry Potter will stop Quirrell for us. Peter said with a smile. Harry Potter? Yes, as long as we don't let the unicorns go out, the rest is Harry Potter and Quirrell. Or Dumbledore behind him. Peter showed a mysterious smile. In order to prevent Quirrell from drinking unicorn blood and the healing effect on his body from disappearing, the unicorn created by Peter with the wishing spell needs to exist forever. Fortunately, the elemental magic of the wishing spell, as long as Peter does not cancel the magic, the wishing spell the effect is always there. So Peter directly brought the unicorn back to the unicorn community and asked the Unicorn King to temporarily take it in until the magic effect disappeared. The other unicorns are very curious about this new companion. Even the Unicorn King is very surprised, because in a sense, this is a real unicorn. If it is not for Forenza's guarantee, he may still be thought it was a unicorn from somewhere else. After saying goodbye to Unicorn and Forenza, Peter leaves the Forbidden Forest. He had been here for almost a whole day, not even attending the Christmas luncheon, and now it was time to go back to rest. And he also has to go to the infirmary to visit the senior sister Adele Rowling, who suffered in his place. Although the Phoenix Tears have been used for treatment, it is still necessary to confirm whether he is safe. The time is now 7 o'clock in the evening, and the dinner has already started. However, Peter still went to the infirmary first, and saw Madame Pomfrey as soon as he entered the door. Peter asked in surprise, Mrs. Pomfrey, haven't you gone to the dinner yet? 35. It's Peter, you're here to see Miss Rowling, she's already awake. I'll give her another bottle of potion, and she'll be almost better. Madame Pomfrey said with a smile. So soon? Peter was a little surprised. Thanks to your Phoenix Tears, her injuries were completely healed at once. I just prepared some blood supplements to replenish her blood. After a few more days of observation, she can be discharged from the hospital. Fat Fry the lady explained. Peter Ainen was surprised that although there are many dangers in the magic world, there are also many ways to save people. Some common injuries can be cured with a simple spell. Even if it is a serious injury, after pouring in a few bottles of potion, you can still be alive right away. Even like the practice of apparition magic, beginners often have the phenomenon of splitting. Half of the body appears in one place, and the other half of the body is in another. 0. Ask for flowers. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died a long time ago, but in a wizard, it can be cured with just a few bottles of essence. Even the teacher in charge of training will gently comfort him when he encounters the split of the students. It's just a small question. Coming to the hospital bed, Adele Rowling was looking at a magic joke book, giggling from time to time. Seeing Peter coming, he greeted with a smile, Peter, you are here. 35. I'm so sorry, Rowling-senpai, for causing you to suffer a disaster. Peter said apologetically. You don't have to be so sorry, you can only say that I'm unlucky. Who would have thought that someone would be so vicious and send such a dangerous thing in a Christmas gift? It's so abhorrent. Rowling shook her head, not angering Peter, but just right the murderer gritted his teeth with hatred. 0. Don't worry, senpai, I will make the murderer receive the most severe punishment. Peter assured her seriously. You are so powerful, I believe you can find the murderer. Rowling nodded with a smile. This is a bottle of Phoenix's Tears, senpai. You can take it with you in the future. You can use it as a life-saving thing. Peter took out a small bottle from the dragon's skin bag and handed it to her. Is this the Phoenix Tears that saved me in the morning? It is said that a single drop can make a dying person live. This is too precious. I can't take it. Rowling looked at the small bottle, full of desire, but still shook her head, refused. Sister, please accept it. You were injured for me and almost died. This bottle of Phoenix's Tears is a compensation. Peter firmly stuffed the bottle into Rowling's hand, and then said, I have Phoenix Field. Phoenix's tears are not uncommon for me, so you should accept it, senpai. Seeing Peter's insistence, Rowling still accepted it, and then teased him with a smile, saying, "Then I'll accept it and treat it as a token of love you gave me, Peter. There are so many in the school. People are thinking about you, but I didn't expect that I would be the first aboard." Hee. "Sister, you," Peter said with a helpless smile. "Today, she is a patient, so let her take advantage of it." After the two chatted for a while, Madame Pomfrey came over with a bottle of potion and said to Rowling gently, "Come on, drink this medicine, sleep in peace, and you will be full of energy tomorrow." Down. "Then will I be discharged tomorrow?" Rowling asked impatiently. "I'm afraid not, dear. You have to stay for a few more days before you can be discharged from the hospital." Madame Pomfrey shook her head with a smile. My life is hard. Christmas is finally coming, and I have to spend it on the hospital bed." 99 Rowling said with a look of disappointment. "Don't worry, senpai, I will come to accompany you in the next few days, so you won't be bored," Peter assured. "Hey, I won't be disappointed with your words. With a handsome young man like you sitting next to me, I'm the most envied object of all girls." Hee. Rowling was instantly revived with blood and drank the potion. Then he said with a smile, "In this case, I can consider staying in the infirmary for a few more days, and there are not many opportunities for Peter York to accompany him exclusively." "That's not good. I'll kick you out when the time is up." Madame Pomfrey interjected with a smile, then looking at the handsome Peter, 130, she couldn't help sighing youth. Peter was inexplicably looked at by Madame Pomfrey's eyes. "Okay, take your medicine, you should rest," Madame Pomfrey said to Rowling, then looked at Peter and said gently, "Come on, boy, it looks like you haven't eaten yet. Come with me, come to dinner." "Okay, Madame Pomfrey," Peter nodded, watching Rowling fall asleep because of the potion, then followed Madame Pomfrey out of the infirmary and headed to the castle hall. When I came to the auditorium, it was a bit lively inside. The professors did not sit in their original chairs, but sat around a long table with the students, and all 4 colleges mingled to celebrate Christmas. The Weasley twins, in particular, were the hubs of jokes. He was performing exaggeratedly on the long table, making everyone laugh out loud. Peter, who disappeared all day, is finally back. Dumbledore saw Peter and said with a smile, "How is it? Is there anything to gain?" Snape looked at Peter too, and they all knew that in the morning, Peter was furious to find the murderer, although he didn't think he could find the murderer. "There are some clues, Professor. I think there will be results," Peter said to Dumbledore, smiling. "That's good. Sit down and eat first. You haven't eaten for a day," Dumbledore said kindly, then picked up a piece of broccoli and placed it on Snape's plate, interrupting Snape, who obviously had something to ask, with a smile. "Severus, eat some veggies. You look like you need some nutrition." 35. "I'm not a 3-year-old, Dumbledore. If your love doesn't work, go find your admirers." Snape was interrupted by the question, and he stopped asking Peter, but directly replied to Dumbledore. Peter looked into Dumbledore's wise eyes, which seemed to know all the secrets, and smiled at the old man. Then he noticed Quirrell huddled in the corner of the table, and said in surprise, "Professor Quirrell, I didn't expect you to come to the Christmas dinner. But your face looks very bad, and it happened that Madame Pomfrey came with me. Do you want her to help you take a look?" No, I'm just a little uncomfortable," Quirrell stammered, pale. "Really, if you are really uncomfortable, you can also come to me. I also have some good medicines here that can cure you, which should be good for you," Peter said meaningfully, looking at Quirrell. "No, I'm full. I'll leave first," Quirrell got up and said in a panic. "Don't eat any more?" "Quirinus, you don't seem to eat much." Dumbledore looked concerned. "No. I'm full," Quirrell said hesitantly, overreacting to Dumbledore's question. "Headmaster, maybe Professor Quirrell is full. Don't worry too much," Peter said with a smile. He looked at Quirrell, who looked a little flustered, and said jokingly, "I have a muggle called Nightmare Blood there. Drinks, very appetizing. If Professor Quirrell is losing his appetite, I can give you some drinks." "No, I'll go first." When Quirrell heard his name, his body trembled, and then he walked away tremblingly without looking back. "Senior York, is there such a drink in the Muggle world?" Why haven't I heard of it? Harry Potter, who also lived in the Muggle world, asked suspiciously. Really, maybe I remembered the name wrong. Peter said casually. Peter was just about to find a place to sit down, and then the twins drove them to the middle seat, and then complained with a grudge, Peter, did you advise the fat lady not to open the door for us if we were traveling at night? It shouldn't be what I said. I'm not familiar with the portraits of your academy. Peter refused to admit it, otherwise he would be annoyed by these two guys. Really? Then why do we hear the fat lady say that it was advice given to her by a Slytherin student? The twins look like you continue to lie. Really? Besides, I'm not the only Slytherin in the school. Why do you think it's me? Peter said stubbornly. Besides you, who would specifically say such a thing to the fat lady? The twins said angrily in unison. Maybe which one did it, Slytherin, who was tricked by you, don't wrong me. Peter said with the look of you wronging a good person. Did we guess wrong? The fat lady didn't tell us, who told her, what kind of grudge. The twins looked sad. Night travel is our life. If you travel at night, you will be bored at night. 9. Maybe he's just being kind, Peter couldn't help saying. Huh, it's you. Peter, you bad boy, you pay for our night tour. The twins reacted, and instantly tickled Peter in annoyance. Ronald, it looks like Peter has a good relationship with your two older brothers, Harry Potter said to Ronald in surprise. Of course they're fine. In Charlie's words, the three of them have the same interests, like runes. Peter is the wise man in the middle, and George and the two are helpers, and then they make trouble together. 35 Ronald said with a smile. Harry, you don't know. Peter is a disguised magus. He once took on George's appearance, and then lied to us that he was an abandoned child of the Weasley family, but my mother was stunned. Disguised magus? What is that? Harry Potter asked suspiciously. 3.2 is that he can become someone else's appearance, which is a very rare talent. Ronald said enviously, looking at Peter who was fighting with the twins, if only I had such a talent. That's a great talent. If he was in the Muggle world, no one would catch him even if he did something bad. Harry Potter also envied such an ability. This kind of talent is also very popular in the magic world. As long as you are disguised magus, the Aurors will welcome you very much, Ronald said with longing. After the fight, Peter returned the Marauder's map to the twins and made an appointment for the next use. This aroused the curiosity of the two brothers. Hey, brother, what are you doing quietly? Tell us, George asked curiously, wrapping his arms around Peter's shoulders. Not yet, we will not be able to say until the end of this semester, when everything will be revealed. 35 Peter said with a distant gaze. For the next few days, Peter would spend time with Adele rolling in the infirmary whenever he could, and play with the twins the rest of the time, taking advantage of the holiday to relax. In the afternoon, just after Peter came out of the school infirmary, he ran into the twins who were playing in the snow. Peter, are you finished with your girlfriend? The twins said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Rolling Senpai came over to accompany her because I was injured. Peter rolled them a glance. Rolling's injury, under the suppression of Dumbledore, was not known to anyone except a few professors and some of Slytherin's students. So everyone else only knows that Peter has been going to the infirmary to accompany a 7th grade girl who was injured in an accident these days, and it was rumored that Peter was in love. In particular, the twins were the most fierce, and when they saw him, they laughed at him with this rumor. Peter, come here, we will show you something today, something that everyone has been very curious about, the twins said mysteriously. Bewildered, Peter was pulled into the corner by them, and then watched the two of them quietly waiting for something with their wands. What the hell are you doing? Peter asked curiously. Shoo, be quiet. He's coming. The twins motioned for him to be quiet, then said excitedly. 02 Peter followed their line of sight curiously, and found Quirrell, who was staggering on foot, holding 2 books and walking forward, not seeing any movement here. Aren't you wondering what Quirrell looks like under that stinky hood? George snickered. I bet Fred. He must be full of leprosy under his hood. So he just wrapped in a scarf. I guess he must have a sore on his head, and it's badly rotted. Because once I accidentally smelled the rotten smell on his body, Fred said with a look of certainty. Don't you think so? Peter looked at the two of them with surprise. He didn't expect these two to be so bold. Okay, let's officially reveal the secret under Professor Quirrell's hood. The twins cheered excitedly, and before Peter could react, he waved his wand at Quirrell. I saw snowballs on the snow, like bullets, rushing from the ground to Quirrell's head, hitting the back of Quirrell's head and knocking his turban out of the way. Quirrell was startled and hurriedly hugged the hood with both hands, constantly evading Snowball's pursuit. Seeing that they were unsuccessful, the twins let out a disappointed voice and then reluctantly continued to direct Snowball to attack the hood. I wiped. Peter looked at these two guys with admiration and actually smeared Voldemort's face. He had never done this before. Looking at the two dying and Professor McGonagall, who had been attracted by silence, Peter quickly stepped back, pulled away from them, and pretended not to know them. Peter, come and help. We're almost there. The twins stared excitedly at Quirrell, who was being chased by the snowballs, and shouted without looking back. Then the two who were having a good time were instantly grabbed by the ears of a pair of hands behind them. Mr. Weasley, I thought you were just being naughty, but I didn't expect to attack the professor. Confinement. You all give me confinement during the holidays. Professor McGonagall said angrily, grabbing them. Then Professor McGonagall turned to Peter and asked suspiciously, Peter York, how about you? What are you doing here? Professor, I'm just passing by. I'm about to go to the library. Peter replied quickly pulling out a book from behind to prove it. Really? Professor McGonagall is not so fooled, looking at him suspiciously, looking at the two brothers in his hands with hatred, and then admonishing Peter, I know you and these two guys, it's a good game. I just hope you can control them well and don't let them cause trouble. I think even two dung beetles, if you take them, they should be able to get better. Okay, Professor McGonagall, I'll keep them out of trouble in the future. Peter assured shyly. Hey, Professor McGonagall, we're from your college. How can you say we're dung beetles? The twins said indignantly. Besides, Peter is a Slytherin. You let a Slytherin take care of Gryffindor and teach you, are you kidding me? 35. Professor McGonagall ignored the two brothers' words and walked directly to the office by grabbing their ears. You can leave me in the office after you finish your homework and then review it. If at the end of the term, the transfiguration score is not excellent, you guys continue to confine me next semester. 95. Ow, Professor, your ears hurt. Let go first. The twins begged for mercy. It hurts. If you don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the rules. How dare you play tricks on the professor? Professor McGonagall's voice came faintly. Peter looked at the McGonagall and Weasley brothers who were gone, and he couldn't help laughing. What's the matter? Are you trying to expose me? An angry voice came from the side. Peter saw that it was Quirrell, who had gone back and forth and was looking at him angrily. Professor, why can't I understand what you're saying? Peter asked with a puzzled face. He was sure it was Quirrell himself, although he didn't stutter. Don't lie to me. Did you encourage the Weasley brothers to lift my hood? Quirrell said angrily. Professor, if I wanted to expose you, I wouldn't use such low-level means, and please look at the unbreakable curse. If you violate the contract, you will be killed by backlash. I didn't want to court death that much. Peter said. You look at Quirrell with a stupid look on your face. Don't look at me like that. Quirrell growled irritably, then looked at Peter sinisterly. You made a contract with the Lord, but I didn't. If you ever expose our behavior, you will know the consequences. Are you threatening me, Quirrell? Peter narrowed his eyes, looked at him coldly, took out his wand, and waved it casually. Would you like me to lift the wishing curse now? It seems that you don't need my unicorn blood to ease the festering body. No. There was a look of horror on Quirrell's face. His current body was barely maintained by 130 Peter's unicorn blood. If the effect of the wishing charm disappeared, his body would immediately turn into corpse spots again. It looks like you might die right away. Then you should play your role well and don't bother me. Similarly, except when I ask for advice, I will go to your office and ask your master for advice. At other times, I will not bother you either. Just treat me as a bystander. Peter said coldly. Hope you keep your word. Quirrell said weakly. You think I'm happy to take care of your business? Peter looked at him with contempt, then looked at Quirrell with a stern look. If it wasn't for the Christmas gift you gave me, I would have been involved in this one. In the matter? You'd better pray that you can live to the end, then I'll chat with you. Peter looked at him like a dead man, then shook his head and said jokingly, but I'm afraid the chance is very small. You like this, my body is completely useless. I didn't expect you to be so loyal and willing to die for your master. 35. Nonsense. The master has already promised that as long as he gets something, he can help me heal my body. Quirrell excitedly refuted Peter's words. Really? Didn't he tell you that as soon as he leaves your body will die quickly? Where's the time to wait for him to heal you? Peter said with a look of surprise. You bullshit, you bullshit. Master wouldn't do this to me. Quirrell staggered away in panic and panicked. Peter looked at the figure of Quirrell's departure with a smirk. As long as he could insert a needle into someone else, he would always be happy. Hey, Peter feels a little perverted. Hurry up and think about happy things, or he is afraid that one day he will not even be able to cast the Patronus charm. At night, Peter was the last one to come out of the library. He felt a little hungry, so he went to the back kitchen to ask for some food from the house elves before returning to the dormitory slowly. It's just that he suddenly seemed to hit something at the corner and heard a scream of pain. He immediately took out his wand and pointed at the opposite air, shouting sharply, "Come out. Or I'll use a spell." After waiting for a while, still no movement was heard. Peter sneered and waved his wand. Traces appear. I saw a pair of clear footsteps appearing on the ground. The endpoint is in the corner of the wall, and the person is in this position. Flying sand and stone. 39. Peter directly summoned a gust of wind and attacked the wall with the sand and stone. Senior York, wait, it's me. Don't attack me. The wall suddenly exposed half of his head. Harry Potter shouted in horror. Curse, stop. Peter immediately stopped the attack and shouted in surprise, Harry, why are you here so late? Oh, you're on a night tour. Peter said with a smile on his face, understanding. Many students like night tours, but I didn't expect you to. What about Ronald? Isn't he always with you? Senior, it's just me, Ronald. He's already asleep. I can't sleep alone. It's like walking around. Harry Potter smirked, and anyone who was hit by a night tour would be embarrassed. Oh, so you're wearing an invisibility cloak. I thought whose phantom was so powerful, there was no sign at all. Peter looked at the invisibility cloak on Harry Potter's body and said in surprise. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. After all, this was his first exposure to the Deathly Hallows. It's my dad's invisibility cloak, and I got it for Christmas, Harry Potter explained. Then your invisibility cloak is very precious. Harry, you must know that the current invisibility cloak is woven from the hair of invisible beasts. After a period of time, it will lose its invisibility effect. And your invisibility cloak has been. I haven't lost the stealth effect for so long. It's amazing. Don't lose it. Peter kindly reminded him, although he was very curious about it. He never thought of wanting to possess it. I will. Thank you for reminding me, Senior York, Harry said gratefully as he understood Peter's kindness. Peter nodded gently and said with a smile, then go ahead and explore. Don't be too late. I'll go back first. Wait, Senior York. Harry stopped Peter and explained hurriedly under his suspicious eyes. I found a mirror in an abandoned classroom with my parents in it, Senior. Can you come with me? Have a look? Peter wanted to refuse when he heard this. He didn't want to participate in Dumbledore's test of Harry Potter, but looking at the eager look in his eyes, he couldn't say anything to refuse. He had almost forgotten the memories of his last life, but his deepest memories were still in the orphanage, always hoping that one day his parents would show up and tell him that he had lost him accidentally. But this hope fades with age. In this life, he finally had a happy family, but fate tricked him and lost his parents. Fortunately, he still has an aunt who loves him and a housekeeper Welsh who treats him as his own child. Of course, Harry, I'm very curious about the mirror you're talking about, Peter said with a smile, and you can just call me Peter, your friend Ronald, that's how you call me. Okay, Peter, Harry Potter said tactfully. Under Harry's guidance, the two came to an abandoned classroom, surrounded by gray dust, but with a gorgeous mirror in the middle. Peter, come and have a look. My parents are standing by my side, and they are patting my shoulders. Harry said excitedly, but turned around to see his empty shoulders and said a little disappointedly, Peter, what kind of mirror do you say this is? Is it able to fulfill people's wishes? I'm sorry, Harry, I can't see your parents. Peter looked at the mirror with confusion. In his eyes, he was standing in the middle of a large family with his pair who often left him at home. Parents, grandparents who have never met, and other relatives who don't know each other. They are all celebrating their birthdays happily. Peter is not surprised by his desire. Since the last life, what he desires most in his heart has always been family love. How could it be, Peter, look, they're standing next to me, smiling at me. Maybe you're standing in the wrong place. Harry said in confusion when he heard Peter's words. Harry, this is the mirror of Eriste. It shows what your heart desires most. Peter sighed. What's the thing I want most? How is that possible? I did see my parents inside. Harry didn't want to believe it and looked at the mirror with longing eyes. You can look at the writing in the mirror. Peter warned. Eris Stella Uru Ayatubi Kaflu Athean Vogues? Harry Potter said suspiciously, then looked at Peter puzzled. Read it upside down. Peter said helplessly. What I'm showing is not your mirror image, but your inner longing. Harry read out word for word, and then said with a disappointed look on his face, so I'm just wishful thinking? No, Harry, we can't change what has happened, but the future can be created by ourselves. You don't need to dwell on the past. Peter turned to comfort the 11-year-old child and said, Okay, Harry, you'd better go back. This mirror is just an ordinary mirror for the happy people. But for the regretful people, it's very dangerous. So don't come here again. Peter urged sternly. Harry Potter nodded, put on the invisibility cloak reluctantly, and left the room. Peter looked at him and thought he would never listen to him. He has already said what he needs to say, and the rest can't be said by himself. Peter came to the mirror again, looked at the scene in the mirror. His eyes flashed a little indifference, then he came back to his senses, and then said to the open space beside, Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry has left, you can come out. 35. Peter, your ability to perceive is indeed very powerful. I thought that this illusionary charm was able to be hidden from others, but it was easily detected by you. Dumbledore gradually emerged from the air, wearing a moon-colored robe. The golden stars above are very bright, and said with a smile, Headmaster, are you the one who put this mirror here? Peter asked knowingly, with a disapproving expression on his face. This mirror of Eriste is very dangerous. Even an adult standing in front of him will sink into it, let alone it is often visited by students. 99. You're right. It's true that I didn't think carefully. Dumbledore nodded, looking involuntarily at the mirror. I'll remove it as soon as possible. Even if I can't resist the magic of this mirror, always want to waste time in front of this mirror. Dumbledore looked at Peter with clear eyes beside him and said with praise, Few people are as sober as you. No wonder Professor Flitwick said that you are a once-in-a-century genius. Headmaster, you are really over the top. Peter shook his head. He looked at the scene in the mirror and said, I just knew what I wanted, and I knew the mirror of Eriste in advance, so I was on guard. Not bewitched by its magic. Being able to know what you want and work hard for it, you've surpassed many grown-up wizards. Dumbledore looked at Peter admiringly, then said, Thank you for the cashmere socks you gave me, the old guy. In this cold winter, I won't get my toes off. Everyone has been insisting on giving me 143 books, but the gift I always wanted to receive was cashmere socks. 99. As long as you like it, Headmaster. 39. Peter said with a smile. Peter, you were looking for the murderer. Have you got any results? Dumbledore asked him after changing his mind. There is a result, but I don't think I'm in a hurry to close the case now. I'm going to wait a while to see, Peter said with a smile, looking at Dumbledore's insightful eyes. You've been very close to Professor Quirrell recently? Flitwick has complained to me that you haven't been to him much lately. The old man's temper is always like that of a child. You'd better coax him. Dumbledore didn't ask any further questions. The topic changed again, he said with a smile. It's not too close, but Professor Quirrell is very knowledgeable. Of course, he is not as good as you, the principal, but he is also a rare teacher. I have to hurry up and learn more things while he is still in school, Peter said with a smile. Dumbledore froze for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Why, do you think he won't be able to teach your defense against the dark arts class next semester?" "Who knows? After all, our defense against the dark arts professors change every year, but I think according to Professor Quirrell's strength, they should be able to survive the final exam this semester," Peter joked with full of malice. "I heard from Professor Trelawney you have a great talent for divination. Can you show me this, old man?" Dumbledore didn't seem to hear Peter's similar curse on Quirrell, but looked at him with interest, as if he was right, this topic is very interesting. "Professor Trelawney's words are too exaggerated, and I'm just casual. You don't have to take it too seriously, Headmaster." Peter shook his head and said he didn't want to be the chief prophet for Dumbledore. Although the old man was powerful and wise, he seemed to be prophecy is very superstitious. That's it. Dumbledore looked at Peter's refusal, dropped the subject, then looked at the night and said, "Oh, it's getting late, Peter. You should go back to rest too." "Goodbye, Headmaster." Peter walked away obediently, leaving Dumbledore standing there, looking at the magic mirror in a trance. At the end of Christmas, the students went back to school one after another, and the castle began to lively. "Peter, hurry up. Help the rivers and lakes. Give me your potions homework for reference." The first thing that roommate Alan did when he came back was to ask for homework. "Alan, you've fallen. You haven't finished your homework yet." The twins looked at him with contempt. "You haven't finished your homework here, look at us, but you finished your homework early. How is it possible? Didn't you always do your homework later than me?" Alan asked in surprise, then looked at the twins suspiciously. "Did you copy Peter's homework ahead of time? You and him are both staying on campus. You can learn from it at any time." 35. "You have wronged us. This time the homework was indeed written by us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Peter." "AC/DC," the twins said confidently. Alan looked at Peter in disbelief. These two guys asked them to do their homework consciously, fearing that the sun was coming out of the west. They did their homework by themselves, and they did it early. Peter said with a laugh, then looking at the twins with a look at it, "Look," he added, "they were locked up by Professor McGonagall. I can only do my homework in the office. Of course I must finish it." "Peter, you don't need to say the last sentence." The twins rolled their eyes and said to Peter after they were dismantled, "I just said that they couldn't finish their homework on their own initiative. It turned out that they were fined and locked up." Alan said gloatingly, and then asked curiously, "What bad things did they do to get caught?" These two guys actually tried to lift Professor Quirrell's hood. They enchanted the snowball so it kept chasing Professor Quirrell's head. Then they got caught by Professor McGonagall. Peter laughed. Description said, "You guys are amazing." Alan gave the twins a thumbs up. "Peter, has a student at Slytherin College received an unknown package and was attacked by the black magic inside and entered the hospital?" Alan asked Peter suddenly. "How did you know about this?" Peter asked in surprise. "There were senior Slytherin students who stayed at school and wrote to their families a few days ago about this, and then you also know that the pureblood family relationship is complicated, and it quickly spread." Alan explained, and then looked at Peter's face pressed, who is so unlucky to receive such a gift. "And went to the hospital? Is there such a thing? We haven't heard about it in school." The Weasley twins asked curiously, then suddenly looked at Peter. Could it be that Peter often goes to the infirmary these days? "The 7th grade girl you're visiting, right?" "What 7th grade girl, Peter? Do you know a 7th grade girl?" Cedric also asked curiously. "The unlucky person you're talking about is me, and I received the cursed Christmas present," Peter explained helplessly. "As for the 7th grade Rolling Senpai, she received black magic instead of me while helping me unwrap the present. Attack almost lost his life." 35. "What? Peter, you mean, you got a deadly Christmas present?" everyone exclaimed, looking at Peter with horror and concern. "Peter, you didn't tell us. We are your friends," the twins said to Peter angrily. "Headmaster Dumbledore didn't let me tell you. He wanted to avoid this incident and cause panic." Peter threw the blame to Dumbledore and quickly explained. "Then have you found the murderer?" Cedric asked with concern. The others also looked at Peter. "Definitely found it," Peter said with a smile. "Who is it? Have you caught it?" the crowd asked. The names are kept secret for now, and I'll tell you at the end of the semester. It won't do you any good to know now. Peter shook his head and said. The second half of the semester started, and there were still several months before the final exam, but the professors suddenly increased their coursework, as if to take advantage of this time to stuff all the knowledge left by the students into their heads. I'm going crazy. With so many courses and so many assignments, are the professors trying to exhaust us? The 33 twins lay on the table in pain after writing their homework on parchment for half a day, not wanting to move. Get up and write quickly. The homework will be handed in tomorrow. Be careful that Professor McGonagall asks you to settle accounts. After Cedric finished his homework, he stabbed the Weasley brothers who were like dead pigs. You don't have as many courses as Peter, so it's shameful to complain so much. Ellen laughed at the twins. This guy Peter doesn't know how to teach. His courses are full 12. Many are conflicting, but he does not miss every class. I don't know how he did it. Fred suddenly straightened up, as if he had discovered a problem, and said with great interest. Yeah, we had the Conservation of Fantastic Beasts class with him yesterday, but Angelina Johnson from our college told us that she also had an arithmetic and divination class with Peter yesterday. But the problem is that both classes are at the same time. Yes. How did Peter manage to take 2 classes at the same time? George also found the focus and was full of surprise, said. Alan and Cedric were also intrigued by their words. When the school started, I sent Peter the course schedule, and some of his courses had 3 courses at the same time. I was very curious at the time, but Peter didn't tell me. Alan shared his findings, then he guessed, could it be that Peter can do the cloning technique and then split into 2 people to go to different classes? Impossible. My brothers Bill and Percy, like Peter, chose the 12 courses, but I'm sure they don't know how to do doujinshi. Otherwise, they would have done it at home. The twins shook their heads in denial this guess. Then how did they do it? Cedric also asked curiously. As I said, let's stalk Peter and see how he does it. He's always in the dark, out of our sight, suggested the twins. This is not good. Since Peter is not willing to tell us, we should not pursue it. Cedric said disapprovingly. But in the end, they couldn't resist the twins' soft grinding and hard foaming and the addition of Alan on the side. The 4 finally decided to secretly reveal the secret of Peter being able to appear in 2 places at the same time. At this point, Peter didn't know the plans of his 4 companions. He is now almost every day after class going to Quirrell to ask questions, especially when it comes to black magic. Not even time for Quirrell to explore the forbidden area on the 3rd floor. Peter York, I don't have time to teach you in the next few days. Take this black magic book and read it yourself. If you have any questions, you can ask me later. Quirrell is now annoyed by Peter. Very annoying. Given the unbreakable curse, he couldn't refuse Peter's advice. But if it goes on like this, he doesn't even have time to find the Philosopher's Stone. He can only quickly take out a black magic book and kill him for a few days. Cutting-edge black magic? Peter looked at the name on the bookcase and flipped it curiously. Then I saw a lot of disgusting pictures inside. What kind of gut-pulling spell, knife-cutting spell, blood-burning spell, all kinds of black magic spells are listed on it, and there are even 3 major unforgivable spells. They are all equipped with corresponding moving pictures, which are very bloody. One of the pages Peter found torn off. He knew it was about the introduction of Horcrux, but now he wouldn't dare to use this secret to tease Voldemort. Otherwise, Voldemort might go crazy. After getting such a book, Peter was already satisfied, so he thanked him with a smile. Thank you, Professor Quirrell. Then I'll take this book back and read it first, and I'll come and ask you if I have any questions. Oh, by the way, this is the half-month unicorn blood that taught you. I just took it from another unicorn, enough to support you for another half a month. Peter smiled and filled a small bottle with the glass bottle of silver liquid was handed to Quirrell. Quirrell was not polite, opened the bottle, sniffed it carefully, confirmed it was correct, and swallowed it. In an instant, his body seemed to be moisturized, and there was a hint of ruddy on his pale complexion. Professor, my uncursed unicorn blood is not bad. It's much better than going to the Forbidden Forest to find a single unicorn. Peter said with a smile. It's really good, but if you can teach me the wishing charm, I don't need to be so troublesome, and I have to ask you for blood every fortnight. Quirrell said with a smirk. 0. Ask for flowers. Professor, magical knowledge is very precious. Peter refused with a smile. Then my knowledge of dark magic is also very precious. Quirrell said with a sneer. Of course the professor doesn't need to teach me the knowledge of black magic, as long as you can resist the backlash of the unbreakable curse. Peter said with an indifferent expression. Looks like you've decided on me? Quirrell laughed angrily. He wanted to give this arrogant kid a death curse, but as long as he didn't get the Philosopher's Stone for a day, he couldn't easily deal with this kid. How is it possible, Professor? I've never thought of such a thing. Peter retorted sternly. I never thought of going against you, Professor, or why didn't I just turn to Dumbledore and take your tell him a secret? Cunning little snake, you can't bear my knowledge of black magic. My knowledge of black magic can't even be compared to that of your principal. Quirrell said with a chuckle. His eyes seemed to see through Peter. As long as I have no use value, I think you must be the first time. Can't wait to betray me. Of course not, Professor. You are my most respected professor, Peter said with a smile. Really? Quirrell looked at Peter half smiling. Peter found some of his buddies in the past few days acting a little sneaky, but he didn't have time to think about them. He has been very busy recently. Even if he has 5 more hours a day, the homework of 12 courses is piled up. In addition, he has to learn black magic and the elemental magic in the Book of Merlin. Very tight. The time turner is overloaded by him every day. Until he finished the protection of magical creatures class with a few friends and made an excuse to leave, he didn't find the twins following quietly, and then they watched Peter in a corner, mysteriously pulling out something. And then the whole person just disappears in front of them. Is Peter invisible? Why did he suddenly disappear? The twins looked at the place where Peter disappeared in surprise and couldn't help asking. Let's go to the arithmetic and divination classroom. I remember that Peter's class on the protection of magical creatures and arithmetic and divination are at the same time, George reminded. Then the 4 hurried to the castle and finally rushed to the door before the arithmetic and divination get out of class ended, and then they saw Peter discussing the topic with Professor Vector. How did he do it? Several people who followed the whole process were confused. They couldn't figure out what way Peter used to appear in 2 places at the same time. Peter, who had just walked out of the classroom, also saw a few people with big mouths at the door and asked speechlessly, "Why are you here?" "We should be asking you. How the hell did you do it, Peter? We just watched you leave the conservation of magical creatures class and just disappeared in a corner. Then you showed up in the divination class again." Redman asked curiously. "How many of you guys are following me?" Peter squinted at them. "George, Fred, and the others dragged us here." Alan and Cedric hurriedly dumped the blame on the Weasley twins, expressing their innocence. "Ahem," he said, 1, 4, 3. "You know we are caring about you, right? After all, you are always elusive," the twins said with a dry smile. "Hey, curious people, do you want me to add some homework for you? So that you still have the energy to follow others?" "No, we were wrong. Peter, we were just curious. How did you manage to take 2, or even 3, courses at the same time?" The twins begged for mercy. Peter took them to the edge of the Black Lake, took out the time changer from his collar, showed them, and said, "This is a time changer. It can let people go back within 5 hours of the past. It's full. It is a learning tool that can only be obtained by students of the 12 courses. The professors strictly forbid us to tell this secret to others. So if you don't want to implicate me, don't tell this secret to others." 35. Hearing Peter's words, several people hurriedly vowed not to tell others the news, and then kept their eyes fixed on the time changer on Peter's chest, very surprised. "It's amazing to be able to go back in time. If only I had a time turner too," George said enviously. "If I had known earlier, I would have chosen the 12 courses so that I could get the time converter." Fred looked distressed. "It's like if you take 12 courses, you can get a time turner?" Peter looked at the twins with contempt. In order to be able to borrow the time translator from the Department of Mysterious Affairs of the Ministry of Magic, professors need to sign at least dozens of agreements and prove that the students they get are all excellent in character and study. Cedric can borrow it, but what about you? The twins and Alan sneered when they thought of the grades they had just passed in the first and second grades. Hey, look over there. It looks like Harry Potter and the others. What are they doing at Hagrid's place? Just as George was about to change the subject, he saw the cabin in the distance, where Harry Potter and the other three were entering the cabin. And there's a follower. Peter, seems to be someone from your academy. It's that Malfoy. Fred watched with interest, and in the distance was quietly lying on the window, Draco Malfoy looking in. Haha, he seems to have been discovered by someone inside. This guy is running really fast. Fred continued on the broadcast. Peter looked around and saw this familiar scene, and then he remembered the dragon egg that Hagrid got before Christmas. It seems that it has hatched now. Should we go and have a look? It looks like they have some secrets. The twins said very curiously. I was just about to meet Hagrid for a cup of tea. Are you going? Peter also wanted to see what the Norwegian Ridgeback looked like. George Fred was of course very interested and wanted to go over and see what secrets Hagrid had. Cedric and Alan, who didn't know Hagrid, declined. Peter didn't force it. He took the twins to the outside of the wooden house and saw that the windows around him were sealed tightly and there was no ventilation at all. What bad things did they do inside? They sealed the windows. George whispered curiously. Come here, Malfoy was looking in from this window just now. Fred shouted softly. Peter glanced at them directly, came to the door of the cabin and knocked. Hagrid, it's me, Peter. Open the door. There was a panicked movement from the wooden house, and after a while, the wooden door opened. Hagrid's head stuck out. His huge body directly blocked the door. His eyes flickered and he said, Peter, why are you here? I just happened to be busy. There is no way to receive you, or you will come again next time. 55. Hagrid, what are you hiding inside? Why are all the windows closed? George jumped out and asked with a smile. We just saw Harry and my brother Ronald enter your cabin. What are you doing? We can join in. Fred rolled his eyes and said with a smirk. Hagrid was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two. Hagrid looked at Peter and asked, You guys came here together? We were chatting by the lake just now, and then we found 3 Harry Potters sneaking into your cabin and a Malfoy peeking out of the window. Hee hee, Hagrid, you let us in and see. What good stuff are you hiding? Fred wanted to take the opportunity to squeeze in, but was blocked by Hagrid's huge body, and there was no chance. Sorry, you'd better go back first. I don't receive anyone here today. 35. Hagrid blocked the door tightly, his face full of guilt, afraid that they would see the scene inside. Okay, Hagrid, let's go in. Your dragon egg should have broken its shell, right? Besides, you've been seen by Malfoy just now, so it's no worse than us. Peter said with a smile. Well, I knew I couldn't lie to you. Brother High reluctantly gave up, and George Fred took the opportunity to get in. As soon as Peter entered, he felt like he had entered a sauna, and the surroundings were sultry. Wow, dragon! Hagrid, you have a dragon. How cool. The twins looked at the little dragon on the table in surprise, completely ignoring Ronald, who wanted to greet them. Peter, come here quickly. Hagrid has a dragon, the twins shouted back to Peter. Peter walked over, looked at the sticky black little dragon on the table, and said with disgust, It's ugly. I wasted my expectations. See for yourself. Nob is not ugly. He is a very beautiful little guy. Hagrid disagreed with Peter's words and sat at the table obsessively watching Xiaolong. Cough. Hi, Peter, George, Fred. The 3 Harry Potter, who had been ignored for a while, finally couldn't help but greeted first. Hello, Harry and Hermione. Almost forgot about you. The twins said in surprise as if they had just discovered them. And me. Ronald said dissatisfiedly. Hello, Ronald. Goodbye, Ronald. The twins replied insincerely. 3.2. Oh, Norbert, come to mommy. Hagrid focused on the little dragon, completely forgetting the people around him. Mom? Haha, Hagrid is going to be a dragon mother, the twins snickered. Peter, you are here. Come and persuade Hagrid. He actually wants to keep Norbert in the house. According to the records I read in the book, it only takes a week or 2 for them to grow to have a house so big. Also, the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits private dragon breeding, and if found, Hagrid will be locked up in Azkaban. Hermione stood up and said to Peter. Hearing Hermione's words, Peter showed a helpless expression and said, I knew Hagrid had a dragon egg before Christmas and I persuaded him at the time, but he obviously didn't listen to me. You can persuade him again. You should have a way. Hermione continued to persuade. Then I'll try. If it doesn't work, you have to come up with a solution. I've been busy with classes recently, and I don't have time to take care of it. 35 Peter said helplessly. Hagrid, what are you going to do with Norbert? Do you remember what I told you before Christmas? Peter raised his voice, seeing that Hagrid was addicted to teasing the dragon. Hagrid finally came to his senses and asked blankly, What are you talking about? It seems that you left my words behind. Peter sighed helplessly. Hagrid, I told you before that no matter what kind of dragon you raise, in just a week, his body can grow 2 or 3 times. In a month, he can break through this wooden house. What are you going to do then? Peter stared straight at Hagrid. Hagrid's eyes kept dodging, he knew it, but he just didn't want to accept the reality. I reminded you before, Hagrid, but obviously you don't want to hear it. This time I finally remind you in the name of a friend that the crime of keeping dragons without permission is much more serious than that of Aravaki. Have you forgotten what happened to you in the first place? Did you? If Dumbledore hadn't protected you, you'd be in Azkaban by now. Peter said with serious eyes. When Hagrid heard this, he said with some excitement, It's not Alavac, Peter, you have to believe me. Alavac didn't kill people at all. Calm down, calm down. Hi 02 Grid, I never said I didn't believe you. But can you guarantee that others will believe you? Peter quickly comforted, and then sighed. It's understandable that you want to take care of Norbert, provided that how long can you keep it a secret? But Malfoy has already found out about your dragon raising. If you can't send him away quickly, maybe someone from the Ministry of Magic is already on his way. Dumbledore was able to keep you last time in Alava, but are you going to trouble him this time? No, I don't want to bother Dumbledore. He's done enough for me. Hagrid's tears kept streaming down and he was so sad. Well, who can explain who is Alavac? Ronald asked weakly by raising his hand. Baby Ronnie, now it's not about Alavac, but about how to help Hagrid? You 3 little fools, you 3 little fools. Didn't even notice that little tail of Malfoy was behind you. Now Hagrid's dragon raising has been taken care of. He knows. Maybe when he gets back he'll make a fuss to the people around him, and Hagrid will be in a lot of trouble by then. The twins walked around Ronald and rubbed his hair into a chicken coop before exclaiming with satisfaction. Don't call me Baby Ronnie, George Fred. Ronald said, blushing. Okay, Baby Ronnie. Listen to you, Baby Ronnie. The twins said with a smile. Well, Peter, aren't you the head of Slytherin? Could you just order Malfoy not to speak about it? Harry Potter suggested. Peter frowned at him and said indifferently, Potter, the responsibility of the head of the academy is to protect students, not to bully others. I won't use this privilege to order others just because I'm the head of the academy, and even more so. What's more, it is illegal to raise dragons, and Malfoy is not at fault. 99. Harry Potter didn't expect Peter to get angry and stood there a little bewildered. Okay, our most responsible Justice Peter, now we are discussing how to help Hagrid through this crisis. The twins saw that the atmosphere was not good and hurried out to activate the atmosphere. Only if Hagrid can listen. He only wants to raise a dragon now, but the problem is that he doesn't even have the conditions to raise a dragon. Peter glanced at Hagrid, who had been wiping tears, and snorted. Hagrid, what the hell are you thinking? Say it and let the big guys hear it. Fred asked, looking at Hagrid. Norbert is so young, he'll be miserable without mother's care. Hagrid whimpered, washing his nose with a large tablecloth. It seemed that the persuasion was ineffective. Peter got up immediately and decided to hand over the matter to the Harry Potter trio. It doesn't seem to have any effect. I can't solve this matter. It's up to you to persuade Hagrid. I have something to do at night, so I'll go first. Peter looked at Hagrid and shook his head, then opened the door first. Went out. Harry, you'll be responsible for this matter, come on. When the twins saw Peter leaving, they quickly got up and threw the pot to Harry and the others with a smile. Before leaving, he rubbed Ronald's hair again and said, and Baby Ronnie, please persuade Hagrid. We believe you can do it. 35. Seeing that the twins were gone too, the three of Harry looked at each other and looked at Hagrid, who was crying holding Xiaolong, and the three of them sighed in unison. To be honest, I saw Peter angry for the first time today. He used to be very gentle to everyone, and when I looked at me just now, I couldn't even breathe. Harry Potter said with lingering fears. Seriously, Harry's request was a bit too much. Peter is a Slytherin student anyway, and he's the head of the house. No wonder he's angry when you let him order his own house students, Hermione said. George and the others also said that although Peter has a good relationship with students from other colleges, he maintains his own college, so Slytherin students respect him very much, even if he is a hemp wizard, Ronald said. And last term, in order to make Slytherin win the Quidditch team, he also found dozens of football tactics books directly from the Muggle world to provide tactical support to Slytherin. As a result, they really relied on Tactics 143, got the Quidditch Cup. Ronald gushed, "What is football? Is it similar to Quidditch?" I just said it out of nowhere, and you all know about my conflict with Malfoy. 35 Harry was a little annoyed and said hesitantly, "Will Peter get angry and stop talking to me?" "Don't worry, Harry. Peter isn't that stingy," Ronald reassured. My brother George and the others used to make Peter angry, but Peter never really got angry with them. "Harry, just apologize to Peter later. Peter won't be mad at you." 35 Hermione also comforted. "Peter, wait for us," the twins shouted breathlessly. Peter looked back and waited for them, then said in surprise, "Didn't I tell you to stay and persuade Hagrid? Why did you come out so quickly? It's easy for us to play tricks on us, but let's pretend to be mature and persuade Hagrid, then forget it. We're not that material. So we leave this glorious task to Harry and the others," the twins said with a smile. "I think you're being lazy." 35 Peter rolled his eyes at them. "Hee, Peter, you know us, let's go to the room of requirement. We have a big discovery there," the twins said excitedly. "Speaking of which, what big discoveries have you made? Why are you pulling me here so mysteriously?" Peter asked helplessly as the twins pulled me to the entrance of the response room. "We used to think we knew enough about this house, but we didn't think we saw only a small part of it." George exaggeratedly described it in a dramatic tone. "A lot of the time we just use it as a room to rest after a night out, and of course the toilet," Fred said immediately. "But in an accidental opportunity, when we wanted to hide the big dung eggs made by ourselves in a room that others could not find, a new world appeared in front of us. That is a very large storage room, which has accumulated a lot of things that have been hidden for thousands of years," George said with a dreamy face. "We just found a small place, and we got a lot. That's a dream paradise." 99. "Wouldn't you find that room with a lot of stuff hidden?" Peter asked with a strange expression. "How did you know that?" The twins looked at Peter in amazement. "I knew about that room for hiding things a long time ago," Peter said calmly, but he was already very surprised. Peter didn't expect the two of them to discover this hidden room in such a short period of time. "You know, there's a Horcrux from Voldemort inside." Fortunately, they told themselves immediately, otherwise Peter was afraid that they would be confused by the crown, and then a Voldemort came directly to him. That would be funny. After all, the Lord of Voldemort is still at Hogwarts, and if there is another Horcrux resurrection, the plot will be completely messed up. Peter walked back and forth 3 times in the eyes of the two of them, thinking in his heart. Then a door appeared on the wall. "Open the door and walk in. There is a huge space inside, and you can hardly see the end at a glance." Surrounded by rows of tall wooden shelves for storing things, it looked like a large abandoned warehouse. "It looks quite spectacular, right?" George looked around with a sigh, then took out a slingshot from his pocket and proudly showed it to Peter. "This is a slingshot I picked up here. It has been enchanted, and when it hits people, it can hit 100 shots, and it can turn." 39. "Look at mine. This is a golden snitch I picked up. Unfortunately, one of the wings is broken, but it's still very valuable." Fred also took out a golden snitch and showed off. "Look at how good we are to you. When I found this place, I immediately thought of bringing you here. Are you moved?" The twins grinned and leaned on Peter's shoulders. "We specially prepared a big gift for you. We finally chose it after our inner struggles." The twins gave an expression of sacrifice for you. Dang dang. Unique five-legged monster specimen. The twins tore off the rags, revealing a dry five-legged monster specimen, and announced impassively. Looking at the ugly dried specimen, Peter guessed it was at least hundreds of years old. Seeing the twins with the expression that you have made a lot of money, Peter was speechless for a moment and said, "Thank you, I still deserve it, so you should accept it yourself." "No, you must accept this gift. We have thought about it for a long time before preparing it for you," the twins said with a smile. "Then I don't want it anymore." Peter Jingxia Bumin refused directly. "Oh, it's still a waste of our hearts." The twins looked sad. "Okay, you guys should continue your treasure hunt. I'll go back and see," Peter said and walked back. "Are you hiding something behind? Tell us about it." Seeing Peter walking back with such a clear goal, the two instantly became curious. "There is one thing, but that thing is very dangerous. I can't tell you now, otherwise it will not be a good thing for you and even your family. So don't ask," Peter told them very seriously. Although the twins are usually naughty and mischievous, they are still very reliable at critical moments. Seeing Peter's very heavy expression, he immediately nodded and restrained his curiosity. Peter looked at their expressions and smiled reassuringly. Then, following the phoenix's sensitive inductivity, it approached the place where the magic power was the most turbulent. This room for hiding things is really huge. Peter walked for almost 10 minutes, bypassing various wooden frames, and finally came to a dilapidated marble statue. On the head of this wizard statue, he was wearing a dilapidated crown. Peter's eyes were fixed on the crown, and there was a rustling sound in his ear, like someone was whispering. A seductive voice kept urging him to put the crown on his head. Forced as if being tempted, he walked over in a daze, reaching out to take off the crown. But when his hand was about to touch the crown, Peter's hand stopped. Then the confused expression on his face disappeared in an instant, and he looked at the crown in front of him mockingly, and said to himself, I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be foolishly bewitched there. It's noisy. Very, there is no temptation at all. 99. The crown seemed to be provoked, and more violent magic fluctuations burst out. One after another, the sound of suffocation kept ringing in his ears, tempting him and letting him wear the crown. It's just that the crown obviously doesn't know that Peter has the blood of the phoenix and is naturally able to restrain black magic. Not to mention that it also incorporates the genes of the human-headed, sphinx body, manticore-tailed beast, which is extremely resistant to magic. The seduction magic on the crown didn't work for him at all. On the contrary, the noise made his ears hurt. Peter rubbed his ears, took out a pair of dragon skin gloves from his carry-on bag, put them on, took off the crown on the stone statue, and put it in a wooden box full of runes. As soon as the box is closed, the surrounding noises disappear in an instant, and the magic fluctuations also disappear in an instant. Well. Peter looked at this wooden box, which he called the Forbidden Box, with great satisfaction. This box is Peter imitating the Rogier family's forbidden magic handcuffs and engraved the same runes on the wooden box to achieve the purpose of imprisoning magic. This forbidden box is the one that Peter used to hold the Book of Merlin. At first, he thought that the Book of Merlin was a black magic item, so he made this box specially. Now that I have come across the crown as a Horcrux, I just use it. Peter didn't want to touch this Horcrux so early. However, the twins were unlucky enough to let them enter this room. If you don't transfer the crown now, if you are caught by these two sniffers, if you bump into the crown, you will probably suffer. The problem now is that he is worried that Voldemort, who is possessed by Quirrell, will suddenly start a day when he comes to the requirement room to check the Horcrux, and he will probably be shocked. Don't. After collecting the Horcrux, Peter returned along the same path. This time, he was not so anxious. On the way back, he looked around curiously. The whole room is like a recycling factory. There are textbooks full of ink, and there is a fong-toothed flying saucer with a broken corner, and there are many old desks and chairs. Peter even found more than a dozen sweeping brooms, the first of which were produced and well-preserved. If you meet a fan of the broomsticks that swept the series, it may be regarded as a collectible. After Peter remembered the location, he decided to tell the twins the news. Such a way to make money, they will definitely not miss it. Have you found anything good? As soon as he got back to the front, Peter saw the twins, rummaged through the boxes with great interest, and asked with a smile, "You're back." The twins looked up to see Peter, asked in surprise, then happily pointed to some goods piled up on the side and said, "Look at those, they are all things that we have sorted out and taken to the second-hand store. If you go there to sell it, you can sell it for a lot of money." 35. Peter turned to look at their harvest, and found that they were all old dry pots or some unknown things. Although it didn't seem to be worth any money, Peter still said happily for them, "Congratulations to you then, your future store opening funds have gone a step further." 35. Then he told them about the flying broom behind him and suggested, "You can find a buyer in advance. I think this kind of historical broom must be collected by broom lovers, so you can give an appropriately high price." When the twins heard it, they were immediately very happy, and the two gave Peter a big hug and then ran excitedly to the position he pointed. Apart from Horcruxes, there are no other dangerous things in this house, so Peter didn't continue to follow and simply studied the specimens of the five-legged monsters. As far as he knows, the five-legged monster that first appeared was the product of a wizard trying to deform magical creatures and failing. At the beginning, the animagus of the magic world did not define that he could not transform into a magical creature, but after many painful lessons, he gradually came to this understanding. The specimen of the five-legged monster in front of him, with weird 5 legs and a grim expression, is obviously something that the former professor used to teach. It's just that now the five-legged monster has been wiped out, so this kind of thing is no longer taught in the school. Although this thing is ugly, if you meet a wizard who is interested in it, at least it can be worth a lot of money. After all, the five-legged monster is now extinct, and there are not many specimens left. No wonder the twins looked sore when they said they would send AC/DC to Peter. After staying for half a day, Peter left the room for responsiveness and handed it over to the twins. Quickly returning to the dormitory, Peter took out the wooden box containing the Horcrux, locked it in his drawer, and applied a series of magic to prevent anyone from opening it. In fact, he wasn't too worried. There were only him and Alan in the dormitory, and Alan was also a very measured person and wouldn't touch his things. The magic is applied just in case. The only way to destroy the Horcrux is to use fire with the venom of the basilisk. Peter has learned the Fiery Fire spell, which can release fiery fire and destroy the Horcrux. It's just that he is a little reluctant to bear the crown. After all, this is a precious magic item made by Ravenclaw, which is said to increase the wearer's wisdom. After putting away the Horcrux, Peter walked out of the dormitory, and just as he was about to step into the lounge, he heard Draco Malfoy proudly saying to his companion, "I already told my father that the half-giant kept him. As for the dragon, he will definitely bring the raid inspectors from the Ministry of Magic. The half-giant will definitely be kicked out of the school by then, and Potter will be involved, and he will be severely punished, maybe expelled." Hearing this, Peter was a little surprised. When did Malfoy become so smart? This is already deviating from the main plot. In memory, Draco Malfoy has never done such a thing. Afterwards, Peter hurriedly opened Prediction, wanting to see the direction of the next development. With a faint blue glow in his eyes, he saw that the Ministry of Magic's raid team had suddenly arrived at the school and had raided Hagrid's hut. Then I ran into Hagrid, who was teasing the little dragon, and the Potter trio who happened to be guests in the wooden house. The evidence is solid. Hagrid was taken directly by the Ministry of Magic. The Potter trio were also implicated because of this, and were severely deducted 100 credits each, and were locked up. Peter looked at the picture of the future and was speechless. If he doesn't do anything, the future will really be what Draco Malfoy envisions. But not to mention that Hagrid is his friend. Even if it is to maintain the original plotline, he will not let things develop like this. Peter went invisible and left the common room quietly. Judging from his prediction, things happened this afternoon, so he had to prepare for it in advance. In the afternoon, The students had just finished their class when they saw the Ministry of Magic personnel suddenly appear at Hogwarts, headed by Minister Fudge and an arrogant middle-aged man with long platinum hair. Dumbledore received them, looked at Fudge, who was short and pot-bellied, and asked, Connolly, I don't know why you came to Hogwarts with such a great spirit? Cornelius Fudge's eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look directly at Dumbledore. He just kept wiping the sweat on his head with a sweat towel, and said hesitantly, Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic received an anonymous complaint letter saying that Hogwarts someone has adopted a very dangerous magical creature. So I have to bring the assault team to check. You know this is a necessary measure. Only if you don't know if this anonymous letter is true or not. Dumbledore broke Fudge's words. Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge is just worried about the students in the school. After all, this is the most important place in the magic world. As a minister, of course, you must be very concerned about the safety of these children. The arrogant man showed a false expression, laughing as if speaking for Fudge. Yes. I am the minister of the Ministry of Magic, and of course I have to check it when I receive the letter, just in case. The safety of the children is the most important thing. Fudge seemed to have found the backbone, and immediately straightened his body. The tone also toughened a bit. Although he tried his best to hold his head up, his bare bald head was only level with Dumbledore's shoulders, which seemed a bit funny. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Dumbledore looked at the arrogant man and said coldly, Headmaster Dumbledore, as the director of Hogwarts, after hearing such a dangerous rumor, of course I was worried and followed Minister Fudge here to make sure that the children here are safe. Malfoy spoke slowly, in a tone that sounded like he was reciting poetry. Malfoy, you also said that this is a rumor. Could it be possible to conduct random inspections based on rumors? Dumbledore frowned and said in a slightly heavier tone. Fudge seemed to be frightened by Dumbledore's tone and waved his hand quickly to explain. It's not a rumor, it was a student who saw it with his own eyes, and we're here to confirm it. It was Malfoy's son who confirmed with his own eyes that Hagrid raised a fire dragon privately. Dumbledore, you know what Hagrid did. We don't really trust him. Fudge, although I have no evidence, I have always believed that Hagrid was not responsible for the girl's death. He was just an innocent scapegoat, Dumbledore said in a serious tone. But it's an established thing, Dumbledore, and no matter how much you believe Hagrid, there's no way to get rid of his guilt without proof. Fudge explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. Okay, Minister, let's end the conversation. In order to avoid a long night of dreams, let's hurry up and avoid accidents. After all, Dumbledore is known as the greatest magician. Malfoy interrupted directly, reminding Fudge. Yes, let's go and see. Fudge said, taking a deep breath, holding his head high, trying to be as level as Dumbledore. Dumbledore, we're just there to keep the school safe, and if Hagrid doesn't have a dragon, then everything will be fine. But if the evidence is conclusive, then I can only be sorry. He was saved by you before, but his wand was broken. But this time I am afraid it can only go to Azkaban. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. He just said lightly, then can I follow you to see? Of course, this kind of thing must have the headmaster present. Fudge nodded, and then under the eyes of a group of onlookers, he led the commando and ran straight to Hagrid's cabin. It didn't take long before word spread around the school about Hagrid raising dragons. Some students swore that they were awakened by a dragon's roar in the middle of the night. There are also students who said that they once passed by Hagrid's hut by chance and heard the dragon's roar inside. More and more students believe that there is really a dragon in Hagrid's hut. And the more and more outrageous it is said that there are a group of fire dragons in it. Reasonable students expressed doubts, thinking that Hagrid's hut can't even hide a full-grown fire dragon. Where can there be a group of dragons? Then some students who believed in it took the initiative to give reasons, thinking that Hagrid's hut used a traceless stretching spell, so they hid these fire dragons. The twins who heard the news had a heavy expression and quickly took out the Marauder's map, trying to find Peter's trail and see what he could do. Just after looking around, they found that there were 2 Peters on the map. One of them appeared on the 8th floor and then suddenly disappeared. And another Peter's name appeared in Hagrid's hut. Does Peter use a time converter? George looked at the map and asked suspiciously, "Why did Peter's name on the 8th floor suddenly disappear? Is it time?" 35. Stupid, he should have entered the requirement room. You forgot that the Marauder map doesn't show the requirement room. Fred reminded. I remember there was only one class this afternoon. He shouldn't need a time changer, right? George said suspiciously, then turned to ask Fred, which Peter should we look for? We don't know which house Peter entered, so let's go to Hagrid's side. Fred suggested. Okay, let's go over there and have a look. I really hope Peter is prepared, or Hagrid is going to suffer. 35. George nodded. Then the two rushed to the cabin outside the castle with worried expressions, hoping that things would change. Only when they came to Hagrid's hut out of breath, they saw that the Ministry of Magic's assault team had surrounded the hut into iron barrels. No chance to remind Peter. They can only be full of discouragement, watching Fudge and others approach the hut, then directly smash the wooden door with their wands and walk in. Dumbledore had a nonchalant, relaxed look on his way from the Ministry of Magic to Hagrid's cabin. He also took out a bag of snacks and ate them with relish, and then enthusiastically sold his snacks to Fudge and Malfoy. Really, don't try it? The cockroach pile doesn't look very good, but it tastes very good, and it's made with booze. Dumbledore, please don't try to delay in this way. We are fully prepared, and neither Hagrid nor his fire dragon can escape. Malfoy looked at him with disgust. Dumbledore pushed towards his snack, said indifferently, "Thank you, no. I can't eat this kind of snack." Fudge also resisted, and quickly moved away. Oh, what a pity. Very few people can appreciate the essence of this snack. Dumbledore looked regretful, and then grabbed a handful of live cockroach snacks, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it, directly making Malfoy sick. Have to stay far away from him. Arriving at the wooden hut, Fudge, at Malfoy's direction, had the assault personnel surround the hut, then took the lead in opening the wooden door with his wand and walked in. When Fudge and his party broke into Hagrid's house, they were dumbfounded. "Hagrid, where is your fire dragon? Hand it over quickly. We already know that you have kept a fire dragon privately." Malfoy swept around and found no trace of the dragon, so he quickly asked sharply, "Yes, Hagrid, we received an anonymous report saying that you raised a young dragon. Where did you hide the dragon?" Fudge also quickly asked, warning in a strong tone, "You are now taking the initiative to hand over the fire dragon, and also it can reduce some punishment. Otherwise, if we are found, the punishment will be doubled." 99. 0. Ask for flowers. What fire dragon? Where did you hear that I have fire dragons here? Hagrid looked at them with a blank expression. Stop pretending, Hagrid. Draco has already told us that he saw you raising a new fire dragon here. Harry Potter and the others were there. Malfoy looked at Hagrid sternly, like looking at his lying expression. Hagrid was staring at him with a guilty conscience, and his eyes glanced to the side unconsciously. Only then did Malfoy notice that there was another person in the room besides Hagrid. I saw a handsome boy of 14 or 15 years old, sitting beside Hagrid, almost hidden by Hagrid's huge body, so that no one noticed him at the first time. Who are you? Malfoy asked sharply. Mr. Malfoy, I'm a third-year Slytherin student, Peter York, Peter replied, standing up and smiling. Gentlemen, what's the matter with you breaking in so suddenly? Peter greeted everyone politely. It's you, Peter York, that boy who won the Merlin Class 2 medal at the age of 11. Why are you here? Fudge asked in surprise when he saw Peter and recognized it at once. It turned out to be Minister Fudge. Hello. When you were elected, I put all my bets on your name and made me a few hundred galleons. I haven't thanked you enough yet. Peter smiled. Fudge said. When he heard this, Fudge immediately showed a smile, but he knew that his odds were the highest at the beginning, and almost no one was optimistic about him. When I heard someone support him so much, I immediately said to Peter very kindly, I also thank you for your support. Peter, after graduation, you may be able to apply for the post of assistant minister. I believe we will get along very happily. Thank you, Minister. I will try my best. Peter pretended to be happy. I spit in my heart. I'm afraid you won't be a minister for that long. Okay, Minister, let's take care of Hagrid's dragon raising first. He must be hiding the dragon. Malfoy said, then looked at Peter. "I think this student is suspicious. He must be Hagrid's accomplice." Down. "Dragon, Mr. Malfoy? You said Hagrid has a dragon? Are you kidding me?" Peter looked surprised. "Everyone knows it's against the law to keep dragons, Mr. Malfoy. You can't be so wrong. And I'm a frequent visitor to Hagrid. If there were dragons, wouldn't I know?" "Peter York, don't quibble." Draco saw it with his own eyes. He quietly followed Harry Potter and the others and found out about their dragons. Malfoy said, looking at Peter with a gloomy face. "Peter York, you have to remember that you are a student of Slytherin, and you hang out with a half-giant all day. Aren't you afraid of losing Slytherin's face?" Peter's face sank, staring straight at Lucius Malfoy, and said coldly, "Mr. Malfoy, I have never lost face to Slytherin. And I am the chief of Slytherin, and it is not your turn. Preach me." As for Draco, his conflict with Harry Potter 143 is well known. You don't need to mobilize people for this, and you also invited people from the Ministry of Magic. You filthy mudblood. You became the chief of the academy by means of means, and you thought that everyone would obey you. Lucius Malfoy looked at him fiercely and said, "Slytherin is the pure land of pureblood wizards, but you can't touch it. You'd better resign from the position of chief yourself, or you will see the consequences." "Oh, Malfoy, what are you going to do? Join the other pureblood families and let their kids not listen to me? Or are you going to trouble me outside of school?" Peter said, squinting. "Mr. Malfoy, you may have forgotten the rules of Slytherin. I am now the head of the academy. If a student does not obey my orders, he better have the strength to defeat me. Otherwise, he will be punished within the academy. Or does Mr. Malfoy think your son, Draco, has the strength to challenge me now? Are you threatening me? Peter York, if you dare to hurt Draco." Lucius Malfoy looked at Peter with a ghastly expression, gritted his teeth. "Lucius Malfoy, I'm not as mean as you. I would bully a lower grade student." Peter interrupted Lucius, looked at him coldly, and said, "I just advise you not to try. Go interfere with the internal affairs of Slytherin Academy. As long as I am still the head of the academy, don't even think of your old habits in front of me again." "So, you take Slytherin as your territory? You're not afraid of dying?" Lucius Malfoy looked at him contemptuously and said mockingly, "I'm not going to say whether I can survive it or not. I'm only in the 3rd grade now, and I still have 4 years to study. Originally, I just wanted to be the chief of the year and quit," Peter said with a smile. "But now that you've said that, Malfoy, then I'll reluctantly take the position of chief for the next 4 years and sit down. Unless you find a student who is better than me and beat me." Malfoy's face instantly turned colorful, and he now regretted arguing with Peter. The thought of Slytherin being under Peter's control for the next 4 years or so made him instantly muggle. Although Peter said that Draco would not be involved, he still didn't believe it. He wondered if it was time to deepen his friendship with Snape. You two should stop arguing. Let's get back to the point," Fudge said helplessly, standing aside, wiping his sweat. Then he looked at Peter with a complicated expression. He originally thought that this 13 or 14-year-old boy was a good character to deal with, but unexpectedly, he saw it the wrong way. Fudge, who was born in Slytherin, is of course aware of the chief system of the academy, which was the position he had longed for when he was a student. But he didn't expect that the 3rd-year student in front of him was already the head of the academy. But in an instant, his attitude became more enthusiastic. This kind of genius must be extraordinary in the future, so Fudge calmed Peter a few words with a kind tone. Then he walked in front of Hagrid, tried to suppress Hagrid with his squat body, and asked very seriously, "Hagrid, Draco Malfoy's real name is reporting you for raising dragons. Say, where did you hide the dragon?" 39. The crime you confess now can be lighter, but if you refuse to plead guilty, the punishment will be more severe. You don't want to be locked up in Azkaban for the rest of your life. Although Hagrid's body was several times bigger than Fudge's, he was like a child who made a mistake, sitting obediently on the chair and being questioned by Fudge. Especially after hearing Azkaban, he looked a little flustered and opened his mouth to say something. Then I noticed Peter's eyes on the side and instantly calmed down. Hagrid looked very angry and said, "I've never raised a dragon at all." Even if I wanted to, I don't have a source of dragons. Then he got up and took out a fire dragon model from under the bed, put it on the table, and said in a loud voice, "If you're talking about this toothy toy, it's quite the same thing." I saw the fire dragon model walking around the table vividly and spewing small flames from time to time. From a distance, it looks like a real fire dragon. When Lucius and Fudge saw the situation, their faces were immediately stunned. Lucius Malfoy walked over in disbelief and grabbed the fire dragon model, then looked at Hagrid's erratic eyes and Peter's playful smile on the side, and immediately understood that he had been tricked. He said to Fudge angrily, "Minister, they are confusing fish and dragons. They must have hidden the real fire dragon and let the latter use this fire dragon model to deceive us." Fudge's expression changed after hearing this, especially when he looked at Hagrid's guilty eyes. His heart turned towards Malfoy. He directly ordered the assault team behind him to conduct an intensive search of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid looked very angry but could not refuse, and stood at the door waiting for the Ministry of Magic to complete the search. Peter was also caught in the dust by the searchers, so he rushed to the door, then looked at Dumbledore, who was watching the excitement, and asked angrily, "Headmaster, you have been standing here for a long time. What are you doing here?" "Haha, I just came to see the situation. After all, it seems that you are doing very well. Hagrid has you as a friend. I am very relieved," Dumbledore said with a smile, and then handed him the pile of cockroaches. "Want to try it? This time, the flavor is changed. It's boozy chocolate." "Thank you, no need." Peter looked at the cockroach-like snacks that were crawling everywhere, and 3.2 said quietly, "Principal, if a real cockroach gets in, can you taste which one is real? Or said to be directly swallowed?" Dumbledore stretched out his hand to the cockroach pile, paused for a moment, and then shrank back without a trace. Looking at the cockroach pile hopping around in the bag, it looked like it was real. Peter saw this, and the corners of his mouth rose. This old fox obviously knows everything, but he always likes to stand in the corner and watch a play. Makes you dare to eat cockroaches. After careful search several times, no trace of the fire dragon was found. "Hagrid, I heard that the Ministry of Magic has come to search. We have to send Norbert away." Harry Potter's loud voice suddenly came from the door. He rushed in with Ronald, Hermione, and was dumbfounded because the room was packed with people, including the Ministry of Magic. Lucius Malfoy on the side had a smile on his face. Looking at the three Harry Potters who were stunned at the door, Peter covered his face helplessly. "Huh, Minister, did you hear that? Harry Potter and the others said they wanted to secretly send away the fire dragon. The fire dragon they named Norbert," Lucius said with a gloomy smile. Fudge also looked serious at this time, seeing the three first-year students who were overwhelmed in front of him, especially Harry Potter, and asked, "Do you want to inform Hagrid to send away Norbert? Is Norbert the fire dragon?" Aye. Harry Potter opened his mouth, looking a little annoyed, wishing he could take back what he just said. "Norbert is not a fire dragon. Norbert is a sniff. We are just afraid that someone from the Ministry of Magic will come and will not allow us to adopt him." Hermione hurriedly interjected when Harry was about to reveal his secrets. "We didn't want to hear your explanation, talkative girl," Lucius Malfoy said fiercely to Hermione, then turned to look at Harry and asked pressingly, "Say, is Norbert a fire dragon? Where is it hiding?" 99. Norbo is not a fire dragon. As Hermione said just now, it's a sniff. Harry looked at Lucius and said without changing his face, "Huh, sniff? One sniff will make you all run around and send it off? Are you fooling a ghost, Harry Potter?" Lucius said with a sneer, "The one called Norbert, where is Nyo-Nyo now? As long as you get it, I don't think you are lying." 35. Otherwise, you will wait for the Veritas room to be served, and then the little secrets of you and this half-giant will be poured out. At that time this half-giant was sent to Azkaban, and you three pack up and go home. 99. The three were so frightened by Lucius' words that their faces turned pale and they were at a loss. "Lucius, don't scare them like that. Veritaserum can't be used on a few 11-year-olds. And I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts, and only I have the right to expel students, the board of directors." "No such right," Dumbledore said in a calm voice. Then take a good look at Dumbledore how long you can stay in the headmaster's position. Lucius said with a sneer, then looked at the three of Harry grimly, and said, Now you call that one Norbert. Show us the sniff, if of course it exists. Norbert escaped. It escaped to the Forbidden Forest, Ronald said, blushing. Huh, what a coincidence. As soon as we came, it escaped. Lucius looked at Ronald mockingly, and said contemptuously, You are the Weasley cub, TSK TSK TSK, your father Arthur Weasley. You still look like a piece of junk. The old robe on your body was handed down by your brother and the others. And the wand, the core of which has been exposed. How pitiful. 35. You, don't insult my dad. Ronald clenched his fists angrily and wanted to rush up to fight him. Fortunately, Harry and Hermione stopped him in time, and they both glared at Lucius, thinking that this old Malfoy was more hateful than little Malfoy. Malfoy, you are such a big man. Bullying a few 11-year-old children is really good. Don't be afraid of embarrassing Slytherin. Peter's sarcastic voice came over. Peter York, are you going against me on purpose? Don't you forget that you're still a Slytherin. What do you mean by standing with Gryffindor over and over again? Or do you think Slytherin is not good enough for you? Lucius Malfoy looked at Peter coldly and said, Lucius, don't put a high hat on me. And you are not a student of Slytherin. You are not qualified to represent Slytherin. Peter sarcastically. Besides, don't you believe what Harry Potter and the others said? Peter looked at the people around him and said with a smile, Just in time, I found that sniff named Norbert, and I'll summon it. As Peter waved his wand out of the window, streaks of golden sand drifted from the wand to the outside. I never knew the summoning charm or this. Peter York, are you entertaining us? Lucius said mockingly. This is my own animal summoning spell, isn't it? Peter responded directly. Huh, you are really amazing. You created the spell yourself in the 3rd grade. It seems that the Merlin 2nd Order is still too small for you. How about the 1st Order? Lucius said sarcastically, a look of disbelief. Instead, Dumbledore looked at Peter's magic in surprise, with a very curious expression. Squeak. Suddenly there was a movement outside the window, attracting everyone's attention. After a while, I saw a chubby and very cute Nyo-Nyo climbed up the window, drilled easily through the closed window, and entered the house. Sniff was very naughty and lively, especially when she saw Lucius Malfoy, who was the brightest in the room. She rushed over and took off the jewel decoration on his feet as quickly as possible, and then followed the legs without giving up. Climb up and stare at Lucius' brooch. Damn, get this beast away. Lucius Malfoy desperately wanted to throw Nyo-Nyo down, but he couldn't catch him. Norbert, come here. Peter gently waved to Sniff. Sniffing heard Peter's voice and immediately gave up looking for something shiny on Lucius. He jumped to the ground flexibly, quickly came to Peter, stood on Peter's hand, and rubbed his palm affectionately. Look, this is the Sniff called Norbert. Peter showed it to everyone, then said conclusively. In fact, this sniffle was conjured by Peter with a wishing spell, but apparently few people knew about this magic. Harry Potter, is this the Sniff named Norbert you were talking about? Fudge was a little confused and couldn't help asking Potter again. Yes, it's what we call Sniff, Harry said firmly, staring at the Sniff in Peter's hand, curious where Peter got it from. Ronald and Hermione are also a pair of affirmative expressions, but the eyes are a little erratic. 143 Fudge looked around, glanced at Dumbledore, looked at Harry Potter, and finally looked at Peter, who was calm, sighed, and said, It looks like a misunderstanding. I think it was Mr. Malfoy, who mistook the fire dragon model for a real baby dragon when he was following Harry Potter, and then caused this misunderstanding. Mr. Minister, you came to such an ending? A misunderstanding? Lucius Malfoy asked with a face of unwillingness. Then what are you going to do, Lucius? Our surprise inspections didn't find any trace of the fire dragon. Could it be that someone would have taken the fire dragon away in advance? Fudge asked Lucius with a blank expression. Dumbledore, it seems that I'm worried for nothing. The school is very safe, and the dragon's news is also a misunderstanding. Fudge said to Dumbledore with a smile. I'm glad you can think of this, Connolly. Now that the inspection is over, do you want to go to my office? I just bought some snacks there, and I'd be happy to share them. Dumbledore said with a smile. No, Dumbledore, the department is still busy. We've wasted a long time here. We have to go back. Fudge shook his head and refused. Minister, there is no danger here, but there is still danger in the castle. When Dumbledore started school, he directly set the right corridor on the 3rd floor as a forbidden area, and he kept a 3-headed dog in it. This has seriously endangered the safety of the students. 35 Lucius made another big news directly. After listening to Lucius' words, Fudge looked hesitant, but looked at Dumbledore's calm expression. He took a deep breath, then looked at Lucius blankly and said, "Since today's matter is a misunderstanding, then this is the end. There are no fire dragons, and of course there are no 3-headed dogs. Now we've wasted half a day here and have to go back to the Ministry of Magic. If you want to stay here, Lucius, we'll take our leave." 39. Speaking of which, Fudge walked out of the wooden house first, then walked out of the apparition-restricted area with the members of the Ministry of Magic, and then teleported away directly. Lucius, do you want to come to my office for a seat? Dumbledore asked with a smile. No. Lucius Malfoy refused coldly, then turned to look at everyone in the room, and said with a sneer, "You may have fooled Fudge, but you can't fool me." What Draco saw was not at all. What a fire dragon model, but a real dragon. This half-giant likes to adopt some strange things. The adopted monster killed a person, Dumbledore. You can save it. You can also fool the fire dragon this time. But Dumbledore, how many times can you save him? Next time I'll see if he can make a basilisk and kill a lot of people directly. I hope you can laugh at that time. Lucius Curse said in ordinary language. I rely on God of Prophecy. Lucius. Peter looked directly at Lucius in surprise. Wouldn't it be a basilisk next semester? Sensing the look in Peter's eyes, Lucius' expression changed, and he snorted coldly, "Peter York, you've been hanging around with Gryffindor people like this, and sooner or later the congregation will betray you. Slytherin doesn't need a chief who cares about Gryffindor." You are wrong, Malfoy. Since I entered Slytherin, no matter now or in the future, I will always be a Slytherin person. This will never change because of who I associate with. Peter Jungsaid said. Remember what you said. When you have to choose a side one day, I hope you can still be so righteous. Lucius Malfoy said with a sneer, Slytherin and Gryffindor have been enemies for thousands of years. You think both sides are impossible. 5. You think too much, Malfoy. There will never be that day. Peter said confidently, suddenly bursting with momentum, and said domineeringly, even if there is, I will straighten it up. Everyone was surprised by his remarks and looked at Peter, who was now domineering and sidelined, as if they knew him for the first time. Dumbledore looked at him with complicated eyes, as if seeing someone's shadow in him. Lucius Malfoy was choked for a moment, his expression changed, and then he looked at him deeply and said, Draco is also a Slytherin. He doesn't understand anything. I hope you don't take your anger on him. Malfoy, do you think you're like this, and you think others are like that too? Peter said with a sneer, Peter York, don't bully a first-year student. Just a spoiled child, he also respects me very much. Why should I anger him because of you? That's good, Lucius exhaled, looking around the wooden house with disgust, with an arrogant expression on his face, then put on a smirk to look at Dumbledore, and said, Then Dumbledore, I'll say goodbye. It looks like today is a bad day to go out. Hope you have a great time. Then Sir Shiran walked away, holding a delicate snake-headed cane, gave them a deep look, and then apparat and disappeared in place. This arrogant face, I really want to punch him hard in the face. Ronald said with a slap in the face where Lucius Malfoy disappeared. It seems that I don't have anything to do. Goodbye everyone, and don't forget the dinner party. Dumbledore said to everyone with a smile, and then left directly, as if he was watching a scene without doing anything. Honestly, don't you think Dumbledore is a little crazy? Hermione looked at Dumbledore's disappearing figure, and spat out the words with difficulty. It does look a little crazy, but it doesn't affect him being the greatest magician. Harry Potter said firmly. Every archmage behaves in more or less weird ways. Dumbledore, it's nothing. Ronald said indifferently. Just an old fox pretending to be confused. Peter snorted coldly, looking at Dumbledore's retreating back. Only then did the three of Harry Potter return to their senses. Looking at Hagrid, who had the expression of the rest of his life inside, he asked curiously, "Hagrid, where is Norbert? Where have you been hiding? You moved it ahead of time? How did you know about magic? Will the Ministry come?" Peter did it. He moved Norbert away an hour before the Ministry came and taught me how to answer the Ministry's questions. I did a good job. They were tricked by me, Hagrid triumphantly said. I'm almost out, I don't know. Peter poured cold water on it, watching Hagrid hating it, and said, "I taught him how to deal with the Ministry of Magic an hour in advance, but it turned out that Fudge and Malfoy's after a few words, his face is full of guilt. And he is deeply afraid that others will not know that he has done bad things." Hearing this, Hagrid sneered and huddled in his chair like a child who did something wrong. Hagrid did a good job. At least he fooled the Ministry of Magic, didn't he? Harry looked at Hagrid's pitiful training and comforted him. Dong dong. The wooden door suddenly rang again. Harry and the others were taken aback by surprise, and then he whispered nervously, "Could it be that someone from the Ministry of Magic killed a Carbine again?" Hagrid was also so frightened that he immediately retracted his seat, his face full of panic. Peter rolled his eyes, got up, and opened the door. Surprise! Surprise! The twins stuck their heads in first, grinning and making fun of everyone. Everyone was relieved to see the twins. Ronald complained, "You scared me to death. We thought the Ministry of Magic was back." 35. The Weasley twins came in with a cloth-covered iron cage in their hands and placed them directly on the table. Said to Peter, grave accent, "You gave it to us outside, saying that it is enough for you to make 2 turns, and the place is in the requirement room. 2 laps? I know, then I'll go out first." Peter understood immediately after hearing this and walked out of the wooden house under the puzzled expressions of the others. "What 2 laps? George, what riddles are you and Peter talking about? Mysterious?" Ronald asked with a puzzled look. "Baby Ronnie, this is an adult's topic, not something you should know as a child," the twins said to Ronald with a smile. "Don't call me this name. And you are just 2 years older than me. What kind of adults are you? Don't say it if you don't want to," Ronald said irritably. "Okay, Baby Ronnie. Don't be angry, Baby Ronnie." The twins teased Ronald with a grin. "Look, it's Norbert in the cage. George, Fred, why did you bring it back? Didn't you say Peter was in charge of hiding it?" Harry lifted the cover and looked at the young dragon inside in surprise. "Of course Peter hid it. We just met Peter outside, and he asked us to bring this back to Hagrid," the twins said in unison. "How is this possible? Peter has been in the hut just now, and he has never been out. How could he hand over the cage to you outside?" 35. Everyone looked in disbelief and thought they were joking. "Everything is possible, everyone. Magic is so magical," the twins said in a mysterious tone. "Anything is possible? Am I late?" George, Fred. Peter came in again, asking somewhat inexplicably, "Welcome back, Peter. Is everything going well?" George and Fred gave Peter a hug and asked curiously, "It's going well, but teaching Hagrid to act is a torture. I swear I'll never try to get him to act again. After an hour of practice, he's straight up. Disaster." Peter was full of collapse, said with an expression. "What are you talking about? Didn't Peter just go out and then come back? Why does it seem like they haven't seen each other for a few hours?" Harry looked at the 3 of them in confusion and asked in confusion, "It's a secret." Peter and the twins smiled at each other and answered no in unison. After this crisis was resolved, Peter left the rest to Harry Potter and the others and said that he would not care about Hagrid's mess. Although the dragon-raising incident this time was finally confirmed by the Ministry of Magic to be false news, there are still many students who swear by it. Hagrid had only escaped raids by the Ministry of Magic, who believed he had hidden the dragon somewhere else, since the Forbidden Forest was so big it was easy to hide a dragon. Even the Harry Potter trio tried their best to explain to the other students that it was just fake news. But it still couldn't stop the curious students who kept appearing near Hagrid's hut, always trying to look inside. "We must send Norbert away as soon as possible, or it will be exposed sooner or later," Harry Potter in the hut said, worriedly looking at his classmates outside the window. There are more and more students outside now, and Malfoy swore that he saw a real dragon, and many people believed him. Ronald also said with a sad face, "Hagrid, we have to send Norbert away. His body is getting bigger and bigger now, and he can't hide it all, and there are more and more students outside, and sooner or later he will be exposed." Hermione said with a serious face, "But Norbert is just a newborn child, and he will die without my care." Hagrid said with tears, full of reluctance. Seeing Hagrid's lack of oil and salt, the three of them sighed helplessly. "Why don't we go to Peter for help? Last time, he helped him hide Norbert from the Ministry of Magic's raid," Ronald suggested. "I tried, but I couldn't find him these days." Hermione said dejectedly, "I went to the library where he often appeared, but I didn't see him at all. I heard from his senior in the same grade, Peter, these few going out early in the morning and returning late. There is no one to see at all. Even George and Fred didn't know where they went these days. They ran upstairs after class and then suddenly disappeared." Lee Jordan said they didn't go back to the dormitory to sleep at all these days. The face added strangely, "I really don't know what they are doing. It seems that Peter and the others can't be counted on, and now it's up to us." Hermione said firmly, then looked at Harry and Ronald, "We can't let Hagrid go on like this, or the fire dragon thing is exposed. We'll be imprisoned in Azkaban. Just how do we send Norbert away? After all, he's a fire dragon. Did he find a place to quietly throw him away?" Harry said helplessly. Hearing this, Hagrid hugged Norbert tightly, looked at them with a wary expression, and said, "No, can you throw Norbert away? He's just a newborn child now, and if he throws it, he'll die." Seeing Hagrid's reaction, the three of them were a little helpless. "Hey, I have an idea." Ronald's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something and said to his two companions, "We can send him to my brother Charlie." Ronald explained, "Charlie works at a dragon farm in Romania, where they have so many dragons. One more is nothing." "Then what are you waiting for? Ronald, hurry up and write to your brother. Ask him if he can adopt Norbert." Hermione urged with a surprised expression and quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen from her school bag. "Peter is really busy these days, but he is also hiding from the Savior Trio. Now that things were back on track, there was no need for him to get involved. And he wasn't Hagrid's nanny either, so he had to worry about everything. He was sitting in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office at this time, studying dark arts with Professor Quirrell. Since signing the Unbreakable Curse, in order not to be devastated by the contract, Quirrell has done his best to Peter's professor. As long as Peter wants to learn, he will teach it without reservation. But Peter's terrifying learning speed also shocked Quirrell. The black magic that ordinary wizards can't learn well in months, Peter mastered it in a week. This made him look at Peter's eyes. In addition to being full of admiration, there was an imperceptible look of fear in his eyes. According to such a learning rate, I am afraid that it will not be long before he can quickly grow to have the ability of a top magician. If he can't use it for himself, AC/DC, then he has cultivated a strong enemy for himself. Quirrell had the heart to pull out this thriving seedling, but because of the threat of the contract, he did not dare to deceive in teaching magic. "Professor, if you use black magic for a long time, people's emotions will be in a negative state for a long time, which will make people crazy. Is there any way you can prevent this from happening?" After Peter finished this stage of black magic, asked Quirrell for advice. "Of course there is. That is to deceive emotions. When you deceive yourself when you cast black magic, you can also achieve the same effect." Quirrell answered Peter's question with a smile. "Deceiving emotions? How to cheat?" Peter asked vaguely. "Then do you know how the first Avada Sua life charm was successfully cast?" Professor Quirrell didn't answer him directly, but instead asked, "I don't know the professor, but I guess it must be a wizard who used this magic in the case of extreme hatred?" Peter shook his head and said, "No. According to a more reliable account, a long time ago a wizard's lover was caught by muggles and experienced horrific torture, and she was in pain, praying for the wizard to end her suffering. In order to prevent his lover from continuing to suffer, the wizard successfully released the first Avada Sophia curse. He took his lover's life without pain. Then he used this life-sucking spell to slaughter that muggle town. This established the status of black magic. Professor Quirrell recounted the story with a blank expression. 66-foot Professor, do you mean that the death curse was born from the wizard's desire to end the suffering of his lover? Peter said in surprise. He did not expect that such a disgusting black magic would have such a history. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Quirrell said sarcastically, a black magic that can easily take people's lives is actually out of love. Of course, I'm not discussing so-called love with you now. I'm telling you, if you don't want to be influenced by the negative emotions of black magic, then try to deceive your own thoughts. 35 Quirrell looked at Peter and said, Professor, then how should I deceive my thoughts? When I want to kill someone, I have to think for their own good. Peter asked with a puzzled look. You're right, you need to use black magic with this idea in mind. Quirrell said with a smile on his face, when you can skillfully deceive yourself and say it's for his own good, you can successfully cast black magic with positive emotions. How else can you do this? Peter's 3 views were completely shattered. Professor, can this really work? Peter asked suspiciously. You can try it now. I'll give you a little trick. You can try to hypnotize yourself to think you're the real one. Everyone else is just hopeless. You use black magic just to save these people. Quirrell spoke slowly with introductory words, and his expression suddenly became solemn, looking a bit like the temperament of a priest in a church. Professor, that's what you think when you usually use black magic. Peter looked at Quirrell strangely. No, in my eyes, they are no different from ants and bugs on the ground. Professor Quirrell looked at Peter with indifferent eyes and said, Do you have any emotions when you run over an ant? Peter then thought that the Quirrell in front of him was not the real Professor Quirrell, but the Dark Lord who regarded human life as nothing. Try it, Peter. I believe that with your talent, you will soon be able to learn this little trick, and the black cube will no longer limit you. Quirrell said to Peter eagerly. Professor, we just signed a contract. Why do you seem so eager to let me learn black magic? Peter asked curiously. I said, Peter, you're a genius. Genius shouldn't be buried. Quirrell looked at Peter with admiration and then said disdainfully, The magic world is degenerate now. They shy away from black magic, but forget that we used to rely on these magics to stand at the top of the magic world. I can't bear a magical genius like you. Follow them to learn those little tricks, and then go on with nothing. Quirrell stood up, looking at Peter with admiration on his pale and weak face. You are like you were born with magic, and the magic that I teach you, you will soon be able to use it as an arm. Even if I call myself a genius, when I was your age, I was dwarfed by you. Professor, you are too praiseworthy. I can't compare with you. You are the famous Dark Lord. Peter said modestly, with an embarrassed look on his face. You don't have to be humble, Peter. Professor Quirrell shook his head slightly, then formally invited him, saying, As long as you swear to obey me, I will impart all my knowledge to you and make you my heir. Standing in a position under 1 person and above 10,000 people. I believe that with my help, in a very short period of time, you will grow into characters like me and Dumbledore. Although I disdain Dumbledore's hypocritical appearance, he is the only person who can match me. Don't you want to have such strength? Hearing Quirrell's alluring words, Peter's eyes didn't waver. He looked at Quirrell's expectant eyes and said indifferently, Professor, I have no intention of being subservient, and I don't want to be marked as a servant. 99. That's such a pity. This is the first time I seriously want to take someone as a disciple, Quirrell said with an expressionless face and a tone of regret. I just hope that you won't stand against me in the future, or you will kill yourself. I will feel sorry for you. Professor, I've never been a nosy person. As long as people don't bully me, I'm a good audience. Peter said with a faint smile, as if he didn't hear the killing intent in his words. Okay, let's get back to the point. Quirrell retracted the topic, conjured a snake directly, and said to Peter, Now try to deceive yourself and use a positive emotion to cast a life-killing spell on this snake. I'll try, Peter nodded, looking at the colorful snakes on the table, and took out his wand. I tried hard to convince myself that I used the life-threatening curse in order to let the poisonous snake end the pain as soon as possible. Peter remembered a movie character he had seen, in which a perverted killer was a holy father figure. When he was arrested, the police asked him the reason for killing. The killer looked sympathetic, saying that he did this just to save these people, and he didn't feel that he was wrong from the bottom of his heart. He was saving these fallen people with a kindness. Peter has a deep memory of this role, so he is now working hard to deduce this psychology. Peter worked hard to brew his emotions, and his face gradually showed a look of pity. He pointed his wand at the poisonous snake and said, "Avada Sua." A green light flashed, and the poisonous snake on the table turned directly into a dead snake. "I made it." 33 Peter couldn't believe it. "Looks like you're very talented in this area." Quirrell also showed a surprised look, and then praised with a smile. Peter was very happy with the successful release of the life-suppressing spell, because he was guided by positive emotions, and when he cast the spell, he was full of the idea of saving the snake. Then he got excited. "Damn, don't I have the potential to become a pervert?" And this kind of behavior is very similar to those sympathetic priests in the Middle Ages, who tied innocent girls to the incinerator and burned them to death while talking about salvation. Although it is to avoid getting yourself into negative emotions. But after using black magic for a long time, shouldn't it be affected by it and become a very hypocritical person? 0. Ask for flowers. After thinking about it, Peter still thinks that he can use it less in the future. But Peter is also very happy to learn this skill. Hypocrisy is better than being a lunatic. In the future, he doesn't have to worry about using black magic too much and being influenced by it, becoming a crazy person. Okay, today's teaching task is completed, you can go back. Quirrell started to chase people, and Peter came to him whenever he had time, which made him so annoying that he didn't even have enough time to inquire about the Philosopher's Stone. "Then I'll go first, Professor. Thank you for your teaching today. See you tomorrow," Peter said with a smile. Then, as if thinking of something, he took out a small glass bottle from the bag and put it on the table. "This is the blood of the latest unicorn. Professor, remember to drink it on time, or your body will not be able to withstand the toss any longer." "I see." Quirrell took the bottle, opened the cap, and sniffed it carefully, then closed it again, and placed it on the right-hand side without taking it immediately. Seeing this, Peter smiled and didn't say anything, but politely bid him farewell and left the office. Then on the way back, Peter's eyes flashed blue light, and scenes about the future came into view. "Quirrell, you still haven't given up on the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Can you drink my unicorn blood well? It seems that you still need to teach a little lesson." Peter's eyes returned to normal, and he said with a sneer. For the next 2 days, Peter was still busy with his studies, and occasionally went to the room of requirement to go on a treasure-hunting trip with the twins. Until one day, I heard from the twins that Ronald was bitten by something and was admitted to the hospital. Although Ronald swore that he was bitten by a dog, the twins looked at his swollen hands in disbelief. Not to mention Madame Pomfrey, the therapist, but she didn't ask much, just gave Ronald some medicine and let him lie down in the infirmary for a few days. Just before Ronald lay down for a long time, it was suddenly heard from the school that the 3 Harry Potters will transfer the fire dragon to the observatory on Saturday night and send them away. It turned out to be Draco Malfoy. I don't know how, secretly got the letter that Charlie sent to Ronald, copied hundreds of copies, and advertised it everywhere. For a time, the topic about dragons that had faded out was once again picked up, and many students excitedly expressed that they would go to the observatory on Saturday night. Next, hearing this news, Peter was instantly speechless. He had given up hope for the secrecy of the 3 Harry Potters, and in this case, Malfoy could get the secret letter, which only showed how big their hearts were. When Peter went to see Ronald in the infirmary, he saw the anxious faces of the 3. As soon as the 3 of them saw Peter, it was as if they had seen the backbone, and they hurriedly asked Peter for a solution. "Can you write another letter to Charlie and ask him to change the address of the handover?" Peter said indifferently. Hearing his suggestion, the 3 were suddenly disappointed. Ronald, who was lying on the hospital bed, muttered, "It's easy to say, tomorrow is Saturday, and it's too late to write a letter. How can I change my address?" Peter didn't say anything, just took out a golden red ornate feather and put it in Hermione's hand. "This is the feather of the phoenix. You put 143 on your letter to Charlie, and it will be delivered to Charlie on time." "Okay, I'll go first. I wish you all the best. Peter chuckled and walked out of the infirmary. Is this the phoenix feather? It looks so beautiful. I really want to have a phoenix pet. Hermione looked at the feather in her hand and said with admiration, "What did Peter mean just now? Why didn't I understand?" Harry Potter asked in confusion. "I don't know either." Ronald also said, "Are your two brains for decoration?" Hermione gave them a sullen look and explained, "Peter means let's write a new letter and send it to Charlie with this feather." "Isn't it too late? And what's the use of this feather? Could it still deliver the letter to Charlie immediately?" Ronald pouted. "That's right, Hermione, the phoenix feathers look beautiful, but they're useless." Harry continued, "Have you two never read a book?" Hermione looked at the two of them angrily and explained, "I saw an introduction to Phoenix in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find It, and it said that Phoenix can not only teleport something that is many times heavier than himself, even his feathers have the ability to teleport. And it is much safer and more effective than phantom travel. This means that we only need to rewrite a letter to Charlie now, and then use the phoenix feather given by Peter to send it to Charlie. The location and time of the correspondence can be changed in time." Harry and Ronald stared at Hermione's feathers after hearing Hermione's explanation. "This is so cool. I want a phoenix pet even more now." Ronald looked at the phoenix feather in surprise and tried to touch it with his intact hand. Noticing Ronald's little gesture, Hermione retracted his feathers, glared at him, and said, "Let's write a letter to Charlie right now and change the delivery address. Otherwise, according to the current situation, tomorrow night at the observatory. I'm afraid there will be students." 35. Yes, Malfoy is so hateful. Not only did I report Hagrid about raising dragons, but now he wants to sabotage our plan to send dragons. Ronald said indignantly, "If we were careful, we wouldn't be here if we didn't get the letter from Malfoy." Hermione looked at her two useless boys, akimbo. "Now we have to get Peter to help us. This can be solved." 99. The two boys were smirked by the look in her eyes. As soon as she said it, Hermione took out a piece of parchment and began to write a letter, then looked up and asked, "Where is the handover?" Before the two could answer, he lowered his head and said to himself, "Forget it. It's useless to listen to you. Let's change the address of the observatory to All Shack. It's a remote location, and few people will go there. The time is the same. It just happened to attract those people to the observatory." Listening to Hermione talking to herself, the two boys immediately looked at each other and then sighed helplessly. He has a strong friend, and he has to learn to adapt. "Okay, I'm done. It's time to send it to Charlie." Hermione collected the pen, checked the letter, sealed it up, and tentatively inserted the phoenix feather on the side of the paper. The three of them widened their eyes and waited for a while without seeing the envelope being sent. "Is there anything I need to do to activate the phoenix feather?" Harry said hesitantly. "Let me think about it." Hermione thought, frowning, and after a moment, her eyes lit up. "I think about it." "What?" the two boys asked at the same time. "Ronald, take this letter." Hermione handed him the envelope and instructed expectantly, "You held that phoenix feather. Thinking of Charlie, thinking of delivering this letter to him. Go." 9. Does this really work? Ronald took the envelope with some doubts, then in the eyes of the two, tentatively closed his eyes, and silently read Charlie Weasley's name. Pfft. The phoenix feather on Ronald's hand suddenly caught fire, and then disappeared out of thin air with the letter. "Hey, I thought the fire would burn me. I didn't expect it to disappear," Ronald said in shock. "Can that letter really get to Charlie?" Harry asked suspiciously. "It should be possible. After all, we have only this way. Tomorrow we will take Norbert to the owl shed and wait for Charlie and the others to arrive." 35. Hermione said helplessly. The next day, Saturday, the students who did not have class began to discuss the rumors of Hagrid raising dragons and the dragons sent by the observatory tonight. "Potter, did you really have a dragon with Hagrid? What kind of dragon? Are you going to send it off tonight? Can you show it to me?" Another student, walking up to Harry Potter, asked curiously. Road. "No, that's fake." 35. Harry replied angrily. "But everyone said that you really raised a dragon. This can't come from nowhere." The student who asked the question said with a look of disbelief, "Malfoy lied to you. He likes to fight against us." Ronald directly threw the blame at Draco Malfoy, his face flushed. TSK, Raherd Porby ********* D. It's not me who lied. Just watch it tonight. I will definitely expose your true colors. Draco suddenly appeared behind Ronald, looked at the three of them viciously, and then his face he sneered in anticipation. There will be a lot of people going to the observatory tonight to see how you send the dragon away. 3.2. Then we are so scared. Ronald looked scared and rolled his eyes. He wanted to say something, and was pulled back by Harry and Hermione beside him. Seeing this situation, Draco narrowed his eyes and looked at the three of them suspiciously. After lunch, the three of Harry left the auditorium, not noticing a tail behind them. Seriously, you shouldn't have stopped me just now, this nasty Malfoy thought he was going to win. Ronald said with a smug look. Malfoy certainly didn't think we had changed the location. Ask the cold air on the stage for a night. 99. Shut up, Ronald. Don't be overheard with your big mouth. Hermione cut Ronald's words sternly, then looked around warily. Draco, who had been following behind them, quickly hid in the corner. His eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect these three people to give addresses so quickly. Then Draco was full of unwillingness. He had a hard time this time. Ever since he found out about Hagrid raising dragons, he originally wanted to use this as a threat to get the dragon into his hands. To know that his name is Dragon, he is in Malfoy Manor, but he has a toy room of his own, full of fire dragon models and toys. You know how much he likes dragons. Unfortunately, when he asked his father if he could adopt a dragon, his doting father sternly refused. Then one day, after finishing the defense against the dark arts class, he suddenly had the idea of reporting Hagrid for raising dragons, and he couldn't hold it back. Then he told his father all about it, but he didn't expect his father to bring the Ministry of Magic to raid Hagrid. But they were narrowly avoided by the half-giant and Potter. The Ministry of Magic announced that this was false news. As a witness, he was ridiculed by everyone, saying that he actually regarded a fire dragon model as a young dragon. Draco was very excited. He could have sworn he had seen the young dragon break its shell with his own eyes. But no one believed him. Looking at Potter's smug faces, Draco gritted his teeth and decided that he must prove that he was not lying. He managed to steal the letter from Potter and the others. When he saw the contents of the letter, he was ecstatic. The letter was released at the right time. Now he was told to change the address and not send him away from the observatory. How could he prove that Potter and the others were the liars? Draco clung to the wall, hiding his figure, vowing to find out their secret. Prove that you are not lying. Hermione, you're being too careful. There's no one around here, Ronald said nonchalantly. Yeah, I guess Malfoy should be very proud now, waiting for us to go to the observatory, but he didn't even know that we switched to the owl shed. Harry also said with a smile. The owl shed? Hearing the address, Draco had a smile on his face. Maybe I'm too sensitive, but I always feel like someone is following us behind us. Hermione looked around suspiciously, then said with a sigh of relief. After the three left, Draco stepped out of the corner. He looked at the direction the three of them left, with a vicious smile on his face. He decided that this time, he would catch them himself, instead of reporting it in advance as before. As curfew time came, Peter was again kicked out of the library by Mrs. Pants. He rubbed his buttocks and sighed at Mrs. Pants's ingenious technique of silently casting spells. With a wave of his wand, the feather duster automatically chased after him and spanked his buttocks. On the way back to the cellar, Peter saw a few students from a distance and quietly ran towards the astronomy tower. After confirming that there were no Slytherin students among them, Peter rolled his eyes, grinned wickedly, turned and walked towards Filch's office. Dong dong dong, Filch was teasing his cat lady when he heard a knock on his door. Vigilantly shouted out, "Who is it?" "Mr. Filch, I'm Peter York. I have something to report to you." Peter's voice came from outside the door. Hearing that it was the good student of Slytherin, Filch was a little surprised and opened the office door with a puzzled expression. Looking at the young wizard who was praised by everyone at the door, Filch's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy and asked impatiently, What's the matter with you? It's curfew time now. If you don't have a reasonable reason, if so, wait for the punishment. 5. Peter didn't care about his attitude and said with a smile, I just came out of the library, and then I saw a lot of students heading towards the observatory. Because a lot of people are saying, Harry Potter, they're going to send a dragon out tonight. So they all went to see the fun. If you go now, you should meet a lot of people there. 99. You're telling the truth? Filch asked suspiciously. Believe it or not, Mr. Filch. That's all I know, and now I want me to go back and rest. Peter said with a smile, before nodding at him to leave. Wait, you're running around during curfew time now, so you'll be punished too. Filch grabbed Peter's cuff with a malicious smile. Are you sure you want to arrest me? I just came out of the library, and Mrs. Pants can testify for me. Peter was surprised, then narrowed his eyes and looked at him indifferently. But you didn't go back to the dormitory on time and instead came around here. So you also violated the school rules. Filch said gloatingly, clutching Peter's cuff and not letting go. Let go. Filch, Peter's voice became cold, his eyes suddenly became very penetrating, staring at him closely, then the corner of his mouth raised, and he said sarcastically, You said you can't use magic, you should just go your place. Instead of forcibly staying in this place, watching other people use magic easily every day, and I can't even cast a little magic spell, and let my jealousy gradually corrode my soul. All I can hear right now is the envy and unwillingness in your head and the dark thoughts. Very ugly. Filch's face became very pale, looked at Peter in horror, made a sharp voice, and said, How did you know that? I never told anyone. Do you think others are fools? You can clean up the hallway with a clean spell, but you are holding a mop. Anyone who is a little smarter can think of your 143 identity. Besides, after you've been here for so long, you must have heard of the Dementor spell, right? Peter looked at him gently, but his tone was cold. The so-called secrets you keep in your heart. Come to me, it is a book that I can read at any time. As long as I want, you can't hide it. 9. You. Filch looked at him in horror, his mouth trembling, unable to speak. Can you let me go now? Peter looked at him with a smile. Filch came back to his senses, as if being burned by fire, and instantly withdrew his hand. Thank you. 33, Peter said politely, and swept the cuff with his wand, and the folds were instantly smoothed. Then he looked at Filch with a smile and said, Your attention should be those students in the observatory, not the students at the observatory. 99. I'm going back to the dorm first, Mr. Filch. Good night. Peter turned to leave, leaving Filch with a blank expression on his face. Meow. The skinny cat walked to Filch's feet and rubbed him. Filch looked at the place where no one was in the distance, leaned over and picked up the cat, and muttered to himself, Norris, I have only you now. 99. Then his expression changed. He picked up a lamp, rushed out of the office, and ran towards the observatory, with a grinning expression on his face, and muttered, These damn students, I'm going to show you a good look when they catch me. Peter thought he would be able to get back to the dormitory smoothly, but he bumped into Draco on the way. Chief! Draco shouted in panic, not expecting to meet Peter here. It's curfew time. What are you doing out here? Peter squinted at him. Because something. Draco dared not look at Peter. Peter was in Hagrid's hut when the Ministry of Magic raided earlier. Draco had always thought that Hagrid was able to evade inspection ahead of time, and Peter must have played a big role. Otherwise, with the help of Gryffindor's few people, there is no such ability at all. So now he's going to catch Potter on the spot and can't tell Peter. He's worried Peter will stop it. Seeing Draco hesitating, Peter's eyes narrowed. His mind-reading ability hadn't been turned off yet, and he just heard his heart. Since Draco didn't want to say it, he didn't ask any further, just reminded, if you want to travel at night, as long as you don't get caught, I won't care about you, but if you get caught, you must deduct points this semester. Make up the credits before you finish. Got it? 35. Understood, Chief, don't worry, I won't be deducted points, maybe I'll get extra points. Draco said confidently. He wanted to catch Potter and the others on the spot, and as a meritorious person, he would definitely be rewarded by Professor Snape. I hope so, otherwise, if you want to make up 50 credits, it will be difficult. Peter said meaningfully. Senior, what do you mean by 50 credits? Draco asked in confusion. It's all right, you'll understand later. Peter said with a smile, and he ignored his reaction and walked into the cellar. Hearing Peter's inexplicable words, Draco was a little confused, then shook his head and ran to Professor McGonagall's office excitedly. He was going to take Professor McGonagall to the scene to arrest someone. As for why he didn't go to Professor Snape, Draco said that Snape's reputation is not only afraid of other college students, but they're also afraid of it. You're finally back. Let me tell you, the observatory is very lively tonight. Alan said to Peter with a novel look. I heard that there are more than a dozen people in Gryffindor, and they're going to secretly go to the observatory to see if the news that Potter and the others have sent dragons is true. It is said that there are still a few Hufflepuffs, and I want to see them too. You said that if a professor happened to pass by, would they be wiped out? There shouldn't be anyone in our academy, so curious to come and see? Peter asked with a frown after hearing this. No, you also know that the people in our academy are more cautious. There are at least a dozen people going to the observatory tonight, and it is easy to expose, so no one goes. Alan shook his head and said, That's good. Peter nodded in satisfaction. Then Peter said with a wicked smile, When I came back just now, I saw a few Gryffindor students walking towards the observatory. So I kindly reported the situation to Filch, thinking that he should be there tonight. Great gain, 5. Hey, Peter, you are so bad. If they knew about it, they would definitely hate you. Alan was stunned when he heard this, and then said with a snicker, I'm a good student. If I go out during this curfew time, of course I have to report it to the professors. Peter said righteously. Then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Of course it would be better if we deducted more credits. After all, although our credits are ranked first, other colleges are still biting behind us. The two smiled at each other, fully looking forward to this situation. However, Draco Malfoy went out just now. Will he be caught? Alan suddenly remembered and said, with a worried expression. Of course he'll be caught. Peter said with a smile, and in Alan's puzzled look, he explained, I've already met him just now, and this kid is going to take the professor to the scene to arrest people. Although the college will because he was deducted 50 credits, but also made Gryffindor deduct 150 points, we still earned it. You predicted it? Alan asked in surprise. It's not a prophecy, it's just a one-sided view. Peter waved his hand and said with a light smile. I really envy your ability. If I have such ability, I can use it to predict the exam questions at the end of the semester. Alan sighed with envy. No prospects. If you work a little bit more, it's easy to get good grades in the test. Peter rolled his eyes at him. You put it lightly, you think everyone is a scholar like you. If you only deserve a passing score from a scumbag like us, how dare you expect excellence? Alan slumped on the sofa without fighting spirit set above. Peter ignored the lazy guy, looked at the time, and asked, although it's the weekend, don't you want to stay up late? Go to bed, tomorrow I'll take you to the library to review, and the final exam is not far away. Forgive me, Peter. Just let me have a good rest on the weekend. And there are still several months until the end of the term, and it's still growing. Ellen hugged the sofa directly and said expectantly, And I also want to see if your prediction is accurate. If Malfoy is really deducted 50 credits, then I will hold your thigh. Anyway, at the end of the term, you can give me a few questions and I can pass the exam. Don't even think about it. My prophecy is not used to help you cheat. If you really fail the test, I will send my report card to your parents and let them see your roommate. What do you think? Peter sneered. Are you a devil? Alan looked at him pitifully and said resentfully. No, I'm your angel roommate. Peter said with a grin. There are no angels in the magic world, you devil. Alan slumped on the sofa, covering his face and roaring dryly. Looking at the classmates who were attracted around him, Peter explained to everyone with a smile, He's just sick, don't worry. Pfft, the surrounding students couldn't help snickering. Alan's personality is really funny. Peter was haunted by Alan and stayed in the lounge for another half an hour. When he was about to go back to the bedroom to rest, He saw Draco come in with a look of indignity. "Draco, have you been deducted 50 credits?" Alan couldn't wait to jump up from the sofa when he saw him, ran a few steps to him, and asked, "Senior White, you know?" "Oh, how did you know?" "I just came out of Professor McGonagall." Draco was ashamed at first, then reacted and asked inexplicably, "Of course Peter told me. He said you'd get 50 points off you. And then there are other Gryffindors who'll get 150 points off you because of you. Is that true?" Alan looked expectantly sad. When Draco heard this, he looked at Peter on the sofa by the fireplace in shock, and only then did he remember what Peter had said to him outside the cellar just now. "It's true, I just took Professor McGonagall to the Owl Shack to catch a few people at Potter, but it was empty. But I bumped into Potter, Granger, and Longbottom on the way," Draco said with some guilty conscience. "Then they were deducted 50 points each by Professor McGonagall. I was deducted 50 credits too. The reason is that I was also out during the curfew time. Well done, although we deducted 50 points, we finally killed our rival." 27 Alan said happily. "Senior White, can the chief predict?" "He reminded me when he was outside." Draco asked Alan in a low voice, his eyes full of shock and curiosity. "What do you say? And he is also a natural Dementor. This guy is a monster, you can't hide your little actions and thoughts from him," Alan said in a tone of horror stories, his eyes full of smiles. Grave accent, Dementor. Draco's expression was full of horror, and his footsteps retreated unconsciously. "Don't worry, his ability is self-control, so he turns it off most of the time. After all, there is always someone buzzing in his head, which is annoying, right?" Alan reassured. Peter got up and walked in front of Draco. Looking at the younger brother who was restrained in front of him, he said calmly, "Since you have been deducted 50 credits, you must make up those scores this semester." "I can do it, 5. "Yes, Chief," Draco assuredly assured. "That's fine," Peter nodded in satisfaction. Then he said angrily to Aaron, who was hanging on the side, "What are you doing? It's getting late. It's time to go to bed. Since you said I was a monster just now, then you will go to the library with me to review tomorrow morning. Your grades improve." 99. "No, I don't want it." Alan was dragged back to the dormitory by Peter with a whimper in the eyes of many students. Draco looked at the two with a look of envy in his eyes. When he came to school, in addition to the two followers, there was also a Nympho-Pansy Parkinson, but none of them really became friends. He wondered if he was going to find a real friend. Although he had tried to be friends with Potter before, he had become a nemesis. Speaking of Potter, he suddenly became angry again. Originally tonight, he was going to expose Potter's lies on the spot and then prove to everyone that he did not lie. But he was obviously a step late, and he missed a shot. Although Potter's 3 buckles did it well, dropped 150 points, in the future, I am afraid many people will think that they are lying and make up lies about Hagrid raising dragons. The next day, when all the students got up, they found out that a tsunami was coming. The Gryffindor students looked at their scoring hourglass and were almost deducted. Percy Weasley, a prefect, was full of disbelief and rushed to Professor McGonagall's office to inquire about the situation. Only then did I learn that Harry, Hermione, and Neville were caught by her on a night tour last night and deducted 150 points. Then Filch caught 3 Gryffindor students at the observatory and was also deducted 150 points by a furious Professor McGonagall. I deducted a full 300 points in one night. I deducted all the Gryffindor's point gems, and I still owe a lot. When Percy heard the news, he fainted with anger. He originally wanted to compete with Peter, but now it's a joke. Then Filch caught 2 other Hufflepuff students and also deducted 100 points. Plus Slytherin's Draco was deducted 50 points, and only Ravenclaw students didn't get deducted. But despite this, Slytherin is still firmly in the first place in the Academy's points ranking. This made Slytherin students very excited, and even angrily ran to Harry Potter to thank him for his contribution to Slytherin. Peter also hurriedly drank to stop these over-the-top Slytherin students. Didn't they see that they had already provoked public anger? Gryffindor was deducted 300 points overnight, which caused quite a stir. Harry Potter and his companions were suddenly isolated from their classmates. Not only were they deducted 150 points, but also the other 3 students were also deducted 150 points. That's right, the other 3 students who were caught by Filch at the observatory swore that if it wasn't for Harry Potter and the others, they would not have been so curious to look at the rumors of a fire dragon, so it's all to blame. Harry Potter on their heads. Having been deducted so many credits, Gryffindor has no hope of the Academy Cup this year, and even the twins have no interest in the treasure hunt. They have stepped up their Quidditch practice with Captain Wood and strive to win the Quidditch Cup. Harry Potter and the others were in a difficult situation, and unfortunately, they were punished by Professor McGonagall for voluntary labor, and they were going to follow Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest. And Peter is also busy. He is going to go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to wait for the arrival of Quirrell. According to the future he predicted, Quirrell will go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to hunt unicorns again. Peter was not surprised that Quirrell gave up the unicorn blood that Peter regularly supplied every 2 weeks, and instead spent his energy going to the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns. Although Peter's unicorn blood is not cursed, it was conjured with the wishing spell 143, and the effect can only last for half a month. Once Peter suddenly revokes this magic, the unicorn blood that sustains his life will disappear at the same time, and his body will collapse immediately. This kind of restrained situation is not something that Voldemort, who has always been self-reliant, can endure. So Quirrell, who has collected the primrose again, is going to go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to trap a unicorn, so as to free himself from Peter's control. Even if such a unicorn's blood contains a curse, the effect of life extension is enough. He persisted until the end of the semester. Before Quirrell had acted, Peter came to the unicorn settlement in the Forbidden Forest ahead of time and informed the Unicorn King of the danger tonight. At this time, Peter turned into a unicorn and said to Raphael, the Unicorn King, "The Dark Wizard is ready to attack you tonight. Raphael, you should be optimistic about all unicorns, and don't let anyone the unicorn ran away, or he would lose his life." The Unicorn King nodded, but said angrily, "I will be optimistic, but this man comes over and over again to take the lives of my kind, and I want him to pay the price." Raphael, don't worry, you will have a chance tonight. As long as you find the right time, give him a hard blow when he is weak, AC/DC, so that he will not dare to covet you in the future. Peter is confident said. As the night got darker, Quirrell in the office looked at the time, then took out a handful of primroses from the drawer, the evening primroses he had collected during the full moon a few days ago, and put on his hood to quietly leave the castle and enter the Forbidden City in the dark of night. In the forest. Meanwhile, Filch gloated over his misfortune to take Potter, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy to Hagrid's hut, where they were to follow Hagrid on a tour of the Forbidden Forest tonight. After Quirrell came to the Forbidden Forest, he came to the high ground outside the Unicorn Settlement. After quietly observing, and after confirming that it was safe, after staring at the outermost unicorn, he took out the evening primrose again. Put it in the direction of the upwind of the unicorn, and let the wind carry the scent of evening primrose to the unicorn. Evening primrose is worthy of being the favorite food of unicorns. As soon as it smelled this fragrance, even if the Unicorn King told him thousands of times, the unicorn couldn't help being tempted and left the settlement in the direction of the fragrance. Quirrell thought the unicorns would be wary after the last time. But looking at this unsuspecting unicorn, I immediately felt extremely happy, and continued to follow the planned route, constantly placing primroses to lure the unicorn farther and farther. At the same time, in the unicorn tribe, the tall Unicorn King quietly left the village, chasing the unicorn that left. Putting the last primrose on a rock in a valley, Quirrell quietly waited for the arrival of the unicorn. In order to prevent the accident from happening again, he prepared dozens of primroses this time, and led the unicorn to a very far position. After a while, the unicorn chasing the primrose finally fell into the trap. Quirrell, who was hiding on the high ground, waved his wand, and the unicorn, which was happily eating the evening primrose, was suddenly surrounded by the surrounding branches, rattan, and thick ropes. It is wrapped around it like a giant python. No matter how hard it struggles, it can't do anything, and it is half hung in the air, only making a panicked neigh. Great! Haha, finally caught. Quirrell walked out from the heights full of excitement, looking at the unicorn tied into a zongzi with joy. He didn't have a single death curse attack this time around, and was inspired by Peter. He is going to capture this unicorn alive, and then take it back and lock it in his office, and get some blood from it every month to maintain his life, so he doesn't have to bother to come and hunt again in the future. Idiot! Go see if this unicorn is real. Isn't the previous lesson enough? Quirrell screeched hoarsely from the back of his head. Yes, yes. Master. Quirrell shuddered with fright, ran over a few steps, carefully inspected the unicorn, and kept experimenting with magic spells, but nothing changed. It was just the constant neighing that caused the unicorn to panic. Master, no abnormality was found. It should be a real unicorn. Quirrell said happily. Idiot, of course you can't find anything wrong with this inspection. Peter York's wishing curse is very wonderful, and the conjured creatures are no different from the real thing. You go get a little blood, taste it yourself, and see if there is any curse. Voldemort said hoarsely, his voice very strange in this quiet, deep valley. Upon hearing Voldemort's request, Quirrell showed a hesitant look on his face, and he said hesitantly, Master, doesn't Peter York provide us with uncursed blood on time every month? Maybe we can save some more. Before he could finish speaking, Quirrell slumped to the ground with a face full of pain and kept begging for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. 35. Voldemort didn't torture him too much. After he stopped, he said coldly, Peter York can't be trusted. Although the unicorn blood he conjured has no curse, as long as he waved his wand, the effect of the blood ceased to exist. We are now at a critical time, and the plan to capture the Philosopher's Stone must not have any influence. I see, Master. Quirrell replied in horror. Then he directly conjured a knife, cut a small mouth on the unicorn, caught it with a bottle, and struggled to drink it. Suddenly, his body twitched, and blue and black lines suddenly appeared on his face, which instantly turned him into a very hideous. Quirrell looked at the blue veins on his hands in horror, and shouted in horror, Master, what's going on? My body hurts so much, Master save me. Quirrell rolled on the ground in pain. Peter York. Voldemort, who was connected to Quirrell's pain, also let out a scream, and then he understood it instantly and said through gritted teeth. Pa-pa-pa. Applause suddenly sounded. A tree on the side twisted and turned into Peter in an instant. Applauding and walking to Quirrell, he curiously asked Voldemort behind Quirrell, Lord Voldemort, how did you know it was me? I guessed it was you, Peter York. Why are you fighting me over and over again? Voldemort said hoarsely. Peter looked at Voldemort, who was hiding in the hood, and said in a hurt voice, Then you have wronged me. I kindly offered you unicorn blood every month, but you went to the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns. Beast, this is your breach of contract first. With that said, the trapped unicorn ignited a flame, its holy appearance faded, and it turned into a nightmare of black flames all the time, exuding the breath of evil curse. Looking at this scene, Quirrell, who was in severe pain, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted with difficulty, a nightmare again. Then looked at Peter in horror, Peter York, you're disguising the nightmare as a unicorn again. You guessed it right. Professor Quirrell, you only suffered a loss last time. Why did you forget it so quickly? Look at your current body, it's festering even more. Peter said with a smile, a look of pity. Master, save me, I can't die so soon. Quirrell looked at his body in horror, only to see that his body quickly festered because he drank the blood of the nightmare just now. Voldemort, who was behind Quirrell's head, listened to his subordinate's cry for help and asked Peter in a cold voice, This time we admit it. How on earth are you willing to save this idiot? Voldemort is very aggrieved. For the sake of the Philosopher's Stone, he can't give up this body yet, so he can only save Quirrell. Hearing Voldemort's words, Peter smiled and said innocently, Professor, of course I won't do well. You are teaching me black magic now. Without your help, where would I find such a good teacher? 35. As long as you swear not to ban the unicorns in the forest, I will still send you unicorn blood as usual in the future, to ensure that you can last until the end of this semester. I think you should have obtained the Philosopher's Stone long ago. 5. Voldemort hid in his cloak and didn't speak for a long time, and then, amid Quirrell's constant pleas, a cold voice finally came out, hissing like a poisonous snake, I promise. That's great, Peter said happily as if he heard the good news, and then waved his wand, and the nightmare turned into smoke and disappeared. As the nightmare disappeared, so did the curse and poison on Quirrell. He stopped howling, stood up tremblingly, and looked at Peter smiling in horror. His fear of Peter has almost surpassed that of Voldemort. This 14-year-old boy has repeatedly let himself play with Voldemort. Peter looked at Quirrell sympathetically and said, Professor Quirrell, it looks like you're in a very bad situation. 39. After speaking, he turned into a unicorn, skillfully took out a small vial of blood, and handed it to Quirrell. Professor, you should drink some blood first, or your body may not be able to support it. Quirrell took the bottle tremblingly, then asked hesitantly behind him, Master, drink. Voldemort's voice was a little dejected. Upon hearing Voldemort's permission, Quirrell's face was delighted, and he quickly drank the unicorn blood from the bottle. In an instant, Quirrell's body, which was on the verge of collapse, miraculously recovered again. A morbid flush appeared on his pale face, and he let out a comfortable moan. Peter looked at him with disgust, then smiled and pushed the unicorn that he transformed into, and said, To reassure you, put this unicorn with you. He is halfway there. In a month's time, it will not disappear. Now you should be relieved, right? When Quirrell heard it, he immediately took out a dragonskin bag that had been prepared, with a traceless stretch spell in it, and put the unicorn into the small bag with ease. Professor, remember to feed it. Although this unicorn is made by me, it still needs to eat and sleep. Peter reminded with a smile. And I see that, Professor Quirrell, you are so good at finding Evening Primrose. When you want to get its blood later, you'd better exchange it for Evening Primrose. Otherwise, what you get out will be cursed blood. 95. When Quirrell heard Peter's sarcastic tone, his face flushed, and he turned away angrily. This time, I came home empty-handed, and I lost all face. I don't know how to be tortured and vented by the master. Professor, you are so badly injured now that it is very dangerous in the Forbidden Forest. Do you need me to take you back? Peter asked with a smile. No, came Quirrell's annoyed voice and quickened his pace. Peter looked at the direction Quirrell left with a smile. Blue light flashed in his eyes, and then a smile appeared on his face. He turned to the jungle not far away and said, He will meet Harry Potter later, and that's your chance. Yes! Remember to give him some color to see, but don't kill it. 35. There was a neigh in the jungle, and then a white fluorescent figure flashed past, chasing Quirrell's direction. When Peter slowly returned to the dormitory, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Draco were all arranged to follow Hagrid on a tour of the Forbidden Forest. 0. Ask for flowers. He was teamed with Hermione Neville under Hagrid's assignment. Draco, Harry, and Big Dog Fang. The animals in the Forbidden Forest are very sensitive, and Quirrell often entered the Forbidden Forest these days, so it caused anxiety among the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid sensed something strange, so this time he was ready to take a good look at the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Draco, two people who didn't fight each other, walked together, bickering with each other and cruising with Fang. I don't know if it was fate or if it was Harry Potter and Voldemort's innate fate. They bumped into Quirrell. With a hood and a robe wrapped tightly around him, Quirrell looked like a bat in the dark night. When he saw Harry Potter, he was stunned for a moment, and then a grinning expression appeared on his face. I can't get the Philosopher's Stone yet, and I got mad at Peter just now. Since I bumped into Harry Potter, I'll kill this so-called savior first. I think Dumbledore will be very sad, right? Fang was the first to spot Quirrell and barked at him in panic, instantly attracting the attention of Harry and Draco. Damn dog. Quirrell uttered a low voice, and with a wave of his wand, Fang was thrown far away and hit a tree trunk. Fang let out a whimper, then got up and turned around and ran, leaving Draco and Harry stunned. Draco screamed, dropped Harry Potter, turned his head and ran back. Quirrell didn't care about Draco's escape. His target was Harry Potter, who fell to the ground. He took out his wand and said Avada in his mouth, and the tip of the wand in his hand had a faint green light. Suddenly, an arrow came, interrupting Quirrell's chanting. It was the centaur Firenze, who passed over Harry in a few steps, pulling his bow tightly at Quirrell. Damn centaurs. Quirrell knew the time was up. He was still very weak and couldn't hold on for long, and could only glance at Firenze and Harry Potter hatefully, then back away. Just suddenly, before he could react, a gust of wind came from behind him, and then a sharp pain came from his body. Quirrell looked down and found that a silver horn was pierced through his chest. Behind him is a huge unicorn, with a long sharp horn. It directly picks him up. 35 Quirrell couldn't help but let out a scream. Hiss! Harry and Firenze were stunned to see this tragic situation. I saw the black-robed man who was pierced by the unicorn's corner, like a piece of rag, was thrown out by the unicorn and fell to the ground. The unicorn didn't mean to attack again, but it was still breathing from its nose, and its hoofs kept rubbing the ground, as if it was about to come again at any time. Quirrell endured the severe pain on his body, and his body turned into a black mist and quickly escaped. Firenze didn't care to say hello to Harry Potter first, but said to the tall unicorn in surprise, Raphael, I didn't expect you to be here. Aren't you one thing that won't leave your clan? The Unicorn King responded with a hiss. What, you said Peter is here too? He told you to do this. Firenze was surprised when he heard the Unicorn King's words and couldn't help but sigh, only this guy can do such a thing. The Unicorn King hissed and stepped back. 143. Okay, then you go back first. I'll be there when I have time, Firenze said after listening to him. The Unicorn King nodded, glanced at Harry Potter, then turned and ran back. Mr. Horseman, hello, was that a unicorn just now? It's really big, it's 2 or 3 times the size of a horse. Harry looked at the direction in which the unicorn disappeared in awe. Harry Potter, you can call me Firenze. Firenze bowed his head and said to him gently. You know my name? Harry asked in surprise. Of course, your name is not only famous among wizards, Harry. Firenze glanced at the scar on his forehead. Among magical intelligent creatures, you are also famous. After all, you are the only one who survived the curse of death. People, why are you paying attention to this? I mean, isn't this a wizard's business after all? Harry asked incredulously. Harry Potter, that death curse, used to be the nightmare of many magical intelligent creatures. We have tried countless times to find a way to resist this death curse, but we have found nothing. But with you, we see hope. Because you're the only one who's been attacked by the death curse head-on and unhurt. Firenze looked at Harry Potter curiously. Harry looked uncomfortable at his inquiring eyes and asked, Mr. Firenze, you mentioned Peter with the unicorn just now. Did you mean Peter York? Yes, it's him. He's our Centaur's VIP. Saved us. Firenze nodded. And he is also a good friend of the unicorns. The unicorn just now is the king of the unicorns, named Raphael. He was asked by Peter York to deal with the one just now. Dark Wizard. 5. Harry was very surprised. He didn't expect Peter York to have such a relationship in the Forbidden Forest. The thought of the Dark Wizard from earlier made Harry instantly uneasy, and he asked, Mr. Firenze, who was that man just now? He looked like he wanted to deal with me just now. I saw the green light on his wand, and for a split second I felt like I was going to die. Harry Potter, that's the death curse. As long as you get hit, you will die. Firenze said seriously. He's going to kill me. Why is he going to kill me? Harry asked in horror and anger. His goal tonight is actually the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. He is very weak now and wants to rely on the blood of the unicorn to restore his stamina. But he was blocked by Peter. But he sees you, thinks you're a hindrance to him, and wants to kill you. Firenze explained. Hinder? I don't even know him. Why do you think I'm his hindrance? Harry looked at Firenze in confusion. Because you stopped him once 10 years ago. Now that he's in school, he's going to see you as an enemy. Firenze said. You should know what's hidden in the forbidden area on the right side of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the castle. Firenze looked into Harry's eyes. That's what the man tonight is here for. 35. The corridor on the right side of the third floor? You mean the Philosopher's Stone? Harry reacted instantly, widening his eyes to look at Firenze. You mean, that person tonight is Voldemort. 35. Firenze nodded, then looked at the night sky, and said quietly, Mars is very bright tonight. Then he looked at the confused Harry and said lightly, Harry Potter, you should go. It's not safe for you here. Then he took Harry to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and he kindly helped Harry on his back, speeding up his steps to leave. It just didn't take long before they met Hagrid and a few people who were coming, and Draco, who was terrified, who kept urging Hagrid to leave the Forbidden Forest. At the same time, other centaurs also ran out, and the centaur Bane was the leader. He saw Harry on Firenze's back, sneered at Firenze, and said, You are going to be a beast for humans. Is there a camel? Firenze frowned and said angrily, See clearly that he is Harry Potter. He has just been attacked by a mysterious man, and I am just helping him. Then you can take good care of the savior. Bane snorted coldly and said, We received a notice from Peter that he asked us to patrol the Forbidden Forest for a few more days. That man is so badly injured, he will definitely come to the Forbidden Forest to pick herbs. Peter said, Don't leave him a single one. Immediately, Bane took the centaurs and hurried into the jungle. Harry got off Firenze's back, and he kept hearing the centaurs talking about Peter, and couldn't help asking, Mr. Firenze, I hear you keep talking about Peter. What kind of person is he? Peter? Firenze looked inexplicable, looked up at the night sky, and sighed, Actually, we don't even know what kind of person he is. He's sometimes more of a bystander than a centaur's, but sometimes he's a strategist. It's as if nothing is a secret in his eyes. The wise men of our tribe once said that Peter York sees a future longer than we do. He is like a witness to fate. It seems to exist and not to exist. I don't understand. Harry shook his head in confusion, and Firenze's words sounded a little mysterious to him. But he understood the essence, that is, Peter York is awesome. Okay, your partner is here too, let's go here. Firenze looked down at Harry when he saw the group of Hagrid rushing over. Harry Potter, goodbye. Thank you, Firenze. You just saved me. Harry said gratefully. You're welcome. 3.2 Harry Potter. Your fate wasn't meant to be this short, it just happened, said Firenze, shaking his head. Then he nodded to Hagrid, then ran into the jungle and disappeared. In the dark of night, in the Hogwarts castle, Peter hummed a song and walked leisurely to the cellar. While in the defense against the dark arts office, Quirrell was weakly finding many bottles of healing medicine from a wooden box. Then he tore open his sleeves to reveal his chest, only to see a very conspicuous hole wound on the chest. There was a little white fluorescence on the wound, preventing the wound from healing, which was left by the unicorn's attack magic. Master, what should I do? The wound will not heal, and soon my blood will dry, Quirrell said in horror and despair. Go to Snape's office, he's got a lot of potions. Heal your wounds. Voldemort's voice sounded. The next day, while Peter was having breakfast, he heard a lot of talk around. He asked his roommate about the situation. I heard that the potions office was stolen last night and lost a lot of precious potions. Professor Snape was furious and vowed to find the thief. Alan explained. Stolen? What potion was lost? Peter asked in surprise. I don't know, it's a mess anyway. As long as it's a potion, it seems to have been stolen. Alan shook his head and said. Peter thought for a second and realized that it was Quirrell, who looked seriously injured. It's no wonder that he was stabbed by himself first and drank the blood of a nightmare. Although he later used the blood of a unicorn to continue his life, the injury caused by it will not heal so quickly. Then, the Unicorn King pierced his chest with a unicorn ruthlessly. The unicorn's horn is not a decoration. With the magic of the unicorn on it, ordinary healing magic and potions are useless. In the whole school, I am afraid that only Snape has high-level healing potions. But Peter guessed that with Quirrell's IQ, he couldn't think of such a solution, so it was probably Voldemort's suggestion. Peter savored the food happily and glanced at Professor Snape, whose face was gloomy and his body exuded low air pressure. Express sympathy for him. This is a disaster. Quirrell didn't appear on the professor's chair today, but not many people would pay attention, the garlicky stammering professor. Peter had a defense against the dark arts class this morning, and he was curious if Quirrell could come to the class. After what happened this time, Peter felt that Quirrell should settle down and stop thinking about unicorns. After all, accept Peter's kindness obediently and provide a bottle of uncursed unicorn blood on time every fortnight. Isn't that bad? Peter's first class in the morning was to take 3 courses at the same time. But Peter has been able to use the time converter very skillfully. In addition, several of his partners knew about this, so Peter was able to use the time converter without any scruples in front of them. After Peter finished the other 2 classes first, he used the time switch again and appeared in the defense against the dark arts classroom. He sat in the seat reserved for him by some of his mates and took the textbook that his roommate brought for him. "Thank you. Now with your help, my class is more convenient." Peter sat down and said with a sigh of relief. "Are the other 2 courses going well?" Alan asked curiously. The arithmetic divination class went well, but the Muggle studies class was quite speechless. 35 Peter shook his head helplessly and said, "Professor Bubbage is a nice guy, but it's like he's never been to a Muggle. His description of Muggle life makes me feel like I've never been in Muggle society. I suspect I might fail my Muggle studies exam, because its supposedly correct answer may contradict my perception. Haha, if you fail your Muggle studies, you're going to lose your laugh." George laughed happily. Scholar Peter York lost points for getting the right answer on the Muggle studies paper. "What a terrible class," Fred said with a grin. "Fortunately, we didn't choose this course. Otherwise, we would be taught to be a fool," the twins said in unison. "It's true that this class is not rigorous. Muggle studies teachers should at least choose wizards who were Muggle-born or lived in Muggles for a long time. But as far as I know, Professor Babaji is a pureblood and has never been to the Muggle world. She only became a professor in Muggle studies when she was in school and did well in Muggle studies. But a course full of mistakes taught students learn the same wrong knowledge. This is really not rigorous." Alan, the gossip expert, agreed. "What I'm thinking about is that when I wait for the final exam, am I filling in the wrong knowledge against my conscience to get a good grade? Or just fill in the correct answers I know and get a fail? You must know that there is an OWL, Ordinary Wizarding Ranking, in the back. If I want to get all 12 O's, I have to fill it in according to the wrong knowledge in the textbook," Peter said worriedly. "If you want me to say, you still fill in the answers according to the knowledge in the textbook. When you have the ability, you can directly overthrow these textbooks and compile a copy yourself." Alan gave the most pertinent suggestion. "Indeed, although you are famous now, once you confront the adults, they will only regard your words as nonsense." George agreed. "If Peter doesn't, you'll go back to school and become a Muggle professor. You can change your textbooks however you want, and no one will tell you," Fred suggested. "Forget it. I'm just whining. I don't want to be so busy," Peter said, leaning back in his chair. Immediately after the topic changed, he asked with a smile, "I saw that Professor Quirrell was very ill yesterday. You said, will he show up in today's class?" "Sick. Hee. Did he finally get sick from the smell of garlic on his body?" George said gloatingly. "Then he'd better not come, to save us from being attacked by his poisonous gas." "Then you're going to be disappointed, because Professor Quirrell is here," Fred said with a weird smile, "but he looks very sick and feels like he's going to fall down at any moment." Peter turned his head and saw that Quirrell staggered to the classroom table. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was about to hang up at any time. Peter raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Professor Snape's potion was very powerful. He saved him so quickly, and he was able to come to class. Each for Class 143, please take a good seat." Quirrell shouted weakly, and his stammering appearance was not deterrent at all. The students were still joking around. "Okay, Slytherin, calm down and listen to the class." Peter didn't want a class to be consumed like this, so he said to the Slytherin students seriously. When the Slytherin students saw Peter speaking, they sat down obediently. "Hey, I was so frightened. You people from the Snake House are really timid, like me, A boy from Gryffindor, seeing the appearance of the Slytherin student, sneered loudly. But then Peter waved his hand lightly, and he was speechless, desperately trying to make a sound, but it was like being muted. "Peter, you," the twins said hesitantly. "Don't worry, it will be automatically unlocked after class," Peter said lightly, his voice just enough for everyone in the classroom to hear. As soon as the others heard it, the originally tense atmosphere was instantly relieved, and the students of Gryffindor looked at the silenced classmates amusingly. "Professor, you can teach," Peter said to Quirrell with a smile. Facing Peter, Quirrell's pupils shrunk, then a fake smile on his face, stammering, "Awesome, great no. Wandless magic. Peter. Slytherin plus 5 points. Thank you, Professor." Peter smiled and nodded, then sat down. After class, Peter and his companions came to the auditorium for dinner happily. Just as he was about to enter the door, Harry Potter stopped in front of Peter. "Peter, can I talk to you alone?" 99. "Harry, what little secret do you want to tell Peter?" "Tell us first, he's the evil Slytherin." "Can't believe it." The twins grinned. Seeing Harry Potter coming to him, Peter raised his eyebrows. He doesn't know the Savior very well, so it should be reasonable to say that he shouldn't have a private chat with him. But he was curious what he would say to himself. "Okay, let's go outside and talk." Peter nodded in agreement, and then let his friends go to dinner first. The two came to the stone bridge of the castle. "Harry, what do you want to tell me?" Peter asked amusingly, looking at Harry Potter's mysterious look. "Peter, it's like this." Harry then talked about how he nearly fell off the Quidditch at the beginning, and when he saw Professor Snape force Quirrell to take a side, and Snape was bitten by a three-headed dog. "It's just hiding the Philosopher's Stone." "You mean, you suspect that Professor Snape wants to kill you, and then he wants to pass through the forbidden area on the 3rd floor to steal the treasure inside?" Peter looked at him strangely, and then said, "You asked me to report on Professor Snape, or..." Looking at Peter's eyes, he thought that Peter didn't believe him, and hurriedly explained, "We have evidence. When I was playing Quidditch, Hermione saw Snape staring straight at me. Until Hermione, I lit Snape's robes before my broom stopped. I want to find you because I know you from Firenze, and you want to stop Voldemort too. You have a good relationship with the centaurs and unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. I met Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest yesterday. Although he was stabbed in the chest by a unicorn, he escaped." 35. Firenze said unicorns do what you want. I think you'll have a way, right? 99. After listening to Harry Potter's big phone call, Peter understood. It turned out that the main reason why he came to him was what Firenze told him. "Harry Potter, you can call the mysterious person by his name, which shows that you are very brave, but before you reach the corresponding strength, I suggest you use other names as good," Peter reminded seriously. Wizards in the wizarding world were afraid to call him by his first name, not just because they were afraid of him. It's because he cast magic on his name. As long as he calls his name directly, he will sense it. "I see, Peter." Harry nodded obediently, and then said anxiously, "Snape already knows the way to the forbidden level. We have no choice. So please help us think of a way. We must not let him success." "First of all, Harry, as a student of Slytherin and what I've known about Snape over the years at school, I don't think he's someone who wants to steal forbidden treasures," Peter said, shaking his head. Then stopped Harry, who wanted to speak, and continued, "But if you really doubt him, you can go to Dumbledore and respond. Dumbledore is a very enlightened headmaster, and he is very tolerant of students. Even if what you say is wrong, he will listen to you carefully. So why not go to Headmaster Dumbledore? After all, he's on the 8th floor, very close to your Gryffindor quarters, just a few steps away." "Going to Dumbledore?" Harry Potter shook his head hesitantly and said, "He won't believe me. I'm just a first-year kid, and Snape has been at school for many years. He has no reason not to trust Snape." "Trust me, Harry, you may be a little unclear about your position," Peter said with a smile. "You, the Savior, are very important in Dumbledore's eyes. Don't underestimate yourself. Besides, you also said that you are only 11-year-olds, and if you tell Dumbledore they are still not vigilant, then it is not a group of children to be responsible. But what Snape wants to steal is the magic, a treasure, and use it to resurrect Voldemort. He's my enemy, and he nearly killed me yesterday," Harry Potter said impatiently. "If he gets his hands on it, Voldemort will come back to life. This place will be his territory, and I don't want to leave Hogwarts. So, Harry, are you looking for me to testify for you? Prove that Professor Snape is going to steal the treasure from the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, Peter asked with a smile. Yes, Peter, since you can be related to centaurs and unicorns, and you are the recipient of the Merlin Second Order Medal, the champion of the duel competition, and the best student. Professors will trust you. As long as you testify for us, you can organize Snape's conspiracy. Harry looked at Peter expectantly. Thank you for the compliment, Harry. Peter smiled at him before shaking his head, but I'm sorry, I can't grant your request. Although what you said is very persuasive, I believe Professor Snape, there may be some misunderstandings between you, which will lead to such a point of view. 99. Peter, you can't just trust Snape just because he's your dean. Harry Potter said excitedly, if he really got the magic, or treasure, then it's too late. Harry, calm down first. Peter patted him on the shoulder soothingly. If you really doubt Professor Snape, I suggest you turn to Dumbledore for help. Trust me, in school, you can trust him the most, and he'll give you the answer. Peter said, leaning over to meet Harry's eyes. Upon receiving such an answer, Harry Potter was very disappointed, and after interrupting Peter, he left in a hurry. Peter watched with amusement as Potter left and shook his head. It seemed that Professor Snape was going to take the blame for a while, and it was no wonder that anyone who saw his gloomy appearance would not think he was a good person. And Peter guessed that even if Snape knew that Potter was suspicious of him, he wouldn't have reacted too much, just taunted stupid Potter. Went back to the auditorium to eat again and just sat down. The curious twins ran to the long Slytherin table, pushed aside the people next to them, ignoring the glare of others, and sat down. Peter, what did Harry have to do with you? Tell us about it. And when did he get to know you so well? He even wanted to whisper to you. 95. The twins put their hands on Peter's shoulders and asked curiously. Peter rolled his eyes and dropped both of their hands. Then he swallowed the food in his mouth and said, It's nothing. It's just that Potter suspects Professor Snape and wants to pass the forbidden area on the 3rd floor and steal the treasure inside. The forbidden area on the 3rd floor? What good things are there? It's just a smelly, somewhat fierce, 3-headed dog, the twins said with a rare and strange expression. You've been there. When did you go? Alan asked in surprise. Peter also looked at the twins in surprise, but he didn't expect these two guys to have been there too. Of course I've been there, not long after school started. There's nothing in it except a big 3-headed dog, the twins said proudly. Didn't Dumbledore say you're not allowed to go inside? Alan said. Then Dumbledore is not allowed to go to the Forbidden Forest, but we are going as usual, the twins said with a smile. The 3-headed dog is just the first level. There is a trapdoor under their feet, and entering it is the real forbidden area. Peter explained directly. Really? Then we really missed an opportunity to explore, the twins said with a pity. Then he showed a smile and said with a smile, but it's not too late now. If you want to pass the level, that 3-headed dog is the first obstacle. Professor Snape accidentally bit his leg by him. Don't lose your life, Peter reminded. Don't worry about our brothers, but we will never fight unprepared battles, the twins said in unison. As soon as Harry Potter returned to the Gryffindor's long table, Hermione and Ronald looked at him. How? Harry, did Peter agree? Hermione asked impatiently. No, Peter doesn't believe Snape is a thief. He said if he doesn't believe, he can go to Headmaster Dumbledore. 35 Harry Potter said gloomily. I said Peter wouldn't believe it. He has a good relationship with Snape. What we need to worry about now is whether he will tell Snape about it, Ronald said worriedly. Harry, we should probably listen to Peter and tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this, Hermione said to Harry Potter after some thought. They won't believe the words of a few children. After all, many people know that I have a conflict with Snape. Harry shook his head. Hearing Harry say this, Hermione and Ronald also found it unreliable. It's up to us now. We must not let Snape get the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said firmly. Then we'll keep an eye on Snape, and once we find out that he's on the 3rd floor, we'll tell Dumbledore that we'll be able to catch him. Harry gave his advice. The two partners also nodded firmly. So far, Gryffindor's three-person team to protect the Philosopher's Stone was established. At night, restricted area on the 3rd floor. Your preparation is to pull me over? Peter looked at the twins speechlessly. Peter, you are so powerful. You must have known the 143 secrets here, and only you can deal with that three-headed dog. The twins said with a smile on your face. It's the end of the semester, and you still have the heart to pass the test here? Be careful if you fail the exam and go back and be beaten by Mrs. Weasley. Peter said helplessly. Don't worry, we have already reviewed it, and there is no problem with passing it. The twins said confidently. You really interpret what it means to be a pass, a waste of time. Peter said speechlessly, rolling his eyes at the two of them. You said it well. It will be our motto in the future. The twins said with a smile instead of being ashamed. Go in, Peter, it's up to you. You're curious about it too. Let's see what's in the penalty area this time, the twins said eagerly. Thank you, I'm not curious at all, I know exactly what's inside. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. Peter said indifferently. Peter, you can't leave us. The twins dragged Peter alone, hung on him smugly, and said sadly, You can't forget us brothers after seeing it for yourself. Let it go, you two guys. Peter couldn't help laughing, these two guys were too thick-skinned. Being worn out, Peter reluctantly agreed and took them into the restricted area to have a look. As soon as they heard Peter's agreement, the two of them released him instantly, bowing with smiles and making a guiding gesture. Lord Peter, please. Go away. Peter laughed and scolded when he saw the two brothers' funny movements. Then he took out his wand and clicked on the locked wooden door, and the door opened immediately. Peter, be careful, that three-headed dog is not easy to deal with. The twins warned cautiously. Don't worry, I know what to do with it. Peter walked in first. Although Peter already knew the plot line, he was still a little surprised when he looked at the three-headed dog that looked like a hill in front of him. The three-headed dog woke up early, and as soon as it smelled the smell of strangers, it stood up with a grin, and the three heads stared at Peter and the twins angrily. Peter, do you have any way to deal with him? Hurry up and use it. We were almost bitten by him last time. The twins urged nervously. Peter calmly conjured up a harp, waved it again, and the harp instantly played beautiful music. The three-headed dog had a fierce expression, but after hearing the music, he yawned. His eyelids were heavy, and after a while he fell asleep. Just put it down with a piece of music? Is it that simple? The twins looked at the scene in front of them in shock. It's that simple. Peter turned around and smiled at the two of them. The Muggle world has recorded a way to deal with the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog is also called Cerberus. In Muggle mythology, there is a musician who went to hell to bring his love back to life, relying on music to make hell. The three-headed dog fell into a deep sleep and successfully entered hell. 5. When the twins, AC/DC, heard this legend, they were even more surprised and said, I didn't expect that Muggles would have a way to deal with three-headed dogs. It's not unusual to know that wizards and Muggles lived together before secrecy laws came into effect, 33 Peter said calmly. Okay, let's open the trapdoor first and move on to the next level. The twins nodded, and together they moved the three-headed dog's feet away, revealing the trapdoor below, and opened it directly. Looking at the dark appearance below, the two were both curious and hesitant. Jump down, there's a devil's net below, you won't get hurt, Peter said with a smile. Hearing his words, the two jumped down without hesitation. Peter followed suit. Peter, these devil's webs are getting tighter and tighter. How to untie them? George asked in a panic as he watched himself being bound tighter and tighter. Looking at Fred again, his mouth has been entangled with a devil's net cane, unable to speak. Peter looked at the two of them, sighed helplessly, and said, Have you never read books? And in the second year, Mrs. Sprout, a professor of herbal medicine, had already talked about how to deal with the devil's web. Burning flames. Peter directly summoned a flame, and the surrounding devil net rattan retreated. Oh, I remembered. The devil's web is afraid of strong light and fire, George said excitedly when he saw Peter's action. It's amazing. Aftermath, Peter said with contempt. The twins were already third graders, and naturally they didn't need Peter's help, and they quickly got rid of the comfort of the devil's web. Let's go. Let's continue to pass the level. The first level is the three-headed dog, and the second level is the devil's web. I'm more curious about the next level now. The twins looked at the road ahead, full of curiosity. The three continued to walk, and after a while they heard a buzzing sound, which seemed to be the sound of wings flapping. As soon as you enter it, you will find that there are keys flying all over the sky. There was also a broomstick floating on the ground. So for this level, let's find the right one among these keys and then open the back door. The twins looked at each other. Afterwards, the two brothers gave each other high fives and confidently said to Peter, "The two of us are responsible for this level. We are Gryffindor batters, and we will definitely find that key." 66. "No, I've found it," Peter said lightly. Then, with a flick of his wand, a golden string of light shot out from the top of the wand, wrapping around a classical key in the distance. When Peter pulled, the rope quickly shortened, and the key was pulled back and fell into Peter's hands. "Okay, solved. Let's move on to the next level," Peter said with a smile. The twins looked at each other and were struck instantly. Watching the twins in self-doubt, Peter pulled the two of them directly behind the door. "It's so dark. What do you think this level will be?" Fred asked involuntarily, looking at the darkness in the room. "Look over, you'll know." Peter raised his foot and stepped forward. Just after taking 2 steps, flames burst out from the brazier on the surrounding walls, illuminating the surroundings brightly. "Wow, what a big wizard chess! Is this what it means for us to play chess?" The twins looked in amazement. On the huge chessboard in front, there were 2 rows of tall statues in black and white. "What if we walked over directly?" George asked curiously. "You can try it," Peter urged with a smile. Fred tried to take a few steps forward, and the opponent's soldier directly pulled out 2 sharp long knives, blocking the way forward. Looking at the bright knife, Fred swallowed his saliva and quickly backed back. "It seems that we need to win this game before we can continue to clear the level." "The premise is that we can win this game," George reminded solemnly, "and we don't have any wizard chess players here, Fred. If you can't even win Ronald, you will kill us." "You seem to be very powerful," Fred responded directly. "This kind of live-action wizard chess is so interesting." "George, Fred, you guys go to be a knight, and I'll be the king." Peter changed his boring look before and said confidently. "Come on, Peter, you stinky chess basket." The twins retorted in unison, looking at him with distrust. "If you really come to be the king, we will be the life of the cannon fodder." The twins didn't listen to Peter's words. In the end, he had no choice but to give up and muttered in disappointment, "Why don't you trust me so much? I will definitely win this time." 9. Hearing this, the twins rolled their eyes at the same time. Peter, this guy's wizard, is terrible, but he's always inexplicably confident and thinks he can win. And they're getting more and more courageous, always pestering them to play wizard chess, but the technology has not improved at all. Even the best-tempered Cedric, as soon as Peter took out the wizard's chessboard, immediately made an excuse to escape. He was so annoyed by him. "What now? Are we going back along the way?" George asked, looking at the chessboard in front of him. "Then what else can we do? To be honest, the 3 of us are quite bad at wizard chess." Fred looked helpless. The 2 of them couldn't think of any way, so they turned to Peter and asked, "Do you have any way to pass this level, Peter?" "Yes," Peter said with a smile. "The easiest way is to use the Thunderbolt explosion charm to directly blow up the pieces. Then you can clear the level directly." "Are you trying to attract all the professors here?" The twins rolled their eyes and urged, "Think of another way." "I have a lot of options here," Peter said confidently. "The first way is to get the broom from the previous level and ride it over the air. You don't need to touch this game at all." "Yes, why didn't we think of this method?" The twins patted their heads and said happily, "But there is only one broom, and we have 3 people. How can we all fly over?" Fred asked. "Stupid. Peter can use the flying charm. Let him be the last one and use the flying charm to summon the broom," George explained. "The second way is for me to summon Field directly and let him teleport us directly to the next level, the easiest way," Peter continued. When the twins heard this, their eyes lit up, but then they gave up. "I feel that customs clearance by cheating is not fun at all." George and Fred looked at Peter expectantly to see if he could do anything else. Looking at the eyes of the two, Peter held his head high and said confidently, "Of course the best way is to let me play this game of chess. I will definitely win, you believe me." Cut. The twins raised their middle fingers in unison. "I'll get the broom." Fred turned around and ran back, and the two chose the first method Peter said. After a while, Fred rushed in with a broom and shouted in horror, "Close the door." Peter reacted instantly, and with a wave of his wand, the door behind Fred slammed shut. Immediately behind the door, there was a thumping sound, as if countless arrows were shot at the door. "Whew, scared me to death," Fred said happily. "I just grabbed that broom, and those keys chased me like crazy. It's fast, it feels like it can shoot people through 5. Thank you for your hard work, brother." George smiled and consoled him hypocritically. Then he directly grabbed the broom in his hand and said, "This time I should be the first to pass." Then he neatly mounted his broom, flew past the roof, and landed firmly behind the chessboard. 0. Ask for flowers. During the whole process, there was no movement on the chessboard, and it was obvious that the person who arranged it had not thought about this situation. "It's my turn, Peter, quickly summon the broom," Fred urged impatiently. Listening to his natural tone, Peter rolled his eyes at him. However, he still used the flying charm to summon the broomstick in George's hand. Fred, who got the broom, shouted eagerly, "You said, if I treat the pieces on the opposite side as bludgers, can I pass?" "Come on, Fred, you can do it," George shouted encouragingly on the opposite side. "I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't expect me to save you later," Peter said coldly. Peter is very speechless about this guy's murderous behavior. Can't he live peacefully? 0. "Hey, I'm just talking," Fred sneered. Immediately, he jumped on his feet, flew high into the sky on a broom, and flew towards the opposite side against the roof. Peter didn't want to be so troublesome. He directly summoned Phoenix Field, and before Fred landed, he flashed directly beside George. Fred, who had just landed, and George looked at each other, and then said with self-doubt, "Brother, I think we are both stupid." "I feel the same way," George said blankly. Peter lazily took care of the 2 second-hand goods and pushed open the back door directly. Then a foul smell came out, almost making the 3 of them spit out the meal they had eaten at night. "Hey, it smells so bad. What the hell is in Merlin's smelly socks?" George covered his nose and quickly backed away. "Are they filling this house with trash trying to stop intruders?" Fred guessed. Peter directly cast a bubble spell on himself and the twins to block the smell. I can finally breathe." The twins breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thanks, brother." "Come on, go in and see." Peter took the lead. In the room, a giant boy was sleeping soundly. "What the hell are they thinking, keeping a troll here?" "I'm sure it was Professor Quirrell's idea." 35 Fred whispered. "Let's be quieter, don't wake him up." George also whispered cautiously. But apparently he was too late. The troll's sensitive sense of smell, smelling the smell in the room that does not belong to him, sneezed directly, opened his eyes and looked at the 3 small snacks in front of him. "Down. Peter, think of a way. You have dealt with a troll before. How do you deal with it?" the twins said nervously. "Accept your weapon." Peter poured his magic power and directly removed the wooden stick from the troll's hand. Then, with another wave of the spell, the wooden stick flew up automatically, chasing after the troll's head. The giant monster's smashed eyes stared, and the monster screamed and hugged its head, and was finally hit by a wooden stick, and fell to the ground and fainted. "Great!" The twins gave a thumbs up. The 3 of them didn't stay any longer and continued to move forward. "You say, what treasure is Principal Dumbledore hiding here?" George asked suddenly. "The Devil's Web just now should have been arranged by Professor Sprout, and the flying keys should have been created by Professor Flitwick, and the giant chessboard must have been transformed by Professor McGonagall's spell. As for the giant monster, it was Professor Quirrell. Do it." 160-inch 95. What kind of treasure is it that so many professors arrange guards together? 3 deans of the academy have already participated in the front, and there must be Professor Snape's level in the back. Fred continued, "Do you think we will see the treasure hidden by Dumbledore in the last level?" 35. "Aren't you two trying to play baby's ideas?" Peter asked, looking at the twins, raising his eyebrows. Of course not. We are just curious what that treasure is. So many levels have been set up with such a lot of trouble. George shook his head, expressing that he had no such thoughts. Just think about it. Don't expect to be able to touch the baby. Peter pouted. I think Headmaster Dumbledore probably knew it as soon as we entered the restricted area. 99. What? Dumbledore got it. The twins were startled. It's strange. This is a restricted area set up by Dumbledore himself. Couldn't he set up some magic of vigilance and surveillance? Peter said calmly. Then will we get caught? It'll be bad if we get points. Percy is going to kill us, the twins said worriedly. He passed out because of Harry and their points. Haven't spoken to them yet. Don't worry, Headmaster Dumbledore is not going to go to war for a few curious students. Peter reassured himself mockingly. And don't you think these levels are too simple? Even as students can easily pass the level, and can we defend against thieves? The twins were stunned when they heard it. If you think about it, it is true, although these levels have caused them a lot of difficulty. But as long as you listen carefully to the professor's classes, you can easily pass these levels. Besides, if Professor Dumbledore really wants to hide something, just take it with him. He is called the greatest wizard. Who would dare to snatch something from him? Peter said profoundly. During the opening banquet, Dumbledore solemnly announced to the students that the corridor on the right side of the third floor is a restricted area. Students are not allowed to enter. But do you think the curious students will listen to him? The twins, who are both smart people, looked at each other after listening to Peter's words and said incredulously, You mean Dumbledore is tempting us in? Why would he do this? Peter shook his head and said, What he thinks, we don't know, but I guess these levels are just for dealing with students. The real last level is for dealing with thieves. And I'm sure that by the time the thief reaches the final level, if Dumbledore wants to, he'll be there instantly to catch the thief himself. The twins were silent because Peter's words made sense. Don't you think Dumbledore is a little scary? It always feels like he can see through a lot. Fred swallowed. George nodded dazedly. Don't think too much. Dumbledore won't hurt us anyway. You just think he's planning ahead. Peter comforted. Then shall we go back now or continue? George asked hesitantly. It's up to you, I don't care. Peter shrugged and said nonchalantly. Of course it's going to continue. It's all here, it must be the end. Fred said firmly. I always think you know a lot of things, Peter, but you won't reveal it to us at all. George looked at Peter resentfully. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Peter shook his head. And these things have nothing to do with you. Isn't it good to be carefree? The three walked out of the troll's room and entered another room. It's just that there is only one table in this room, and there are 7 small bottles filled with various potions lined up on the table. Potion? George immediately guessed when he saw the bottle on the table. This should be a level set up by Professor Snape. A table and 7 potions. What does this mean? Fred asked with a strange expression. As soon as the words fell, purple flames rose from behind them, and black flames rose from the door leading to the front. They were instantly caught in a dilemma. This flame doesn't look good. What should we do now? Fred felt the hot temperature of the flame and quickly stepped back. Here's another tip. George grabbed a piece of parchment on the table and read it out directly. Danger is in front of you. Safety is behind. There are 2 of us who can help you. Drink them down. One neighborhood moves forward. The other sends you back to where you came from. Both contained nettle wine. 3 are killers, waiting in line. It should be solving a puzzle, right? The twins were at a loss. George gave up immediately, stuffed the parchment into Peter's hand, and said with a smile, It's up to you. Peter looked at the contents of the parchment, then pointed to the smallest bottle, and said, This bottle will allow us to safely pass through the black flames and move on. Then he pointed to the round bottle on the right. This bottle is the potion that allows us to return safely. 3.2. How did you know that? The twins looked at Peter in surprise. This is a simple logic question, but many wizards have poor logical thinking ability, so it is a little difficult for them. Peter said lightly, I'm afraid there are not many people who can see it at a glance like you. George said in amazement. This bottle of potion that can make people move forward is only enough for one person to drink. It seems that only you, Peter, can move forward. Fred picked up the small bottle and shook it, saying regretfully. Peter took the vial, put it back in place, smiled and said to the two of them, "Don't be so troublesome, have you forgotten Field?" "Peter, do you mean to let Phoenix take us in?" the twins asked in surprise. As soon as the voice fell, Field appeared directly in the room. In the empty room, with a flash of fire, the three of Peter were teleported here by the Phoenix. "Seriously, Peter, it's so cool you have this Phoenix. Go wherever you want," Fred exclaimed in admiration. "That's right, I'm so envious." George looked at the Phoenix on Peter's shoulder and said enviously, "Okay, this is the last level. You hurry up and take a look. The curfew is coming soon, and I will ask Field to send us out directly later." Peter said, "Is this the place to hide the treasure? There is nothing but a mirror. Does the treasure refer to this mirror?" Fred looked at the empty room around him, with only a standing mirror in the middle, and couldn't help but wonder said, "It's definitely not the mirror. I heard Ronald say it's called the Mirror of Erased." George shook his head and said, he and Harry once saw it in an abandoned classroom, said to have been put away by Dumbledore, didn't expect to be here. "The Mirror of Erased? I heard that you can see the desires in your heart." Fred walked up to the mirror with great interest. "Let me see. What do I want most?" "Wow, this is really good." Fred looked at the mirror happily as if he saw something in the mirror. "Fred, what did you see in the mirror?" George asked curiously. "Secret first." Fred shook his head, then pulled George to the mirror with a smile and said, "Let's see what your desire is first. Is it the same as mine?" "Merlin, it would be great if it could really be like this." George looked in the mirror and was instantly addicted to it. George, tell me, what did you see?" Fred asked impatiently. "I saw the two of us. After graduation, we opened a shop in Diagon Alley, which sold all kinds of joke props we developed. We made a lot of gold galleons." George stared at the mirror tightly, said without looking back, "Huh, as expected of my brother." "I saw the same as you," Fred said happily. Peter looked at the happy expressions of the Weasley brothers and said encouragingly, "Actually, you are very close to this dream, aren't you? You have developed prank props such as big dung balls, fat tongue candy, and spitting blood sugar. We still have 4 years. After graduation, you still have a lot of preparation time." "That's right, we have accumulated more than 100 gold galleons now. As long as we work harder, we will definitely be able to open a joke shop that belongs to us in Diagon Alley." George reluctantly left the mirror and turned to look at his like-minded twin brother, said firmly with a smile, "Good job, brother. We will definitely be able to open a joke shop of our own. I've already thought of a name, and it's called Weasley Magic Joke Shop," Fred said with great ambition. "Speaking of which, there is nothing but a magic mirror. Where is Dumbledore's treasure?" Fred asked suspiciously after carefully observing the surroundings. "Yes, I spent a lot of time thinking about it, but I didn't see any treasures here. Could it be that the treasures are hidden?" George was also puzzled. The two rummaged around and found nothing, so they turned their attention to Peter. "Look at his calm look." Fred said affirmatively, "Peter, you must know, right? Tell us where the treasure is hidden." "I guess the baby must have something to do with this Mirror of Erased, right, Peter?" George said. "Nonsense. There is only this mirror in here. Besides it, what else can it be related to?" Fred rolled a glance at George and said. Peter walked up to the mirror again, expecting to see his family again. But he didn't expect to be the only one who appeared. "I saw myself in the mirror, smiled at myself, and then took out a red stone from my trouser pocket. Showed it off to Peter, then put it in his trouser pocket." Suddenly Peter felt weight in his pocket. Peter put his hand into his trouser pocket tentatively with a confused face, and then he took out a stone like a ruby. "Is this possible?" Peter remembers Dumbledore saying that only those who are eager to find it, but don't want to use it, can successfully get the Philosopher's Stone. But the problem is, he didn't desperately want to find the Philosopher's Stone. The biggest function of this thing is to dispense the elixir of life. But he has already fused the Phoenix gene, so he doesn't need the magic stone at all. Moreover, according to Peter's understanding, although the Philosopher's Stone can make people immortal, it can't prevent people from aging. So now Nick LeMay, who is over 600 years old, is so old that he can't move easily, and he spends most of his time in seclusion in a secret house. The elixir that comes from the magic stone should be called the elixir of immortality. People are immortal, but their body functions are slowly decaying and aging. Peter doesn't think this is a good thing at all. So he bored with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, thinking about how to return it to Dumbledore. After all, it was just a trouble in his own hands. Peter, what's in your hand? A ruby? George asked curiously, noticing the red stone in Peter's hand. Where did you get it? Fred asked. This is Dumbledore's hidden treasure, Peter said calmly, playing with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. What, this stone is a treasure? The twins came over in surprise, watching the red stone in Peter's hand curiously. Show me, what kind of treasure can Dumbledore set up so many levels? Fred took the Philosopher's Stone and carefully observed it in his hand. But after looking for a long time, I didn't find it. What's the magic place? 160. Fred pouted, handed the stone to George, who couldn't wait, and said disappointedly, It looks like an ordinary red stone. I thought it was some precious prop. Be careful, it's a Philosopher's Stone. We can't afford it if it breaks. Peter hurriedly reminded George, who was knocking and biting at the Philosopher's Stone and twitching at the corners of his mouth. The Philosopher's Stone? This broken stone has a name, George pouted and replied casually. When he reacted, he exclaimed with wide eyes, What? You said it's a Philosopher's Stone. The magic stone in his hand almost fell off. Peter, you said this is the Philosopher's Stone. That Nicknamel's Philosopher's Stone. Fred also asked in disbelief, his tone a little hurried. Seeing the startled look of these two people, Peter snatched the Philosopher's Stone back uneasy. Although in the original plot, Nick LeMay gave up the magic stone, but the ghost knows that if it breaks early this time, will it anger the legendary wizard who has lived for more than 600 years? You must know that a hero like Voldemort did not go directly to Nick LeMay to snatch the Philosopher's Stone, but instead came to Hogwarts. You know Nick LeMay's strength. This is Nick LeMay's Philosopher's Stone. The treasure in the restricted area is the Philosopher's Stone. Peter nodded and confirmed. Merlin's beard. It's no wonder that so many professors have been invited to participate. This is the Philosopher's Stone, no matter how much attention is paid to it. George said in surprise. Hey, Peter. The twins grinned as they approached Peter, staring at the Philosopher's Stone with longing. Are you guys thinking about the Philosopher's Stone? Peter looked at the two of them suspiciously. The expressions on the two guys' faces were too obvious. No, Peter, we just heard that the Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into gold. Fred leaned over to Peter with a flattering expression and said expectantly, Try this Philosopher's Stone to see if it can be turned into gold. Gold? Peter understood. These two guys were obviously thinking of turning the Philosopher's Stone into gold. Peter carefully felt the magic stone in his hand, shook his head and poured cold water on them. Don't think about this kind of beauty. I think this magic stone is probably fake. Otherwise, I will get it so easily. Is it fake? The twins were immediately disappointed when they heard it, and they also understood that if it was really a Philosopher's Stone, the level would not be so easy to set up. But he still said unwillingly, Peter, you should try it. Maybe it's true. 35. You guys really don't give up. Well, I'll try it. Peter gave them a helpless look. Then he took the magic stone, swept the vicinity, shrugged helplessly and said, There is no metal object that can be turned into gold here. Yes, my cufflinks are made of copper, try it. George directly grabbed the buttons on his clothes and gave them over and said expectantly, You two money fans. Crazy then, sniff. 27 Peter gave them a helpless look and said, then put the Philosopher's Stone on his cufflinks and injected magic power into the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, the Sorcerer's Stone glowed red, and as Peter entered the magic power, it became brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire room red. After losing the magic power, Peter disconnected the magic power with some vigilance. When he input the magic power just now, he heard a phoenix cry from the magic stone, and then the magic stone began to absorb his own magic power uncontrollably. Peter can't disconnect the magic input until the magic power in his body is completely absorbed. He even heard a contented moan coming from the Philosopher's Stone, as if someone who has been hungry for a long time has finally had a full meal. He originally thought that the magic stone was fake, but judging from the appearance of absorbing his own magic power like crazy, it is definitely not as simple as fake. Peter, look, my buttons have turned gold. It's really turned gold. George's surprised voice came. Peter turned his head and was surprised to find that the copper cufflinks on George's sleeves had become golden cufflinks. Peter, why are you so pale? What's wrong? The twins noticed Peter's weak look and asked nervously. Don't worry, this magic stone suddenly drained all my magic power just now, so I'm a little weak. After a night's sleep, it will recover tomorrow. Peter comforted. Hurry up and take it away. The twins hurriedly knocked the Philosopher's Stone from Peter's hand to the ground, then lifted Peter up and looked at him worriedly. It's all my fault. It's very dangerous to run out of magic power. I actually insisted that you use the Philosopher's Stone to turn me into gold. George said very remorsefully. I shouldn't have scolded you, Peter. Let's rush you to the infirmary now. Madame Pomfrey must have a potion that replenishes magic power. Otherwise, you may become a squib if you're not careful. Fred helped Peter up and then wanted to take him out of here with George. Seeing the anxious looks of the two of them, he shook his head amusingly and gently comforted, Don't worry about me. I'm fine. My magic power recovers quickly, and now I can simply use the floating charm and the fluorescent charm. Peter, please stop comforting us. We must send you to the infirmary for treatment now. A cousin of our distant relative was turned into a squib because he accidentally ran out of magic power when he was young. I live in the melon world, but I heard that I have been very unhappy. You are such a powerful person. You have more talent in magic than anyone else. You can't be ruined because of us. Tears of self-reproach began to flow out of George's face. I'm obsessed with ghosts. You have already said that the Philosopher's Stone is fake, yes, but still want to make gold. 99. Peter looked at the remorseful eyes of the two and laughed with relief. Although the two brothers were cheerful and lively, perhaps because of their poor family background, they always had an obsession with money. But looking at it now, they are still the kind, lively, and amusing twins. Can you tell me, old man, why the Weasleys came to the restricted area in the middle of the night to cry? Dumbledore's voice came from the door. I saw Dumbledore walking slowly from the door. The black flame was like a fake. Not even a strand of his hair was burning. Mr. Weasley and Peter York, what are you doing? Running into the restricted area to exchange feelings. Dumbledore smiled and looked at the three of them, especially pausing at George's red eyes and Peter's pale face. Headmaster Dumbledore, please save Peter. His magic power is exhausted, and he needs to replenish his magic power as soon as possible. The twins cried out for help when they saw Dumbledore as if they had seen a savior. Exhausted? Dumbledore looked at Peter's pale face in surprise, then walked quickly with a serious expression, used his Elder Wand to emit a white light, and examined Peter carefully. I saw a faint red light like mist appeared on Peter's body. If you look closely, you will find that the red light is slowly increasing. Seeing this situation, Dumbledore's serious expression turned into surprise, and then he said gently, Don't worry, Peter's condition is not serious now. Although it's incredible, his magic power is recovering quickly. Just get some sleep, and we'll be fully recovered tomorrow. Really? That's great. I thought Peter would turn into a squib because of me. George was very pleasantly surprised, and no one would doubt Dumbledore's diagnosis. Can you tell me why Peter suddenly lost so much magic power? Dumbledore asked curiously. Is such that? The twins explained what had just happened in one sentence. Dumbledore got more surprised as he listened, then looked at Peter for an explanation. Principal, I thought it was a fake magic stone, so I tried to put magic power into it, but I didn't expect that the magic stone would suddenly increase its suction and suck all my magic power away. I don't know what happened. Peter explained. He was also at a loss at this time. He didn't know that the magic stone had such ability. Dumbledore didn't say more, but walked over to the magic stone that had fallen on the ground, picked it up, and looked at it carefully, constantly testing it with his wand. His face also became more and more exciting, as if he had encountered a problem of the century, full of puzzled expression. Then Dumbledore took a breath, turned his head to look at Peter deeply, full of curiosity. He took the Philosopher's Stone and walked up to Peter, exclaiming, "Maybe it's a miracle. Peter, you've managed to make a half-finished magic stone. Really transformed into a real magic stone." 99. Professor, I don't understand what you mean. Peter was a little puzzled. What do you mean? This Philosopher's Stone was originally a fake Philosopher's Stone, but after all this, it became real? Yes, this magic stone used to be a semi-finished magic stone made by Nicole May. It has no ability to turn a stone into gold, nor is it worthy of an elixir of life. But now under your magic infusion, it has transformed into a real one. The Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore explained. But how is it possible? If it was just infused with magic power, Nicoleem would probably have been able to create a lot of magic stones. Peter said in puzzlement. I don't understand either. I'm afraid I'll have to ask Nicole May to answer it. Dumbledore said, shaking his head. Then he looked at Peter and said, I took this Philosopher's Stone first. It's not suitable for it right now. I'll give it back to Nicole May. I think he'll be very interested in you recognize. 99. Headmaster, George, who are they? Peter asked suspiciously, looking at the two bewildered faces. Oh, what happened just now is not suitable for them to hear, so they will forget about it later. They will only remember to come here and then go back happily. Dumbledore said with a smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, if you send this Philosopher's Stone back, isn't the restricted area useless? Peter asked suspiciously. Dumbledore looked at the young wizard with curiosity flashing in his eyes, shook his head and said with a smile, of course not. Nick still has a lot of half-finished magic stones. Just change another one. Professor, are you going to stop until you catch the thief? Peter asked with a smile. Hearing this, Dumbledore looked at Peter with a smile and said with a smile in his eyes, It seems that you know a lot of things, Peter. You already know about the Philosopher's Stone, right? Harry Potter and the others are obviously not the ones who can keep secrets. I overheard them discussing the Philosopher's Stone in the library by chance, so I knew it early on. Peter pushed the cauldron on Harry Potter. Dumbledore listened and nodded, a look of understanding. He looked at the confused Weasley twins next to him and said with a smile, You and the Weasley brothers have a very good relationship. This time they pulled you down. Otherwise, according to your temperament, since you know this is fake Philosopher's Stone, I will definitely not want to come. You really know me. Peter groaned. Although this old fox looked like he was doing nothing, it was obvious that nothing in the school could escape his eyes. 160. Peter smiled at him, didn't say anything, waited until half of his magic power had recovered, then got up and said to Dumbledore, It's very late. The headmaster, I want to take them both back to rest. Dumbledore nodded and waved casually at the twins, and the two came to their senses. Headmaster Dumbledore, the twins exclaimed, completely forgetting what happened just now and looking at him with a guilty face. Peter was amazed at Dumbledore's method, and he silently erased the twins' memory just now. Good evening, Mr. Weasleys. Dumbledore looked at the two brothers with a smile and said, You can pass all the levels and get here. It's really amazing. But it's too late now. You have to go back to the dormitory and sleep. The twins nodded obediently and were caught by the headmaster in the restricted area. Even though the headmaster looked kind, their hearts kept beating. Principal, let's go first. Goodbye. Peter said politely and then summoned Phoenix Field. Then, under Dumbledore's gaze, Peter pulled the phoenix's tail and disappeared into the restricted area with the twins. In the blink of an eye, they instantly appeared outside the restricted area on the 3rd floor. AC/DC. I'm scared to death. I thought the principal would deduct points for us. The twins patted their chests with joy. But then again, the final reward for clearing the game is really disappointing. There is nothing else other than the Mirror of Erased. Fred said with a look of disappointment. That is, there are so many levels set up, and the result is to protect a mirror? George also said, puzzled for a year. Well, I really forgot. Peter looked at this situation and could only shake his head secretly. Okay, I'll accompany you all through the night today. Your curiosity should be satisfied, right? Peter looked at the twins helplessly and then urged impatiently, Now give me back to rest. It's almost the exam. Don't swim at night. 39. Okay, Mother Peter, We listened to your words and went back to sleep. The twins replied with a smile. Peter was too lazy to care about these two second-hand goods, raised his hand to look at the timetable. It was already past midnight, and there was still class tomorrow. He directly grabbed Phoenix Field's tail and disappeared in front of the twins. I'm really envious. I really want to have such a phoenix, the twins exclaimed in unison. Entering into June, the end of the period is approaching. Professors have stopped teaching new classes and cut back on homework, spending nearly all of their time reviewing. Students who usually do not like to study also force themselves at this time to conduct a surprise review before the exam to avoid failing the exam. The weather in June was stuffy and hot in the castle. Students with pre-exam anxiety disorder became more and more irritable. While desperately stuffing the knowledge from the book into his brain, he suppressed the emotions that were about to collapse. Alan, can you put the wand in your hand down? I feel like it's going to explode. Peter looked at the wand in Alan's hand, and with his impatience, sparks kept going in and out, like a lit lead. Hearing Peter's words, Alan put down his wand angrily. Then I looked at Peter again, flipped through the Daily Prophet with a relaxed face, and suddenly asked curiously, Peter, don't you review? I remember you have 12 courses to take. No, I've already memorized all the knowledge in the exam, Peter said calmly. I'm so envious. If I had a brain as smart as Peter's, I wouldn't have to worry about failing the exam. Alan looked at Peter's relaxed look with envy. If you always work hard like this, let alone pass, you can get it even if you are excellent. Peter rolled his eyes at him and continued to flip through the newspaper in his hand. Go ahead and review. I'm going out for a walk. There is no air conditioner in the library. It's too stuffy. Peter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said helplessly, Air conditioner? What is that? Alan asked curiously. It's a machine made by Muggles that can suck in hot air and turn it into cold air, so it won't be as hot as it is now. Peter explained briefly. How can Muggles do this? It's too powerful, Alan said with a look of surprise when he heard it. Then he wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve and said with emotion, Why can't the wizards invent a similar spell? Fortunately, we lived in the cellar at night, and I heard from Fred that they were often killed in the middle of the night these days. Wake up hot, can't sleep at all. In this hot summer, apart from Slytherin and Hufflepuff living underground, which are more comfortable, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw living in high-rise buildings are very hot. Coupled with the tense final review time, it is no wonder that every student is grumpy. Peter was also deeply moved by Alan's complaint. Most of the spells invented by wizards in the magical world are suitable for individuals, and there are very few group magics. However, he thought that the rune he had recently learned from the Book of Merlin might be used to solve this hot summer. Thinking of this, Peter took out the Book of Merlin directly from his dragon skin pocket and looked up the knowledge about runes. Today's Book of Merlin, after Peter's constant injection of new knowledge, has become Peter's personal laptop, and you can quickly search for any knowledge you want. In the past, Peter would foolishly read a book and then extract the knowledge about the book from his memory and inject it into the Book of Merlin. But since he was in the 2nd grade, he had learned a partial magic spell from Professor Flitwick, and he could very easily copy the entire contents of a book and paste it into the Book of Merlin. After the hard work of the 2nd grade and 1 semester, Peter copied almost all the books in the school library and outside the restricted area. Under Alan's puzzled eyes, Peter took out an exquisite carving knife and a purple wooden sign from the dragon's skin pocket. Then skillfully held the carving knife on the wooden sign and carefully carved it. After a while, a peculiar rune was carved on the wooden board. At the same time, the wooden sign suddenly exuded a trace of cool air. Peter is holding the wooden sign like he is holding an ice cube. Peter looked at the wooden sign in his hand with satisfaction. He didn't expect to succeed in one go. Alan on the side also noticed this situation, looked at the wooden sign with a layer of frost, and asked in surprise, Peter, what's going on? I didn't see you using a spell. And this, what's the engraving? It's an ancient rune, and the rune itself has magical powers. That's why it is, Peter explained. As they spoke, more and more cold air emanated from the wooden sign, and the two of them clearly felt that the temperature around them had dropped. It's amazing, Peter. The combination of a piece of wood and an ancient rune has such an effect. Alan was very surprised. I just said that the weather is sultry now, Peter. You have come up with such a result. It's so timely. Alan picked up the wooden sign and looked at it in surprise, feeling the slightest coolness, and then asked, "This effect can persist how long?" 35. It can only last for about a week, and then it needs to be reinfused with magic power to work. Peter said with some regret, "I made this with the wood of the wand material. Otherwise, it would not work at all if it was just an ordinary tree." Effect. This is already very good. Peter, Alan shook his head and said, "You are too pursuit of perfection. Such a magic-grained wooden plaque is already much better than the effect of casting a magic spell." Alan then excitedly said to Peter, "Teach me how to make a magic wood sign. It's hot summer now, and such magic props will definitely be very popular. We will be able to make a lot of money by then." Peter looked at his excited look and couldn't bear to interrupt his sweet dreams. However, he took out another wooden plaque from his pocket and handed it to him along with the carving knife so that he could try it himself. Alan was very confident. He looked at the rune on Peter's wooden sign, and it wasn't too complicated, so he took the carving knife and carefully imitated the rune carved by Peter, cutting it one by one. After a while, Alan's finished product came out. Alan's carving talent is not bad, and the carved runes are similar to Peter's. But after waiting for a long time, the wooden sign he carved has not changed. It is still just an ordinary piece of wood. Alan was dumbfounded and asked with a puzzled face, "What's going on? I clearly carved the same thing as you, so why doesn't it have magical effects?" Peter looked at him amusingly, pointed to the delicate carving knife in his hand, and explained, "This carving knife is an alchemy tool for engraving with magic patterns. You must inject stable magic power at the same time when carving. Unleash the magic power of the magic pattern itself. You are just a simple carving, of course it won't work." "You didn't tell me in advance, how did I know?" Alan muttered complainingly. "Okay, try again." Peter smiled and took out another wooden sign. "How much wood is in your bag?" Alan looked at Peter strangely. He had never seen anyone who carried wood with him. "Where do you get so many questions? Hurry up and carve, don't you want to make money?" Peter gave him an angry look. In fact, the carving tools and wooden signs are all the materials left over from Peter's last time he made the magic box. In order to make a good sealing magic box, he wasted piles of wood for the magic wand material. Fortunately, he controls the head of the Rogier family, so the wood can be supplied in unlimited quantities. If Wandmaker Ollivander sees him so wasteful, I am afraid it will be very heartbreaking. However, after so many practice, Peter's magic pattern carving skills have also improved significantly. His first successful work was the magic box that now contains the Ravenclaw's crown. The runes engraved on it are all drawn by him one stroke at a time. After imitating countless times from the Rogier family's forbidden magic handcuffs, he succeeded in re-engraving them. Magic pattern carving looks very simple, but in fact, in the process of carving, the sculptor needs to continuously inject magic power, neither too much nor too little, which is a test of the sculptor's magic power control ability. So after seeing Alan's failure to engrave the second time, Peter showed a well-deserved smile. "Why is it so difficult?" "I can't control my magic at all, it's always intermittent." Ellen gave up completely. 0. Ask for flowers. "It's okay to practice more, and I will succeed. I wasted a whole house of magic wood before I finally succeeded." Peter comforted. "Why don't I have any consolation after hearing this?" Alan gave Peter a direct glance and said enviously, "A whole room of magic wood? Ollivander will fight you if he hears it. This can make how many wands are coming? 9. In the magical world, magic wood is also very rare, and wand makers often hire people to go to ancient forests to find wood that can make magic wands. And such trees are generally very rare, and the most notable thing is that there will be tree-protecting pots living on the trees. These little guys will attack anyone who destroys their trees. Therefore, in order to obtain magical trees, wandwood collectors will use soft-shelled turtles to bribe the tree guards in exchange for 1 or 2 branches. 0. Among the most famous magic woods in the magic world, there are such materials as elderberry, snakewood, yew, and holly. Peter now has 2 wands, a wand he bought from Ollivander and a custom wand made of snakewood. Peter, you make another magic-grained wooden plaque, and I'll take it with me when the time comes. It must be very cool. Alan said pleadingly, otherwise, the weather is so hot that I can't even read a book. Come on, don't let the weather go if you don't want to read the book yourself. Peter pouted, gave him a contemptuous look, and handed him the magic-grained wooden plaque. You take this one first. Come on, wait for the above magic effect to disappear, and then give it to me to replenish the magic power. Thank you, Peter. I love you so much. Alan happily took the wooden sign and stuffed it into his pocket. It's so cool. Alan was shaken by a rune of wooden ice. You can't wear a rune board like this. It's cold all the time. You'll catch a cold. Peter looked at him and shook his head, reminding him. Give it to me. Peter asked for the sign back, then used his wand to drill a small hole in the end of the sign, conjured up a string, threaded it, and tied it to Alan's backpack. Okay, this rune wooden plaque can reduce the temperature of the surrounding area by about 1 meter, which is enough for you to use, Peter said with satisfaction. After a leisurely stroll around the Black Lake, Peter returned to the auditorium to eat again. He was picked up by a few friends, and even Cedric, who didn't join in the fun, caught up with him, and the twins looked at him resentfully, as if he had done something wrong to them. Looking at Ellen, who was smug, Peter instantly understood the reason. Peter, are we still your good brothers? In this hot summer, you only made this magic prop for Alan. Fred looked at Peter with a grudge on his face. When you weren't there just now, you didn't see Ellen's smug expression. He showed us the magic wood sign you made for him, which is so annoying. George directly stuck on it, leaning on Peter with a rogue look, and said, You have to make the same rune wood for us too. Otherwise I'll be relying on you. George, who was torn apart and stuck to himself by Peter disgusted, looked at the expectant companions around him and sighed helplessly. 160. What kind of friend is this? It's like a debt collector. Immediately prepared, he took out 3 wooden plaques from his bag, put them on the table, and said, These are the 3 wooden plaques that have just been carved. You can divide them yourself. As soon as the twins saw the wooden sign, their eyes lit up, and they each grabbed a piece quickly. Cedric, who was a step slower, rolled his eyes at the 2 twins who were rushing to eat, and picked up the last wooden sign. The 3 of them happily groped for the icy wooden sign, exuding cold air in their hands, and the surroundings instantly cooled down. Wow, that's amazing! I don't feel hot at all, the 3 of them said in surprise. Peter, you're getting better and better. You can even make magic items like this. Cedric looked at Peter admiringly. Peter liked it very much, and said to several people with a smile, This magic wood plaque is about the same. It can last for a week, and when it doesn't work, you can bring it back to me, so that you don't have to feel stuffy. Peter thought it was over, but he didn't expect that under the big mouths of the twins, almost everyone in the school knew that Peter was able to create magic props to cool down. The students, who were suffering from the heat, swarmed to Peter and asked him to make them cool wooden signs too. They expressed their willingness to pay. Seeing at least 100 students in front of him, Peter deliberately refused. After all, it would definitely take a lot of time to make hundreds of magic wood plaques. And he also doesn't have that many wooden signs to make. But looking at their expectant eyes, can't they say no if they refuse? Seeing Peter's embarrassed expression, the twins, who knew that they had caused trouble for Peter, were full of self-blame. He quickly separated the surrounding students, took Peter out of the crowd, and left quickly. The 5 of them sat on the edge of the Black Lake together, and Alan and Cedric looked at the twins dissatisfied. Look at how much trouble you have caused Peter, telling you not to say anything to outsiders, but you can't hide a word. Now so many students are waiting for Peter's reply. What do you want him to do? The twins reprimanded. You should think about the consequences before you talk about it with great fanfare. Now if Peter refuses, he will offend many people. But if he accepts, there will definitely be more people who want Peter's help. Where is he? So much time. Cedric also looked at them reproachfully. The twins bowed their heads in remorse and did not speak. Okay, don't blame them, Since the magic-grained wooden plaques were made for you, someone will find out, sooner or later. Peter hurriedly interrupted, then looked at the silent twins, and said gently, "Now you think about it for me, how to solve this problem. It's unwise to refuse directly, it will offend a lot of people." Cedric said with a frown, and then suggested, "Or let them prepare the wooden sign first, and then Peter only needs to carve it?" No, compared to wooden plaques, rune carving is the most energy-intensive. I've tried it, and that thing requires a lot of concentration, and it also requires magic power, so it doesn't reduce much of the task at all. Alan shook his head. Said, "Then what to do? Rune carving is such a delicate work, only Peter can do it, and others can't help much." Cedric said with a melancholy expression. The twins lowered their heads as they listened, as if wishing to bury their faces in the grass. "I really hope this ghost weather can get cooler, so that this wooden sign for cooling is not needed," Alan said with a sigh. "I have a way, I don't know if it will work." George's weak voice sounded. Everyone else looked at him instantly. "George, how can you say it?" Peter looked at him and said encouragingly. Seeing that there was no blame in Peter's eyes, George breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Actually, we can just put a few magic-grained wooden signs in the auditorium and the public dormitories of various colleges, because these places are the most important places for students. The concentrated location is also the hottest place. We've tried it, and just 2 pieces of wood from Fred, and I can quickly cool down a 4-person dorm. The common room isn't much bigger than a dorm, and 4 pieces of wood are enough. Totally down, it only takes $20 at most. And the common room is closed and connected to the dormitory. If the dormitory is too hot at night, you can directly open the dormitory door, and the cold air from the common room will enter the dormitory, which also has the effect of cooling." After listening to George's words, several people looked at him in surprise. "George, your brain is very fast. This method is really good. It can save a lot of time and energy." Peter smiled and praised, "If it's $20, I can get it in half a day." As soon as he said it, Peter took out dozens of irregular pieces of wood directly from the dragon's skin bag. Then, with a wand, he turned a few stones on the ground into tools for cutting wood, and handed them to the 4 of them. They said with a smile, "You are responsible for flattening these pieces of wood so that I can carve runes on them." "Well, let's try to finish this thing in one afternoon," Alan said excitedly with a planer. Cedric smiled gently, picked up a piece of wood at random, and cut it. The twins worked the hardest, cutting the wood with their heads down and humming. Looking at the partner who was trying to help, Peter immediately took out the carving knife and concentrated on carving a wooden sign. With the cooperation of several people, when the sun went down, 30 pieces of magic-patterned wooden plaques were neatly placed on the grass. The cold air emanating from the 30 wooden signs cannot be underestimated, and the green grass on the ground was frozen into frost in an instant. "Hey, it's so cold!" Fred shook his wit from the cold and said excitedly, "This ancient rune is really amazing. It's just a simple rune, and it still has such power." 95. 3.2. The ancient rune is powerful, but Peter is even more powerful. Alan also said excitedly, "This magic rune is very difficult to carve. I have tried several times without success, but Peter has never failed. Speaking of which, how do we take away this pile of wooden tokens? If we take it directly, our hands will freeze," Cedric asked. "How about we take them separately and take 6 each? That way we won't freeze our hands," Fred said. "Don't bother. Have you forgotten that you're a wizard?" Peter smiled and shook his head. Immediately, he took out his wand and waved at the pile of wooden signs emitting cold air. I saw the wooden sign floating out of nowhere and moved by Peter's wand from a distance. "Come on, let's go to the auditorium first," Peter said. "Peter, why don't we just put this pile of wooden signs in the auditorium? I'm sure it will turn into winter." "That's definitely exciting." Haha, George suggested again with a wicked smile. In the auditorium, the students are having dinner. As if taking into account the recent hot weather, the house elves prepared mostly cold food for the little wizards. But this still can't let the students get rid of the sultry irritability, and the cold drink with ice cubes is the object of the student snatch. As long as you don't pay attention, a large bucket of cold drinks will disappear in an instant, making those backward students jump with anger, and they will not be able to renew the full spell, and there is no way to conjure more cold drinks for themselves. It seems that we are late, and I don't know if these guys will leave me some food? Alan pouted when he saw the lively scene in the auditorium. What's the big deal? We'll go to the back kitchen to find something to eat later. Fred said without worry at all. We've already gotten to know those house elves. Not to mention that guy Peter, you know how to buy it. Those little elves are so committed to him. Didn't you notice that the guy's food is usually different from ours? Let's put on a shocking performance now, the twins said with a grin, then took out their wands and put them on their throats, saying, we spent a lot of time trying to learn this spell. Sounds loud. Hey, did you hear it? The twins smirked and used magic to raise their voices to the loudest, which directly startled the crowd and instantly silenced the lively lobby. Even the top professors stopped to eat and looked at these two treasures with a smile. What are you going to do today? Ahem. Given that at noon today, there are many students who want Peter's cooling artifact, but is there any way we can make so many in a short period of time? George exclaimed impassively. So we went out of our way to come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. A way to take care of the vast majority of people. Fred continued. Now, let's welcome our Peter York with the warmest applause. He spent the afternoon working hard to make a batch of magic weave props. It has brought us benefits, the twins said excitedly, and first of all applauded warmly. When the students at the table heard the news, their eyes lit up, and they were very much looking forward to the news. Especially at noon, Peter was pulled away by the twins before he agreed to them. So they all followed the Weasley brothers to applaud, and even some students who didn't know what to do also applauded in confusion. OMG. Peter, who is outside the door at this time, is embarrassed and just wants to hide immediately. He thought that the twins asked him to wait for a while because he was taking into account the big chill he was carrying, but he didn't expect the scene to happen to him. He just wants to kill these two guys now. He just feels like a gorilla who has been watched all the time, especially the smiling professors on the stage, not to mention Dumbledore who can't hide it. Live the look of the show. Our Peter, that is a very kind person. In order to take care of some students, he directly gave up the method that could bring him benefits and chose a free method to provide convenience for everyone. George said enthusiastically. While speaking, he also pretended to wipe away the move tears that did not exist on his face. Peter couldn't take it anymore, and two curses directly silenced the voices of the two brothers. Then he walked in with a blank face, and the group of wooden signs behind him that followed him and moved with cold air was very eye-catching. In an instant, the students closest to him were pleasantly surprised that the surrounding temperature had dropped. Peter went straight to the front regardless of the twins who were pleading with him dumbfounded. A wooden sign flew towards Dumbledore, and Peter explained with a smile, "Headmaster, in view of the recent hot weather, I happened to find out that this ancient rune has the property of cooling, so I made a simple magic rune prop from it. Cool down and escape the heat. I would like to arrange it in the auditorium and the common room of the 4 colleges. I hope you can approve." 39. Dumbledore took the wooden sign with a smile on his face, looked at the runes on it carefully, and said in a surprised tone, "Peter, you have brought me another surprise. This magic rune is probably the oldest generation." Rune? Then the hand spread out, and the wooden sign flew towards Professor Bablin. Dumbledore said with a smile, "Bathsheba, you are a researcher of ancient magic literature, and you know more than me in this respect. Please evaluate this magic item of Peter York." After listening to Professor Babrin, he shook his head and said, "Dumbledore, you are too modest. You were the one who was able to communicate alchemy with Nicole May, and you also discovered 12 applications of dragon blood. Your knowledge of magic literature. I am ashamed." Having said that, Professor Babrin still took the wooden sign, looked at it carefully, and looked at Peter in amazement. "Peter, I thought your talent in magic literature was enough to surprise me. I didn't expect your magic pattern carving ability to be so outstanding. This magic pattern is indeed the original rune, only the original rune itself with magic. There are not many original runes. You are very lucky to find one. Treasure and use it well. This is your most precious magical wealth." Professor Babylon looked at the rune in surprise and said to Peter, "I will, Professor." Peter said obediently. "But I secretly said in my heart, I have all such runes." Dumbledore watched with a smile until after Professor Babylon read it, the wooden sign automatically flew back to his hand. He looked at Peter kindly and then said solemnly to Peter, "First of all, Peter, I want to thank you. You are more thoughtful than all of us professors. I am very happy that you can consider for the 160 classmates. In this hot summer, your thoughts are precious. So I reward you with 30 points. 35. Then he looked at some of Peter's companions, especially when he saw the twins who kept their mouths open but couldn't make a sound, and smiled even deeper. Of course, these gentlemen also gave their hearts, so Ellen White, Cedric Diggory, and the two Mr. Weasleys, all awarded 10 points each. Then he clapped his hands, the wooden sign behind Peter was pushed, and 9 more wooden signs flew out and gathered in his hand. He smiled and asked Peter, "It's 10, right? This auditorium should be enough." Peter nodded. He thought 6 would be enough, but since Dumbledore didn't think it was enough, let him go. There were 30 wooden cards in total anyway. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, 10 wooden signs quickly flew around, sticking tightly to the wall, constantly emitting cold air, offsetting the sweltering heat in the room. Seeing Dumbledore's smooth operation, Peter secretly envied. In particular, he also noticed that Dumbledore's wand was always on the table just now, and he used wandless magic all the time. After finishing all this, Dumbledore looked at Peter and the others kindly and said, "I have used the permanent sticking spell on these wooden signs, and they will continue to accompany this castle in the future, bringing refreshment to the students in the hot season. However, Headmaster Dumbledore, these wooden signs of mine can only last for a week. It will take constant replenishment of magic power to work later." Peter reminded worriedly. Replenishing magic power is not simply pouring magic power into it. It also needs a very stable magic output, otherwise it will be scrapped directly. Don't worry, I have quietly changed a little magic power input node just now. The castle will be responsible for the subsequent magic power supplementation of the wooden sign. You must know that this castle was built by the 4 giants, and it has magic power. Dumbledore whispered to Peter. He smiled and winked at him. When Peter heard this, the pride in his heart suddenly dissipated. As expected of Dumbledore, he quietly changed the magic pattern item he made into the magic connection node. Peter simply gave the rest of the wooden cards to Dumbledore. He didn't want to have to go to 4 academies to replenish his magic power in the future. Dumbledore's movements were quick, and when Peter and his party returned from their meal, the wall of the common room was pasted with Peter's cooling sign. That's right, Peter named this wooden sign as the cooling sign. Several of his peers complained about his poor naming skills. But Peter didn't take it seriously. The name is simple and straightforward. As soon as you hear the name, you know what it does. This cooling action made Slytherin gain 40 points, Gryffindor rewarded 20 points, and Hufflepuff rewarded 10 points, which made several people very happy. But they weren't happy for long when the final exam came. Everyone didn't have the energy to pay attention to others, and they were desperately reviewing in the last time, and even Peter saw a girl from Hufflepuff burst into tears. For this reason, Peter and the others were very kind, and sent Cedric, the handsome guy directly from Hufflepuff, to comfort the schoolgirl for a while. They successfully made the freckled little girl blushed and couldn't bear to cry anymore, ran away directly. In the 3rd week of June, the 1-week exam begins. Peter, this exam is really busy. On Monday morning, you have to take Transfiguration and Arithmetic Divination at the same time. In the afternoon, you will take both Charms and Ancient Magic Literature. Later, you will take 2 courses at the same time. If you don't know, I'm afraid I thought it was a fake exam sheet. George sighed while holding Peter's exam schedule. This is the difference between a scholar and a scumbag. Peter wants to be excellent in all 12 courses. And we scumbags just want to be able to pass. Fred also said. Peter, are you too tired to take 4 courses a day? Cedric said worriedly. Indeed, Peter, are you sure you have enough brains? You must know that exams are not the usual class time, and you need to use your brains all the way. Alan was also worried for him. Don't worry, these courses are actually very easy for me. Peter said with a smile. Besides, even if I'm tired, I can use the time converter to go back to the past and sleep for a few hours, enough to replenish my energy. Seriously, I regret that I didn't take all the classes. Fred said with envy. If I had such a time changer, I could sleep as long as I wanted. Just dream. You can't even study the current 9 courses, and you still want to challenge 12 courses? Who gave you the courage? Peter rolled his eyes and said, You should worry about tomorrow's exam. If not passed, be careful to repeat the grade. 35. Don't worry, I checked, and there are very few repeating grades at Hogwarts. Except for those who were caught cheating in the exam, I have never seen a grade-repeating student. Fred said with a relieved look. Have you checked it out? Several people looked at Fred with a smug look on their faces. But I think Mrs. Weasley, getting your transcript will beat you up. Because of this summer vacation, I'm going to invite your family to my house. Mrs. Weasley will be curious about my transcript. Peter said with a sinister smile. What, you want to invite our family? When is it? The twins asked in surprise, completely ignoring the previous words. The other 2 partners also looked at Peter curiously. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley invited me to your house last year. My aunt is very happy about it. She thinks it is a courtesy, so she plans to write an invitation letter to Mr. Weasley and the others during the summer vacation. Peter explained with a smile. Of course, I'll also invite Alan and Cedric. It's just that they're all alone, but they can come anytime, so it doesn't need to be too formal. Peter then looked at Alan and Cedric and said, Great, said the twins, jumping up and down with joy. We've always been curious about the Muggle world, but my dad didn't allow us to go to the Muggle world without permission. Now we can go there and play. Peter, you have to be ready to take us around the Muggle world. This is our first time, said the twins, jumping up and down with anticipation. First of all, you better do well in this exam. Don't anger Mrs. Weasley and leave you at home, then you won't have a place to cry. 35. Peter warned with a smile. Don't worry, we will definitely use 12 points of strength to pass this exam well. The twins assured in unison. Then Peter looked at Cedric and Ellen again and said with a smile, If we're there, we can contact Al at any time. Let me know when you're free, and I'll ask Field to bring you here directly. The 2 were very happy when they heard it and repeatedly said that they were free at any time. Besides, they also wanted to try the feeling of being teleported by the Phoenix. The last time the twins told them vividly about breaking through the restricted area on the 3rd floor, but they were envious. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the first exam officially started. The first exam was Transfiguration, and since this was a big class, Slytherin and Gryffindor took the exam together. Sitting in a large classroom, the Transfiguration exam is first and foremost a theory exam. In order to avoid cheating, Professor McGonagall directly handed out quills for exams. Peter usually writes with a pen, but when he comes into contact with a quill pen, he is a little uncomfortable. But soon, Peter just finished the test paper. And it was only 10 minutes before the exam started. After checking it again and confirming that there were no mistakes, Peter got up and handed in the papers. Under the accustomed eyes of many students, Peter came directly to the podium and handed the paper to Professor McGonagall. 66, don't check again. Professor McGonagall asked habitually. It's been checked twice, Professor. Peter replied obediently. Then turn this teapot into a turtle, and the better it gets, the higher the score. Professor McGonagall said, pointing to the steaming teapot on the table. Peter nodded, took out his wand, and tapped the teapot. The teapot instantly transformed into a living green turtle, crawling around on the table with its head outstretched. That's it, beautiful silent spell. Professor McGonagall nodded with a satisfied smile. Peter joined her Transfiguration Club in the 2nd grade, and then the Transfiguration level improved by leaps and bounds, which directly shook all the members of the club. It shocked everyone, including Professor McGonagall. So Professor McGonagall has no doubts about whether Peter can pass the exam. I remember that you still have an arithmetic and divination test to take. You can take a rest outside and take a turn. In that case, the time is just right. Professor McGonagall smiled and made a toggle gesture. Kings, okay, Professor, thank you for the reminder. Peter was stunned. Apparently Professor McGonagall knew that he had taken 12 courses and had a time-turner. Under the envious eyes of the students, Peter walked out of the classroom and strolled slowly in the corridor. It wasn't until it was almost 10 o'clock that he was in an unoccupied corner, turned the time switch forward for an hour, and then went to the test site of the arithmetic and divination class. The week of exams was finally completed one after another, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Happy running around the castle because they don't have classes for the next week, just play as they want. Only one of the Harry Potter trio was worried these days, and when they saw Peter, they also had a hesitant expression on their faces. Peter knew that the Philosopher's Stone incident was imminent, but he still looked laid back. During these days, Quirrell was very quiet and did nothing, and the unicorn blood sent by Peter was accepted calmly, as if he had given up on his goal. But Peter knew he was lurking, waiting for the perfect moment. Peter didn't ask for advice anymore these days. He was also waiting quietly. Just after the exam, Peter also intends to relax for a while. He took Fred and the others and was about to go to the lake to relax. Then they met around the corner, the Harry Potter trio, anxiously asking Professor McGonagall about Dumbledore's whereabouts. Professor McGonagall, we have something to ask Headmaster Dumbledore. Where is he now? Harry Potter asked Professor McGonagall anxiously. You have something to tell me, Professor McGonagall said, frowning. This is a very important matter, and we can only tell Dumbledore's headmaster. Harry Potter said in a sloppy voice, his distrust of Professor McGonagall in his words. When Professor McGonagall heard his tone, he was stunned for a moment, then looked a little angry, with a straight face, and said in a cold voice, Dumbledore is not only the headmaster of Hogwarts, he is also the chief archmage of Wizengamore. There are so many things going on every day, I don't have time to see you now. Seeing that the three of them didn't speak for a while, Professor McGonagall turned around impatiently to leave. Seeing this, the three of them could no longer hide it, and shouted anxiously in unison, we know about the Philosopher's Stone. 39. When Professor McGonagall heard it, the books in his hands fell. He quickly picked up the book on the ground, and asked with a serious face, where did you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Professor McGonagall, we know there's a Philosopher's Stone hidden in the restricted area, and now someone wants 160 to steal it. We must warn Dumbledore about this. It'll be bad if it's stolen. 35 Hermione said anxiously. We went to the headmaster's office just now, and the statues there won't let us in. Where did Headmaster Dumbledore go? Harry Potter asked impatiently. The headmaster is not at the school now. He has received a letter from the Ministry of Magic today and has rushed to the Ministry of Magic, replied Professor McGonagall. Although I don't know where you got the Philosopher's Stone from, please rest assured that it is hidden safely. Professor McGonagall said comfortingly, you don't need to worry about these things. Now you can go outside and relax. Then Professor McGonagall hurried away. What? Professor McGonagall doesn't believe us. Hermione burst into tears. Oops, Snape must have wanted to do it today. Harry Potter said, as if he suddenly understood. Snape has already obtained a way to get through Loo Wei from Hagrid, and now Dumbledore is suddenly summoned by the Ministry of Magic again. It must be his trick. He wants to take advantage of Dumbledore's absence and enter the restricted area to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Several in the afternoon. A low and indifferent voice came from behind them. As soon as the three turned around, they found Snape staring straight at them, which shocked them. He was very flustered, afraid that he would hear what he said just now. You should be relaxing outside the castle now, not running around here, otherwise people will think you are preparing to do bad things. Snape looked at the three men maliciously and said. The three of them bowed their heads at Snape's eyes, and then Hermione summoned the courage and made an excuse to say, Professor Snape, we're going to ask Professor McGonagall a question. Snape stared at the three of them a few times, snorted coldly, and then stepped away, causing his robes to fly like a bat. The three saviors suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left here. Peter, who had been listening for a long time in the corner, also looked at each other. So, the treasure in the restricted area is the Philosopher's Stone. Then why didn't we see it last time we went? Fred said in surprise. Idiot, of course something as important as the Philosopher's Stone can't be placed there. George rolled Fred's eyes and said, "It must be hidden very secretly so that no one can detect it." Merlin. That's the Philosopher's Stone. Legend has it that it can turn stone into gold, and it can make people live forever. It's actually hidden in the restricted area, Alan said in surprise. Didn't you hear Harry Potter say that someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone? And they suspect it's Professor Snape. Cedric said, frowning, I think what Potter said is quite reasonable. That's bad. It's none of our business. As far as I know, the Philosopher's Stone belongs to Nick LeMay. Since he gave the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, it's their business. We can't worry about it, said. But do you really believe that it was Professor Snape who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone? He looks sullen and scary, but I don't think he, AC/DC, is a thief. 35. Snape is your dean, of course you have to speak for him. The twins said in unison, and then said firmly, we are standing on Harry's side. Snape must also want to steal the magic stone. The magic stone can be configured elixir. Snape is very obsessed with potions, and he will definitely not let it go. Okay, don't worry about this. Dumbledore has already made arrangements. We don't need to worry too much. Peter interrupted their conversation, smiled mysteriously, and said, it will be revealed in a few days, then you will know. Several people suddenly looked at Peter. Seeing his calm expression, Alan asked curiously, Peter, did you predict something? Tell us about it. Forget it, but I can't tell you right now, you will know in a few days. Peter said with a smile and shook his head. Cut, say that again. Several partners pouted, accustomed to Peter being mysterious. Peter, Harry, they will be all right? My stupid brother Ronald is also involved, so don't go wrong. George asked worriedly. Don't worry, Dumbledore won't let them do anything. Peter reassured. Let's go to the Black Lake to play and relax. After so many days of exams, you shouldn't want to stay here. Peter said with a smile. Peter didn't want to bump into Harry Potter and the others in the castle, lest they come to him for help. The clearance game in this restricted area was originally the Savior development plan arranged by Dumbledore. He didn't want to destroy it. It's just a pity, Professor Quirrell, tonight is his final day. Peter wanted to have fun with him. He still remembered the gift Quirrell gave him at Christmas, and not giving him any retribution made Peter feel like a man of grace. In the middle of the night, Peter was sitting in the responsive room, and several friends around did not return to the dormitory, all staring at a piece of parchment on the table. That's right, in order to observe the situation tonight in real time, the Weasley twins announced the Marauders map directly to their partners. Look, Professor Quirrell appeared in the corridor of the restricted area. The sharp-eyed Alan pointed to a name on the map in surprise. When everyone heard his words, they immediately focused their attention on the third floor on the map. Really found Professor Quirrell's name and is moving quickly into the restricted area. Who is this Tom Riddle? Does this name exist in our school? Cedric asked in confusion, looking at the name of the stranger who followed Professor Quirrell. Why did Professor Quirrell go to the restricted area? Could he be a thief? Alan said suspiciously. It's possible that he was controlled by that Tom Riddle, and this person is definitely not from the school. I don't have the slightest impression of this name. George shook his head and said, it's impossible for a stranger to enter the school without being noticed. How on earth did he do it? Fred also said with a puzzled look. Forget about this stranger, look here, the 3 Potters have also come out. It looks like they are also going to enter the restricted area. Peter smiled faintly and pointed to another location on the map. There, the names of the 3 Potters were quickly running towards the restricted area. Oops, they're going to run into Professor Quirrell. It's too dangerous, we have to save them. The twins couldn't sit still, but there was his brother inside. Don't worry, George, Fred. Peter grabbed the 2 of them and pointed to the headmaster's office. Look who's there. Dumbledore. The twins looked at the name that appeared in the headmaster's office and said in surprise, didn't that go to the Ministry of Magic? Why are you in the office now? Ellen and Cedric were also attracted. Looking at Dumbledore's name on the map, they were also very surprised. Fred, George, you've all been to the restricted area. Tell me, Harry Potter, can the 3 of you pass these levels? Peter asked the twins with a smile. The twins froze for a moment, then looked at each other hesitantly. Peter didn't wait for them to speak, and then said directly, "The first level in the restricted area is a three-headed dog, which is a pet kept by Hagrid. With the relationship between Potter and Hagrid, it is easy to get away to pass the three-headed dog from Hagrid. 5. The second level is the Devil's Web, even if Potter and Ronald don't know it, but Hermione Granger is a smart and studious little witch. She must be able to think of using flames and strong light to deal with the Devil's Web. The third level is the Key to Flight, which is a lot like the Golden Snitch. You need to ride a broom and chase after the real key. Just Harry Potter is a gifted seeker. No problem for him. As for the wizard chess in the fourth level, I don't want to admit it, but Ronald's chess skills are better than all of us. It's no problem for them either. The trolls in the fifth level, Potter and the others have already had the experience of defeating trolls, and they have long known the weakness of the giants. It is easy to solve it. Besides, there is a Professor Quirrell in front of them who is opening the way for them. And the logic question of the sixth level, for Hermione, who is also from the Muggle world, is also very simple. So they can pass. Just considering that only one person can pass this level, it is very likely that Harry Potter goes to the next level alone. Of course, in this last level, Harry Potter will definitely collide with Quirrell and that Tom Riddle. But I think with Dumbledore's ability, he will definitely not let him do anything. After listening to Peter's words, everyone was stunned. "Peter, you sound like what Dumbledore prepared for the three of them, Harry," Fred said hesitantly, his eyes full of shock. "No wonder I always thought that the level in the restricted area was too easy, and it didn't look like I wanted to stop the thief at all. Isn't this just a level game?" George murmured. "So, everything before, is that Dumbledore lured Potter and the others to go through the level, and then confronted Quirrell and the others?" Cedric said in disbelief. "Why do I think Dumbledore's methods are a bit scary? It feels more Slytherin than Slytherin." Alan wiped the goosebumps on his body and said in surprise, "Okay, stop thinking about it." Peter got up and patted a few frightened companions, looked at them and said, "Dumbledore did this for Harry Potter's sake. Did you forget Potter's other identity? Another identity?" Several people looked at him puzzled. "It's Potter's savior," Peter said directly. "But hasn't he defeated the mysterious man?" Several people still looked at him puzzled. "You also said that it was only defeated, not destroyed," Peter reminded emphatically. Then he pointed to the name posted with Quirrell and prompted them, "You guys put this Tom Riddle's name back together and see what happens?" Several people were puzzled, but according to Peter's request, they used to want to write Tom Riddle's name in midair and then combine them arbitrarily. The twins who started it first obviously didn't understand Peter's meaning, and the random names were all messed up words that couldn't be read. On the contrary, Cedric wisely composed a sentence according to the corresponding order. It's just that when he looked at the reorganized name, his face instantly turned pale. With trembling hands, he pointed at the words in the air, his mouth opened, but he couldn't speak. "Cedric, your group is out," Alan on the side said in surprise when he saw the words in front of Cedric. The twins also stopped their hands, leaned over curiously, and said with great interest, "Let's see what it is." "I am Voldemort." The four of them looked at the shiny fonts in the air, and their faces turned pale with fright. "Haha. Peter, are you kidding me?" The twins looked at Peter stiffly and asked in a dry voice. Peter smiled at them, looking terrified. Then with the wand in midair, he rewrote Tom Riddle's name, followed by a wave and the letters rearranged. It is the big characters Voldemort. These few people are completely convinced that they are not wrong. "Peter, do you mean that the person following Quirrell is the mysterious man?" Alan asked weakly. "Yes, Voldemort's real name is Tom Riddle, but very few people know that name." Peter nodded. "Am I dreaming?" Cedric gave a dazed expression, then pinched himself severely, and then said with a sad face, "It's true. I didn't dream. No, we can't just sit here. My brother is still in the restricted area. He will die if he encounters the mysterious man." The twins couldn't sit still, panicked, but tried to save Ronald. 0. Ask for flowers. Be quiet first. 35. Peter grabbed the frightened and worried twins and comforted them. "Voldemort is very weak now and has no strength at all. In fact, we have had close encounters with him many times, but aren't they all okay? We have contact with the mysterious person? Stop kidding, Peter. Several people said with disbelief. They feel horrified even when they hear the name of the mysterious person. Not to mention, it would be a nightmare. Voldemort doesn't have a body now, so he's been attached to the back of Quirrell's head the whole time, hiding it with that smelly hood. Peter said directly. Then he looked at the twins with a funny face and said, I remember when you were Christmas, but you were very brave and hit Professor Quirrell in the back of the head with a snowball. When the twins heard this, their faces became even paler. 0. And Cedric and Ellen looked at them with sympathy and admiration. It is a unique operation to be able to hide the face of a mysterious person. What should we do now? Why did this mysterious man suddenly appear at Hogwarts? The twins asked worriedly. The other two also looked at Peter, seeking answers. Don't do anything. This was originally a trap set by Dumbledore. Let's not mix it up, lest we ruin his plan. Peter shook his head and said, Dumbledore wants to train Harry Potter. We can understand. After all, he is the savior. But what about my brother Ronald and them? This is the Black Devil who kills without blinking. Why should he be involved? Fred looked worried. Said, his tone full of complaints towards Dumbledore. Although they often bully and tease Ronald, it doesn't mean they don't love this silly brother. Now led to confront the legendary Dark Lord in a dangerous situation. Even though they admired Dumbledore, they were very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's behavior. Seeing the twins' expressions, Peter sighed and said, Don't blame Dumbledore, although he guided Harry Potter to the forbidden area, but Ronald, as Harry's good friend, would stand by and watch after knowing this situation? If Harry Potter was me, would you leave me alone? Peter asked the two of them. No, you are our good friend. Even if you know that there is a mysterious person in front of you, we will accompany you. The twins said in unison. Then you can understand why Dumbledore let them go. Peter said with a smile. Besides, now that Dumbledore is in the school, he can appear in the forbidden area at any time. If Ronald and the others are in danger, I am sure Dumbledore will protect them. Next, in the request room, Peter looked at the map. Quirrell seemed to be in a no-man's land, cleared all the way through the customs without any hindrance, and went directly to the final room and stopped. At the same time, the three of Harry Potter followed closely and successfully came to the room with the giant chessboard. After a while, the map shows Harry Potter and Hermione moving on to the next room, but Ronald's name remains on the board. What's going on? Did something happen to Ronald? Why didn't he continue to follow Harry and the others? The twins looked at the map worriedly. Rest assured, Ronald is fine. He just passed out. He was brave and sacrificed himself to win the game so Harry Potter and the others could keep going. Peter said with a smile. The twins breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Ronald was okay, then reacted, looking at Peter and asking, How did you know? He must have predicted it early on. Alan said with certainty, Didn't you find that Peter was confident from the very beginning? If he didn't see the future results, 160, I would be 100. I don't believe any of them. Really, Peter? Cedric asked curiously. Almost. Peter said vaguely, and he couldn't say that he was speaking based on the plot. I really envy your talent for prophecy. Alan said enviously, maybe I can study divination with Professor Trelawney, and maybe I can inspire the talent of a prophet. It's beautiful. Haven't you heard what the professor said? The ability to predict requires talent. Without the blood of a prophet, you can only see a cloud of smoke on the crystal ball. Cedric said by pouring cold water. But Peter is a muggle and he still doesn't have the blood of a prophet, so he can't predict the future now? I always thought that Professor Trelawney was just talking nonsense, and she couldn't believe a word she said. Ellen said firmly. By the way, what did you all predict to Professor Trelawney during the final exam of the divination class? The seniors said that as long as the divination class predicted how tragic the future would be, the professor would give a high score. Alan asked. I am vaguely saying that some people will leave us with regret this year, and looking at Professor Trelawney's expression, they should not give me a high score. Cedric said regretfully. We are Professor Quirrell who predicted this year, and the end will definitely be very miserable, and we won't be able to teach us defense against the dark arts next semester. The twins said with a smile, looking at the current situation, we will definitely get a high score. How could you make such a prediction? Are you not afraid that you will make a mistake and the professor will fail you? Cedric asked in surprise. Of course not. Have you ever seen a defense against the dark arts professor for more than a year? And every one of them ended badly. Not to mention that Quirrell looks like he's going to die at any moment. The twins said confidently. Peter, what about you? You have the ability to predict, so you will definitely make real predictions. Several people asked Peter curiously. Me? Peter said with a smile, I predicted the same as Fred and the others, but in more detail. I saw Quirrell's death on the crystal ball. His body quickly grew bubbles, and then turned into ashes, and the time of death is tonight. 35 Peter described with a smile on his face, Barry said calmly. You didn't see the expression on Professor Trelawney's face at the time, you were all stunned. I don't think she has graded my fortune-telling class yet. I'll have to wait until tonight when the results come out. If my prediction is true, I'll get an excellent. But if it's wrong, I'll definitely fail. Several people listened to Peter's words and looked shocked. Peter, you mean Quirrell is going to die in the box tonight? George asked, swallowing. That's right, and it was still at Harry Potter's hands. And the mysterious man escaped again. It was about to happen anyway, and Peter didn't mind spoilers ahead of time. You mean the you-know-who escaped? Wasn't Dumbledore always watching? Didn't he stop him? Fred asked nervously, thinking that Dumbledore would succeed in destroying the you-know-who this time. You-know-who is not alive at all now, not even a ghost, so the spell's attack is ineffective against him. He wants to escape, and Dumbledore can't stop him. Peter shook his head and said, That's too cheap for him. The twins said regretfully if only he could be eliminated. Save the whole day worrying about his reappearance and making a mess of the magic world. 35. He will appear, and then it will be a real war. So you'd better practice your magic while you still have time, so that you won't get hurt when you fight the enemy in the future. Peter suggested earnestly. These partners are all 14 years old, and they need a little pressure to force them to be strong. Otherwise, Cedric and George will both be victims of the original plot line. Are you a prophecy? Cedric asked worriedly. It doesn't count, but it's an inevitable outcome. Peter shook his head and said, Dumbledore should have known it long ago, so he quietly guided Harry Potter to the mysterious man. He was nurturing him. Of course you'd better keep these things in your stomach. Don't tell outsiders, or they will treat you as crazy. Peter looked at them and warned. Shouldn't it be time to announce the return of the mysterious man in advance, so that many people can prepare to deal with it? The twins asked incomprehensibly. Sometimes, many people are more willing to believe what they want to believe. Peter shook his head and said, if Harry Potter, who has defeated the Dark Lord now, stands up and says that the Dark Lord has appeared again, do you think it will be what kind of reaction? 5. The twins shook their heads and said they didn't know. 0. They must think Harry Potter is crazy. Cedric answered with a sad face. The magic world has been at peace for nearly 10 years, and many people believe that the mysterious man has disappeared. Once Potter said the news, many people will focus their anger on him, and I am afraid even the Ministry of Magic will attack him. 35 Alan is serious said. So it's fine for you to know about it yourself. If you say it, it will only cause you trouble. Peter said seriously. Several people nodded with affection. After all, no one believed it when it was said. Look, Harry Potter has entered the last room, now with Quirrell and the others. Fred exclaimed with sharp eyes. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on the map, which displayed the names of Harry Potter, Professor Quirrell, and Tom Riddle. Okay, now it's my turn to play. Peter got up and said to the crowd with a smile. Immediately, Phoenix Field appeared in midair, making bursts of chirping sounds. Peter, are you going over now? Several partners reacted and asked in surprise and worry. Peter nodded and said with a sneer, I have to give Professor Quirrell one last ride. He gave me such a great gift at Christmas, and I still remember it very well. As he spoke, he grabbed Field's tail feather and disappeared into the room. So, the deadly gift at Christmas was from Quirrell. Alan said suddenly and then looked puzzled. Peter often asks Quirrell for questions, and I thought they had a good relationship. Will something happen to Peter? After all, the other party is Professor Quirrell, let alone a Dark Lord helping him. Cedric said very worriedly. Don't worry, we have to believe in 3.2 Peter, but we will never do anything unsure. The twins were full of confidence in Peter. In the room of the last level in the restricted area, Harry Potter was pulled by Quirrell to the Mirror of Erist and asked what he saw. I saw myself win the House Cup for Gryffindor. Harry replied. He's lying. A hoarse voice drifted across the room. Tell me, what the hell did you see? Quirrell angrily pointed his wand at Harry Potter, almost poking his eyes. Quirrell, let me talk to him. The hoarse voice came out again. Master, but your body. Quirrell said worriedly. Don't worry, I still have the energy for this time. Voldemort said, intrigued by Harry Potter. Then, in Potter's terrified eyes, Professor Quirrell took off the turban on his head in front of him, and then turned around. A hideous face appeared on the back of his bare head. Harry Potter. Voldemort looked at Harry Potter. Even in a weak state, the Dark Lord could easily see that Harry Potter was lying, and clearly pointed out that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in his trouser pocket. But Voldemort was obviously very interested in Harry Potter, and was not in a hurry to ask for the Philosopher's Stone, but with a seductive tone, he wanted Harry Potter to surrender to him. Obviously, he failed. Voldemort angrily ordered Quirrell to snatch it. Harry Potter turned and fled, but was stopped by the flames summoned by Quirrell's snap of his fingers. Harry Potter, do you want to rebel against me like your stupid parents? Surrender to me. Isn't it a pity to die so young? As long as you surrender to me, we will create a new future together in the future. Voldemort said half threateningly, half seductively. Don't think about it. Harry Potter said angrily, then turned around and wanted to charge into the flames. Get him. Voldemort ordered angrily. Quirrell is also worthy of being an excellent student of Ravenclaw. With just a snap of his fingers, a rope directly caught Harry Potter's feet. It made him fall heavily, his chin slammed on the stone steps, and his eyes were staring. The magic stone in his hand also rolled to the side. 02. Quirrell seized the opportunity and stomped hard on Harry's hand that was trying to grab the Philosopher's Stone, and then, with Harry Potter's pained expression, grabbed him by the neck, trying to strangle him. Ah, my hand, my hand. Quirrell clutched his right hand in horror and stepped back. I saw that the hand he had just grabbed Harry Potter's neck quickly spewed out a lot of blisters, as if being found by fire, and then quickly festered and turned into ashes. Idiot! Use magic to kill him, Voldemort said angrily from the back of his head. Just before Quirrell could go, he found that his body suddenly became weak, and his body suddenly began to fester on a large scale. Master, what's going on with me? Help me! Quirrell couldn't stand up at all, and fell directly to the ground, watching in horror as his body began to rot, and his vitality was rapidly dying. Peter York. Damn it, it's him. He cancelled the wishing charm, and the unicorn blood is gone. Voldemort screamed angrily. Why would he do this, Master? We've promised him. Quirrell said, terrified and unwilling. Harry Potter also came back to his senses at this time. He originally saw that Quirrell would blister and fester when he touched his hand. He wanted to rush up and touch his face. But he didn't expect that Quirrell would suddenly collapse and rot and become dying. And he also said it had something to do with Peter. This made him very curious. What deal did Peter have with Quirrell? Who's there? Come out. Voldemort yelled suddenly at the Mirror of Erist. Professor, you are really sharp. Even with such a serious injury, you can still detect someone here. Peter released his stealth with a smile and stepped forward. Peter York. Quirrell exclaimed resentfully. Peter York. Harry exclaimed in surprise. Peter York, my good student. I've taught you dark magic for so long. Even if you don't feel sorry for it, at least you must abide by our agreement. Why ruin my plan? Voldemort looked at Peter grimly and said, What, Peter, you learned black magic from Voldemort? Harry Potter said in surprise, then looked at him with a wary expression. But apparently neither Voldemort nor Peter paid attention to him. Peter looked at Quirrell's tragic state and said with a smile, Lord Voldemort, I'm afraid you forgot. At Christmas, I received a big gift from you, which almost killed me. 55. As I said, it was Quirrell's own assertion. And you've taught him a lesson before. Voldemort said through gritted teeth. Come on, Voldemort, you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Without your permission, would Quirrell really have the guts to do this? Peter sneered. I didn't pursue it, just because you were still useful. After all, you're a black man. Demon King, to be able to get your personal teaching, I am stupid to pursue it. I'm here just to give you a ride, Peter said with a smile. As expected of a student of Slytherin, Peter York. My promise to you is still valid. As long as you snatch the Philosopher's Stone from Harry Potter's hand and give it to me, I will accept you as my only student and take all my magic. The knowledge is all in your hands. Voldemort hoarsely promised, full of admiration. When Harry Potter heard this, he looked at Peter vigilantly and then quickly wanted to pick up the Philosopher's Stone on the ground. It was just that Peter took the lead, and when Peter beckoned, the magic stone on the ground flew over and fell into his hands. Don't give it to him, Harry Potter shouted. Voldemort thought that Peter agreed and said happily, haha, that's it. Quickly give me Peter, my good apprentice, and I will reward you when I am resurrected. Peter played with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, then looked at Voldemort playfully and said, when did I promise to give it to you? You're kidding me, Voldemort said with a gloomy expression on his face. You have wronged me, Professor, Peter said with a smile, and then threw the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Besides, the Philosopher's Stone in my hand is not a real Philosopher's Stone. It's just a half-finished product. Remember, you're saying this is fake? Impossible. Voldemort and Quirrell screamed in disbelief at the same time. I've been wondering, are you two souls huddled together at the same time to look so stupid? Otherwise, who would put the real Philosopher's Stone here for someone to steal? Peter looked like your brains are broken expression. Impossible, it's not true. 35 Quirrell said with anger and reluctance that he had spent so much time and energy trying to get the Philosopher's Stone. In the end, he said it was just fake. Since you don't believe it so much, let me show you and let you die at ease. Peter smiled and threw the magic stone in his hand to Quirrell. Don't. Harry Potter shouted in panic, trying to rush over to grab the Philosopher's Stone. Peter made a direct magic, pulled him back, looked at him glaring at him, and explained with a smile, this magic stone is fake, you don't have to worry too much. How can you be sure it's fake? If it's real, then bad. Harry Potter shouted angrily. I've been here with Fred and the others, and that time I got the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror and gave it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore told me. Peter explained with a smile. 160. It's fake, it's fake. Dumbledore, you despicable old fellow. Voldemort just finished checking the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and immediately threw the Philosopher's Stone out of his hand in a fit of rage. I'm going to kill you. Kill all of you. Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head became even more ferocious, and then quickly moved forward, trying to cover Quirrell's face. At the same time, the face of Quirrell in front became terrified, and he kept begging for mercy. Master, please. Don't do this. Don't. But soon, Voldemort's face was completely covered directly on Quirrell's. The two faces merged into each other and became very weird, looking like one face that was put together. Then Quirrell's eyes opened, turned red, and were sharp and thin, looking like snake eyes. Peter was a little surprised by the change and raised his wand, ready to respond. Peter York, Harry Potter. Even if I don't want this body today, I'm going to kill you all before Dumbledore comes. Quirrell, no, Voldemort, looking at them viciously, with his wand in his left hand, said murderously. Voldemort, even if you temporarily control this body, how much strength can you show? I'm afraid not even a single point, Peter said without fear. Even if I have only 1 point of strength, I can kill you. Peter York. Voldemort looked at Peter with hatred. I give you opportunities again and again, and even teach you advanced black magic. But you don't know what to do, repeatedly oppose me. You must die at my hands today. 35. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort threw out the Dim Sutra directly. Peter was ready to go straight, and before he could utter the spell, He dodged directly and dragged Harry Potter behind a stone pillar with his wand. "You can't participate now. Protect yourself and don't come out," Peter commanded Harry Potter seriously. Harry Potter was a little confused, but nodded instinctively, knowing that Peter was protecting him. Seeing him nodding, Peter walked out immediately, using his wand to start a spell, and then using his snakewood wand, he quickly returned a spell. Wish come true. 99. Peter waved his wand, and the golden sand poured out of the wand, and then quickly condensed into a huge fire dragon shape. "Professor Voldemort, this is the spell you taught me. Now I'll pay you back." Peter chuckled. Then, with a wave of the wand, the fire dragon was completely formed, turning into a ferocious Norwegian ridgeback, filling most of the space. The fierce head of the fire dragon was facing Voldemort, and the flames spewed out directly. Voldemort blocked the dragon's flames with a magical barrier. He looked at the living dragon and said with admiration, "The wishing charm you improved is indeed extraordinary, but it's a pity that you are such a genius. If you obey me, if you do, there will be brilliant achievements in the future. But you can only die here now." 35. Then a life-suppressing spell directly ended the life of the fire dragon, and the fire dragon after death turned into golden sand and dissipated. "Professor, it's uncertain who lives and who dies. If you regain your original strength, I will definitely retreat. But now you're just borrowing Quirrell's mutilated body. No matter how much you overdraw him, it won't change anything," said with a smile. Immediately, another wishing spell came out, turned into a unicorn, and charged directly at Voldemort with sharp horns. The silver sharp horns of the unicorn emitted a dazzling white light, hitting Voldemort, who was not in a hurry to dodge. Voldemort couldn't help but let out a scream. His right shoulder seemed to have been hit by a blast of sulfuric acid, which quickly corroded and exposed the bones. Voldemort was immediately furious and endured the pain and directly killed the unicorn with a death curse. "Professor, why are you so cruel? You must know that the unicorn just now provided you with a lot of blood. It can be regarded as your food and clothing parents," Peter said with a reproachful expression, with a teasing tone in his tone. Peter York, you damn." Voldemort was bleeding and extremely weak, desperately trying to squeeze the magic and vitality of Quirrell's body. He was going to kill Peter before the body couldn't hold up. As for Harry Potter, he had already left him behind. At this time, Harry Potter was also careful to hide behind the stone pillar, and his position could clearly see the situation of Peter and Voldemort. So he was shocked to see all kinds of brilliant magic that Peter performed. He watched Peter transform into a fire dragon the size of half a house, and then transformed into a unicorn, constantly harassing and attacking, and even made Voldemort suffer a big loss. This shocked him very much, and he felt that this was the real magic. Those matches they learned to change needles and so on are all inferior. Peter's eyes were glowing with blue light at this time, and he could predict the next scene at any time. Then he directly transformed into a poisonous horned beast, and, before he could reach Voldemort, he was hit by his one-shot life-suppressing spell and transformed back into the sky full of golden sand. Peter took pleasure in conjuring werewolves, eight-eyed spiders, phoenixes, trolls. Although they were all hit by Voldemort's life-suppressing spell, he never touched him once. But looking at Voldemort gasping for breath, Peter smiled, his war of attrition accomplished. "Professor, you've used so many life-suppressing spells, you're running out of mana. Would you like to take a break? We'll fight again later," Peter said with a smile. "Peter York, come out and fight me face-to-face if you can. Aren't you a champion duel? Don't you even forget basic etiquette?" Voldemort gasped. He now also finds that his magic power is about to run out, but he is not willing to leave like this, at least let Peter die in his own hands. "Sorry, Professor, I'm very timid, so I'll just forget about this kind of confrontation," Peter said with a smile. "Coward, Peter York, I want you to stand up and fight with me in an upright duel," Voldemort said angrily, killing the rushing poison leopard with another death spell, gasping for breath. "Professor, you forgot that I'm Slytherin. Your aggressive tactics are useless. Why would I take the risk to come out and fight you one-on-one if it's going to kill you?" A crouched demon swiftly flew towards Voldemort. This brain-eating monster flies so fast that it is almost difficult to catch it with the naked eye. And once Newt Scamander relied on it to successfully capture the first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald. So Peter hopes it works wonders this time too. However, Peter was obviously disappointed. The Dark Lord, who had no strength, was the Dark Lord after all. The winged demon was directly hit by Voldemort's life-sucking curse and turned into sands again. Peter was not too disappointed. He still kept releasing monsters to attack, especially after seeing that Voldemort didn't use the life-killing spell in order to save his magic power. He kept creating stronger monsters to consume his magic power. After killing another unicorn, Voldemort stumbled to his knees on the ground, sweat and blood mixed on his body. His body had already drained of blood at this time. If it wasn't for Voldemort's soul to support it, I'm afraid it would have been a corpse. Voldemort looked as if his mana had run out. But Peter couldn't believe Voldemort had just given up. His eyes flashed a blue light, and then a sneer appeared on his face. At this time, the whole room had been messed up by the battle between the two, and there were gravel everywhere. Peter hid behind a stone pillar not far from Harry Potter. He used the wishing charm again, but this time it was not magical creature, but another Peter. Harry Potter, who was hiding not far away, was stunned when he saw this scene. Seeing another avatar again, Peter handed his yuan to Peter too and said with a smile, "Go out and be responsible for attracting attention." "I'm responsible for timing." Peter number 2 took the wand, rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Who told me to be a clone? No human rights." Then he walked out directly and came to Voldemort. "Professor, look at you. What's wrong with poor Professor Quirrell's body? He's so loyal to you, you can spoil it like this. How can you make others believe you?" Peter number 2 smiled with a smile. "I mean," he said with a sigh. "Peter York, my good student, you're finally out." Voldemort had a grim smile on his face, then quickly waved his wand. "Avada Kedavra. Accept your weapons." 39. Both of their spells successfully hit each other. In Voldemort's hideous smile, Peter number 2's eyes were helpless and turned into golden sand and dissipated, and the wand in his hand fell to the ground. And the wand in Voldemort's hand was also disarmed by a disarming charm, which successfully took away the wand. It's just that Voldemort wasn't happy yet. He watched Peter turn into golden sand after his death and instantly realized that he was being tricked. Before he could recall the king's wand, there was a magic wave behind him, and he was hit by a petrifying spell. Immediately, Peter's figure gradually emerged from the air. He smiled and cut off Voldemort's other hand with a cutting spell, then walked up to him, who was half kneeling and petrified, and said, "Professor, are you surprised? You're caught by me now." It really opened my eyes. It's amazing that a wishing spell has been developed into such a powerful magic by you. Although Voldemort was petrified, his face was still moving strangely. He looked at Peter mockingly and said, "Do you think you can trap me like this? I am Voldemort. This body is useless. I believe in the future. We'll meet again, Peter York." 99. "Really, Professor?" Peter smiled slightly, and then with lightning speed, he pulled out a pair of shackles and directly locked Voldemort's legs. "What did you do?" Voldemort's original smile disappeared instantly, becoming a little terrified. "Why can't I live without this body?" 35. It's really useful." Peter breathed a sigh of relief and said with some surprise. Seeing Voldemort's panicked expression, Peter smiled and said, "This is the magic forbidden shackles I prepared for you. You can't cast any magic. Now you are no different from an ordinary muggle, and now you will stay in this body." 35. Voldemort heard Peter's explanation and screamed in anger. "You want to trap me in this body forever? Dream." Then Voldemort suddenly staggered to his feet under Peter's surprised eyes, and then dashed towards the blazing flames beside him. Then, in a miserable scream, Quirrell's body occupied by Voldemort quickly burst into flames, and in the end only a pile of ashes remained. And a pair of shackles fell there. Peter couldn't react in time at this time, and then sighed in a stunned voice, "What a ruthless man. He actually burned himself alive." Harry Potter saw that Peter had destroyed Voldemort, so he walked out relaxed and said to Peter with a look of admiration, "You are really amazing. You have defeated old demon like this." Peter didn't expect Harry Potter to come out now. His face changed, and he reminded loudly, "Be careful behind." I saw a cloud of black mist floated up from the ashes, then turned into a vague Voldemort's face, angrily passed through Harry Potter's body, and then went straight to Peter. Peter's reaction speed was fast, and he directly blocked 160 magics in front of him, and he avoided his attack in the gap of Voldemort's soul for a while. The attack failed, and Voldemort's soul gave Peter a resentful look, then turned into smoke unwillingly, and left the room. "It's a waste of time," Peter said regretfully. He originally wanted to trap Voldemort directly in Quirrell's body with the shackles. Afterwards, he extinguished the flames, picked up the shackles on the ground, and realized that the petrification spell he used on Voldemort at first, after he put on the shackles, I am afraid it has already been cancelled. It's just that this Voldemort is really ruthless. In order to get rid of this body, he chose to self-destruct. Harry Potter, who was penetrated by Voldemort's soul, passed out directly because of another piece of Voldemort's soul in his body, and the scar on his forehead became very red and swollen. Although Peter knew that Harry Potter would be fine, he still worried and went forward to check it out. After seeing that his breathing was steady, he was relieved. He was afraid that he would drop the savior to the butterfly. Then he turned to the air and said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, you've been there for so long, you can come out. Now Harry Potter is in a coma, come and see what's going on?" "Peter, I guess that you would find me early, and you are still very sharp." AC/DC, Dumbledore's voice came from the air, then he released his invisibility and appeared in front of Peter with a smile. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter beside Peter with a hint of worry in his eyes. He walked up to them a few steps, tapped Harry Potter with his wand, checked it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to Peter kindly, "Don't worry, Harry Potter's body is fine. He just fell into a coma." 35. Immediately, Dumbledore changed the subject, looked at Peter in amazement and asked, "Is the magic you used just now called a wishing charm?" "It's a very magical and unique magic. It can turn into a real magical creature. It can also turn into a clone. It's amazing. Achievement. Quirrell taught you that, right?" 35. "Yes, Headmaster," Peter told him, "but Quirrell, no. Voldemort only learned magic from an old wizard in the Middle East. Originally, it only lasted for 3 seconds, so it was very tasteless. Later, I merged it with ancient elemental magic, so I got the effect it is today. But ordinary wizards can't use this magic. You need to be an elemental magician to use it. If you want to learn, Headmaster, I can teach you." Peter said, "No need for children. Thank you for your kindness, but my magic path has come a long way, and it is difficult to change." Dumbledore said with a smile, "But I suggest that you can continue to develop the value of this magic in the future. It is absolutely more magical than any kind of magic today. If you can study this magic, your future achievements will be extraordinary. Although there is suspicion of boasting, but with this magic alone, Peter, you surpass me as an old man. It's just time." "Thank you for your advice, Headmaster Dumbledore." Peter thanked sincerely. Then he looked at the Philosopher's Stone on the ground and asked, "Principal, you said that the half-finished Philosopher's Stone I got has turned into a real Philosopher's Stone. Did you show it to Nick LeMay? He is, what do you say? Is it true?" "I did go over to Nick's place over the weekend and gave him the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said, looking at Peter curiously. "Nick was amazed and very curious about you. He wants to invite you to his place during the summer vacation. 99. And I hope to discuss and research together. How can your magic power make the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone become real?" Dumbledore said with a smile, "You must know that Nick created a real Philosopher's Stone by accident. In the next few hundred years, although he tried many times, he only refined the semi-finished magic stone. He originally thought that the secret of the birth of the Philosopher's Stone could only follow him into the tomb in the end. I didn't expect your presence to once again arouse his curiosity and thirst for knowledge." "Headmaster, you mean Nicole May is going to give up using the Philosopher's Stone? He doesn't want to live forever." Peter asked, looking at Dumbledore in surprise. Yes, Nick has been alive for a long time, and he has no interest in everything in the world. That's why he decided to stop using the Philosopher's Stone and wait for the next journey of life. It's just that he didn't expect a magical boy like you to appear. This made his curiosity explode again. So he decided to give up the preparations to rest in the coffin before he knew the secret of the magic stone. Dumbledore said with a smile. Peter was very surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect Nick LeMay to change his mind because of his appearance. You must know that in the original plot, Nick LeMay finally gave up the last magic stone and chose to wait for death with his wife. Then Dumbledore looked curiously at the shackles on Peter's hands and asked, Peter, can you show me the magic item in your hand? Peter didn't refuse. He handed the shackles directly to Dumbledore and explained, this is a prop I made, and the magic power of the person who wears it will be suppressed so that no magic can be used. I imitated an alchemy product to make it. When it came out, I named it the Anxiety Footcuffs .39. The shackles? A very useful magic item. Dumbledore looked at the mysterious runes on the shackles in amazement. Afterwards, he reminded Peter with a serious expression, you can make this kind of forbidden magic tool, don't tell outsiders. 35. Magic power is regarded as life by wizards, and a broken wand cannot use magic. It has always been regarded by wizards as the most serious punishment. 5. If other people knew that you were able to create a wizard and become a person without magic, many people would avoid you like a scorpion. Especially those who have bad intentions, they will attack you by any means and do everything possible to get the manufacturing method in your hands. I see. Principal, I haven't told anyone about this except you. Peter nodded solemnly. Sly boy. Dumbledore tapped Peter's head with his hand and scolded, I'll keep it a secret for you. Okay, now that it's over, let's get out of here first. Harry's two friends should be in a hurry now. Dumbledore ended the conversation and hugged Harry easily. Headmaster, please send Harry first. I don't have to go there. My friends are still waiting for me. Peter directly summoned Phoenix Field and said to Dumbledore with a smile.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.